All right, so what I want to do now is talk a little bit about something called functions in JavaScript. So functions are going to be basically very essential for us as we continue our programming journey. They allow us to execute a code block over and over and over again, and this will really help us to cut down on all the copy and paste stuff that beginners resort to. So to start, I'm just going to type the function keyword, okay, followed by a name for the function. You want to stay away from things that are on the reserved keyword list, okay, so something like function and then let, or function then const, or something like that, right? If you did that, you would get a little error, okay? So you want to pick a descriptive name in most cases to remind you of what the function does. So I'm going to do something like my name, okay, because this function is just going to print my name to the console, okay? So I'm going to put some parentheses here, okay, and I'll talk about what this does momentarily, and then I'm going to set up a code block. So we're going to do that by putting some curly braces there, okay? And inside the curly braces, this is the code block that's going to be executed, to be executed. Not sure if that's spelled correctly. So code block to be executed. And basically it's statement after statement after statement that you want to run when you, what we say, call the function, okay? So I'm going to first declare a variable using const. I'm going to say const first name. And I'm going to set this equal to John, okay? And later on we'll see how to make this dynamic, but for right now it's just going to be hard-coded to John. And then we'll console.log inside of here. A little message, we'll say, hi, I am, and then we'll use $ curly braces, and then the first name variable. Okay, so let's put a period here, and I'll do a little emoji guy. Let's do some sunglasses. Okay, so that's cool. So let's pop open the terminal, and let's go ahead and run this file, okay? And you'll notice that nothing happened. So a lot of people expect for hi, I am John with the emoji guy to be there, but it didn't. So the reason is because when we use functions, we have to actually call the function, okay? So the way you do that is you type the function name, okay? So I'm going to put my name, okay? And then I'm going to put some parentheses here, okay? And this is going to call the function. So let's pop this open. We're going to clear this, and we're going to run this, and we get hi, I am John, okay? Now you'll notice that you have console.log here. Notice you have parentheses that surround this guy here. So console.log is actually a function that's built into JavaScript. And this guy right here, this hi, I am, in this case, John, with the emoji guy, this is known as an argument, okay? And I'm going to talk more about this here momentarily. But for right now, let me show you this. So let's say we did this a bunch of times. Okay, my name. Let's do it 4 times. Basically, this is going to call the function or run the function 4 times. Each time it's going to come up here, it's going to declare this variable first name. It's going to set it to John, okay? And then it's going to console.log, hi, I am John, with the emoji guy. So let's pop this open, and let's go ahead and run this. And we see, hi, I am John, with the emoji guy 4 times. Now, let's talk a little bit about how we can make this more dynamic. We have what we call parameters, okay, when we work with functions in JavaScript. Basically, a parameter is like a variable or a placeholder that is specific to the function you're working with. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to type name, okay, or actually let's do first name here, okay? And basically, I have access to this inside of the function. So instead of doing this, like this, I can get rid of this and bring this down here. And basically now this guy right here is going to reference this parameter here, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to, what we say, pass in something when we call the function. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say my name, okay? And then inside the parentheses, I'm going to put a name in there, and it's got to be as a string, okay? So I'm going to put something like John, or you can put, let's start with John, and then I'll show you, you can make this more dynamic. Let's copy this, and now let's change this to Steve. And let's copy this again, and let's change this to maybe something like Mary. And let's copy this again, and let's change this to something like, I don't know, let's go Max, something like that. So if we run this now, what happens is each time it gets run, this guy right here is now called an argument, okay? So there's a difference between, you might say, well, you said this was a parameter. This placeholder here that doesn't actually hold a value yet is called a parameter. When you pass in a real value here, this is now called an argument, okay? So my name here, this function has the argument of John. So this right here will be received as John. So now I get hi, I am John with the emoji guy. Then the next one's going to say hi, I am Steve with the emoji guy. Then Mary, then Max, so on and so forth. So if we pop this open and we clear this out and we run this, we see I get hi, I am John, hi, I am Steve, hi, I am Mary, hi, I am Max. So you can see that makes it more dynamic versus just hard coding some value in there. You can change this on the fly and say, make it usable for more than one thing, right? You have John, Steve, Mary, Max. You can just change the name and have that generic greeting work. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of this and look at something a little bit better. Let's talk about finding the average test score for a student. So I'm going to do a function, okay, and I'm going to call it average score. And I'm going to put the first name as a parameter. Then I'll do test 1, I'll do test 2, I'll do test 3, and let's do test 4. So there's going to be 4 tests. Later on, we'll see how to make this more dynamic by passing in something called an array, and then we can figure out how many tests there are. For right now, it's going to be hard-coded to be 4 tests, okay? So let's go ahead and do something like const average, okay? And I'm going to set this equal to, remember how to find the average. We're going to go test 1 plus test 2, and then plus test 3, and then plus test 4. And then once we have this is inside of parentheses, so it's going to do this operation first. I'm going to divide by the number of tests there, which is 4. Okay, so this operation is done first. It's going to give me the sum, and then it's going to divide by the number of tests, and that will give me my average. Okay, so then all I want to do is console.log something like this. I'm going to put some backticks and go my first name variable has an average test score, or just an average score, I guess. So an average score of $ curly braces, and we're going to reference this average. Okay, so let's come down here and let's call the function. So we're going to go average score. Let's say this person's name is Jenny, okay? And let's do some test scores. So these are going to be numbers, so you don't want quotes there because you want to do math operations. So let's do something like 88, let's do 85, let's do 79, let's do 90, okay? So if I go ahead and run this guy, I get Jenny has an average score of 85.5, okay? And then again, you can see if you were a teacher or something and you needed something like this, and we can make this much better, and we will in a second, but you can go through and just change things up. So let's just do a few of these. Let's do something like Jessica, and let's say she did much better. So let's say she got 100, she got a 91, she got a 95, and she got, let's say, a 92, okay? And let's say there's somebody like, I don't know, Sam, and let's say that could be a boy or a girl. Let's say he got an 85 and then a 77, and let's say like a 72, and let's say a 65. And then lastly, let's do something like Bob, okay? And let's make his 85 and then 86, and let's do something like 90, and let's do 92, okay? So if you run this, it's going to go through, and each time it's going to call the function, and it's going to replace these kind of placeholders here, okay, with the values you've passed in, okay? And then it's going to go through and run the calculations, and it's going to give you your console.log statement. So let's go ahead, clear this out, and run this, and we get everything, right? We get Jenny has an average score of 85.5, Jessica has an average score of 94.5, Sam has an average score of 74.75, and Bob has an average score of 88.25. All right, in most cases, let me get rid of this real quick. In most cases, you're not going to be console.logging things, okay, from a function. So you might think about this as being on an application. We're using the console.log statement to see things that we're running, okay? But if we're actually using like an app or something like that we're building, we're not going to be console.logging stuff. So generally speaking, when you work with a function, you want to return something, okay? If I console.log, let me go back here. I'm just going to Control Z real quick. Let's Control Z. This guy, and let's say, for example, I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to come over here, and I am just going to console.log this guy right here. So let's wrap this in parentheses, and I want to show you something. You're going to end up with a value of undefined. So let's clear this and run this. So you get Jenny has an average score of 85.5. That's coming from the function running. Okay, that's coming from right here. But the next part you see is undefined. And the reason you're getting undefined is when you have a function and it doesn't return something, it's going to be undefined, okay? So what we need to do here is actually change this from a console.log. All I'm going to do is get rid of this and get rid of this, and I'm going to type the return keyword, okay? And basically it's going to return this right here, this string. So now when I console.log this guy right here, you're going to get, in this case, Jenny has an average score of whatever her score is. I think it was 84.5. So let's pop this open and clear this. Oh, it was 85.5. So let's run this. So you get Jenny has an average score of 85.5, okay? You can also do this. Let's close this, and let's come down here and close this. You could also do this by storing this in a variable. So I could do something like const, let's say you did Jenny's score or something like that. And now you would have access to this in a variable. Okay, so what you could do from here is just console.log that variable, or in a real world application, you'd be able to use it to do something, right? So let's just console.log this Jenny's score. Okay, and this again is just going to hold the return value. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. We get Jenny has an average score of 85.5. Okay, so let's get rid of this and let's write one long function, and I'll tie some other concepts into this. So let's do something like function student result. And I'm going to set this up as the first name. I'm going to go test1. I'm going to go test2, test3, and then test4. Okay. So we're going to do some stuff in here just to get some practice. So the first thing I'm going to do is set up an average. So const average, remember how to do this. So I'm going to set this equal to, I'm going to go test1, and then plus the test2, and then plus the test3, and then plus the test4. And then this is going to be divided by 4 because that's the number of tests involved. Then I'm going to go const has passed. So basically this is going to be a Boolean that's true if the person got a 70 or higher, false otherwise. So let's do the conditional operator for this one. I'm going to say is the average greater than or equal to 70? If this is true, I want to assign a value of true to this variable has passed. Otherwise, I want to assign a value of false. Okay. So now the next thing I want to do is something like const letter grade. And let's go ahead and say this is equal to, if the average is greater than or equal to 90, then I want the person to have an A. Okay. Otherwise, I want to check to see if the average is greater than or equal to, let's say 80. In this case, I want to give that person a B. Okay. And then if that's not true, I want to check to see if the average is greater than or equal to 70. Okay, if that's true, I want to give them a C. Then I want to check, if that's not true, if the average is greater than or equal to, let's say 60. Well, in this case, I want to give them a D, okay? And then lastly, if they haven't gotten any of those, meaning they're at a 59 or lower, I want to give them an F, okay? So now we have an average, we have whether they passed or not, and then we have a letter grade. So let's go ahead and return a little message that's going to include all of this. So first I'm going to start with the first name variable, and then I'm going to say something like if the has passed is true. So I'm going to first ask if this is true. So I'm going to put a question mark here, and then I'm going to put has passed. Okay. If it's false, then I'm going to put has failed. Okay. Remember, this is something you can do with this conditional operator. Inside of these curly braces, I can ask, hey, is this true? If it is, then I want to put has passed. Otherwise, I want to put has failed. Then I want to put with an average score, if I can spell that correctly, of $ curly braces average. Let's put that in there. And a letter grade, if I could spell that correctly, of, let me scroll down and get some room going. And then I'm going to put $ curly braces, letter grade, okay? And then basically from here, you could even get a little bit more fancy. Let's put the has passed here. If this is true, let's go ahead and insert an emoji, like a happy emoji. Let's put maybe like the sunglass one. So let's put that guy. And if it's false, let's go ahead and put something like an annoyed emoji. So let's go ahead and put this one. Okay. So if you go back through this, basically what's happening here is when you call this function, you're going to put in someone's name and their 4 test scores. Okay. Then it's going to come through here and calculate their average. Then it's going to calculate based on that average if the person is passed or not. Then it's going to calculate their letter grade. So again, we're just using the conditional operator. You can use if-else statements here if you feel more comfortable with that. You can use a switch statement, whatever you want to do, okay? This is just cleaner for me to write it this way. So I'm first asking if the average is greater than or equal to 90. If it is, then the letter grade is going to be an A. You know, if it's not, then it goes to this one. Is the average greater than or equal to 80? Then it's going to be a B. So on and so forth until we get down to the last option, which is an F. Okay. Then we return this string here, which it's got the first name variable. It considers whether you passed or not. If you did, it says has passed. If you didn't, it says has failed, with an average score of your average and a letter grade of your letter grade. And then this last one will give you an emoji with the sunglass guy if you passed, and then the annoyed emoji if you failed. So let's go ahead and call this. So I'm going to go student results, and let's just pick a few people. So let's go with something like Jason, and then we need 4 test scores. So let's do something like 77, we'll do 90, and we'll do 95, and we'll do 100, okay? So let's go ahead and pop open the terminal, clear this, and run this. And of course that didn't work because I didn't save the return value anywhere. So let's go ahead and go something like const. We'll go Jason's score is equal to this. And then I'll go ahead and console.log the Jason's score variable. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. And we get Jason has passed with an average score of 90.5 and a letter grade of A, okay? And we can even clean that up and put a period here or even an exclamation point to make it better, okay? And let's try another person. So let's go ahead and do something like const. Let's do Jessica's score. Let's make her fail. So let's do student result. We'll do Jessica, okay? Let's do something like a 45. Let's do maybe like a 70, a 35, and then let's do like an 80, okay? Something like that. And I'm gonna change this console.log here to, we'll go Jessica's score, okay? And pop this open and clear this. And let's go ahead and run this. And we get Jessica has failed with an average score of 57.5 and a letter grade of F, okay? And again, you can see how this would be useful. Of course, we can make this better, but you can see how this would be useful if you were like a teacher or something and you wanted to just very quickly input the student's name and their test scores and give a little message out for each one, right? That's customized. Hey, Jessica, this was your score. Or hey, Jason, this was your score. So on and so forth. Now, let's erase this, and I want to show you one other thing, and I'm just going to get rid of this altogether, okay? And I'm going to start with a new function. So let's say we did something like function, and I'll call this sum numbers. So basically it's just going to add the numbers you put in. So I'm going to do something like number 1 and number 2 and number 3 as the parameters, and we'll say return, okay, number 1 plus number 2 plus number 3, okay? Now some people, when you first start, a lot of people make unnecessary variables. So some people will go const sum is equal to, number 1 plus number 2 plus number 3, okay? And then they'll return the sum variable. But you don't need to do that because all you're doing here is one thing. So we're just going to get rid of this. We don't need this, okay? We're just going to return this directly. So it's first going to calculate what is this sum here, and then it's going to return that, okay? So if we come through here, let's just call this real quick. So sum numbers, do something like 3, 5, and 7. So 3 plus 5 is 8, 8 plus 7 is 15. So we should get 15. And again, I keep forgetting to either console.log this or set it as a variable. Let's just console.log it to make it simple. Pop this open and run this, we get 15, okay, as expected. When you hit the return statement, anything after that is not going to run, okay? The return statement is basically going to take this guy and return it, and then you're gonna exit the function. It's done. So I could put something like console.log. This will never, ever, ever run, okay? It's not gonna get touched. And you can see it's highlighting it there, telling me there's an error. If I pop this open and clear this and run this, you still just get 15, okay? If I take this and I cut it, and let's say I put it up here, okay, for example, well now this is going to get run first when I call the function, and then we're going to return, and I'm missing a closing brace there. This is going to then return, oh, I had it up there, sorry, I didn't see it. This is then going to return this number 1 plus number 2 plus number 3, okay? So let's go ahead and pop this open, clear this, and run this. We get this will never ever run, okay, and then 15. So you can see that basically when this guy is after the return statement, it's not going to run. And again, that just has to do with how JavaScript works. Once it returns this value, it exits the function, it's done its job, okay? So I'm going to run this one more time, clear this, and run this, and you see you just get 15. All right, what I want to do here really quickly is talk about the difference between function declarations and function expressions. So when you're doing these online tutorials, you'll see two different ways to do things. Some people prefer to do it one way, others prefer to do it the other way. It can leave you to be very confused in terms of which way you want to do it, right? Which way is more professional. In the end, it's just a matter of personal preference. There are some slight differences between the two. So let me cover those really quickly. So we already know if we declare a variable, we use something like the keyword const, the keyword let, or the keyword var, followed by the variable name. So if we declare a function, okay, we're doing the same thing basically. We're using the keyword function, okay, followed by the name of the function. So let's do something like function we'll do multiply numbers, okay? And I'm going to put some parameters inside these parentheses here. So I'm just going to do num1 for number 1, num2 for number 2, and num3 for number 3, okay? And all this guy is going to do is going to take these guys, these parameters here, and it's going to multiply them together, and it's going to return that. So I'm going to return, okay, num1 times num2 times num3. Okay, so again, you're going to pass these guys in, okay, when you call this function, and then it's going to take those values, multiply them together, and return that, okay? So let's go ahead and call this guy. Remember, you want to either set this as a variable, so you could do something like const my product is equal to, okay, multiply numbers, and then put your numbers in there. So let's do like 2 and 6 and 5. So 2 times 6 is 12, 12 times 5 is 60, okay? Now, this just stores 60 in this my product variable. You would still need to do a console.log, okay, to see this in the console. So let's do my product there. Additionally, if you wanted to make this quicker, you can just wrap this thing inside of a console.log statement, okay? So inside the parentheses there. So let's pop open the terminal. Let's run this. And we do, in fact, get 60 as expected. Now, let's talk about another way that you could have set this up. So this is called the function declaration. We type the keyword function, then the name of the function, so on and so forth. The other way to do this, let's go ahead and come down here. I'm going to do something like const, and I'm just going to do multiply numbers, let's say 2, okay? And then I'm going to do the same thing. So num1, num2, num3, okay? Open up my code block, and I'm just going to return the same thing. So num1 times num2 times num3. Okay, so some key differences here. Well, I forgot to put function, so this is equal to function. Okay, so you need that. So some key differences here. Again, up here, this is a function declaration. I type the keyword function, followed by a function name, so on and so forth. Here, what I did in this particular case, sometimes it's not going to be this way, but I set up a variable, okay, and then I'm assigning to that this function here, which in this case is an anonymous function because the function itself does not have a name. We just have function, the keyword, and then some parentheses with some parameters, and then our code block. Okay, so this is called an anonymous function. We're going to work with these a lot in JavaScript, but for right now, the key difference here is notice that I've assigned this guy right here to a variable, okay? So in this case, we have a function expression, all right? So let's just go ahead and do const my product 2, and I'll do multiply numbers, okay? And I'll do multiply numbers 2 actually to be consistent here. And I'm gonna use the same number, so 2, 6, and 5, okay? And now I'm going to console.log this my product 2, okay? My product 2. So we have this console.log of my product, okay, from line 5, and then on line 11, we have my product 2 that's being logged to the console. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this, and we get 60 twice, okay? So these two things, as far as we're concerned, did the exact same thing. Now, let me show you something kind of weird. Let's take this up here. So I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to put it here. So right now, and actually, let me grab this and put it at the very top. So at the very top of this file, I'm going to put this in here. So you see that we're trying to set my product 2 equal to multiply numbers 2 with 2, 6, and 5 as the arguments. So that has to come down here and get this, okay? So let's go ahead and run this real quick and see what we get. So let's clear this and let's run this. And you see cannot access this multiply numbers 2 before initialization. So with a function expression, you have to make sure that your code is in order. So in other words, I need to set this up first before I can basically reference it or talk about it in any way. So if I cut this and I come back down here and paste this in, now it'll work fine, right? So let me move this down, and let me move this back up. If I pop open the terminal again, clear this and run this, we're back to it working. Okay, now here's where the weird thing comes in. If you grab this guy, okay, and let's grab this guy. So I meant to grab these 2 lines. So let's grab these 2 lines, let's cut this away, and let's put this up here. So now I'm referencing this function declaration here, this function, this first one we set up with multiply numbers. So I'm doing the same thing that I just tried to do, but now you're going to see that it actually works, okay? So if we pop this open and clear this and run this, it's 60 and 60. So you might be thinking, why is there an error with one but not with the other? Well, this has to do with something called hoisting, okay? And this is not an advanced JavaScript concept, but just not something we're ready to discuss yet. So just know that if you deal with a function declaration, you can, it's not a good practice, but you can work with that function before you've actually set it up in your code, okay? So just like we've done here. If you have a function expression, you're not allowed to do that, okay? So it's going to give you an error. So let's just look at one more example. Okay, I'm just going to do a longer example, and I'll just do this one more time with you, just so that you understand the difference between the two. So let's do a function declaration. So I'm going to do function, and let's just do something like my age, and I'm going to put a parameter of first name, and also a parameter of the birth year, okay? And we'll get the birth year from JavaScript. So let's set up a little variable. I'm gonna go const year, not yeast, and then what I wanna do is type new, and then date. Remember, we worked with this before. So we want the parentheses, and then dot get full year, okay? And you want parentheses again, okay? So this right here is going to give me the year that it is currently. So for me, it's 2021. If I console.log this year variable here, we can just come down here and call this now. So my age. In this particular case, because I have a console.log in here, it's going to run this guy right here. And it's going to tell me what the year is. So let's go ahead and pop this open, clear this, and run this. We get 2021, okay, as expected. Now let's get rid of this. We're not going to call this till later, and we're not going to have a console.log in here. What I want to do now is basically return a string here, and I'm going to use some backticks. And basically, I'm going to put the first name variable, and then I'm going to put is, and then $ curly braces. I'm going to put the current year, okay, which again I have is 2021, minus the birth year, which is something you would pass in. And then you'll put year or years old, okay, depending on what it is. And let's put a semicolon there. So now let's go ahead and set up a little variable. Let's go const, and we'll do current age. And we'll say this is equal to my age. I'm going to call this. I'm going to pass in John, okay? And for the birth year, I'm going to pass in 1988, okay? So let's go ahead and pop this open. Let's clear this, and let's run this. And of course, we didn't console.log the variable, so we need to do that. So console.log the current age variable. Let's pop this back open, try that again. So now we get John is 33 years old. Okay, so that's as expected. Again, another way to do this would be the other function expression. Let me just show you this one more time. If we cut this, pop this open, put this here, pop this back open, and run this. Again, same thing. This is the hoisting, right? So it's allowed to be used before we set it up. So let's come back down here. I'm going to cut this away and put this back in. And I'm just going to change this and say const my age is equal to, you have the function. You're going to delete the name right here. Okay, so we have an anonymous function here. Okay, but again, we still call it in the same way. So this would work fine. So we pop this open, clear this, and run this. We still get John is 33 years old. And again, if you take this guy and you cut it away, you put it up here, this again is going to give you an error, right? So you pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get cannot access my age before initialization. So hopefully this clears up some confusion for you. Again, if you're working through some tutorials online, you see these two different ways. Now you know that it actually doesn't really make much of a difference. It's just a matter of personal preference. The only thing that's going to change is whether or not you're trying to basically access the function before you've set it up, which is a bad practice anyway. So what I want to do here is talk a little bit about the concept of variable scope in JavaScript. We don't know enough yet to consider everything, but we can just touch on the basics. So first and foremost, when we talk about variable scope, it's basically where you're able to access, or we say use your variable in your JavaScript program. So let's start with a very simple example. I'm going to create 3 global variables. And when I say a global variable, this is a variable that has a global scope, meaning it can be accessed anywhere in the program. Okay, so to do this, I'm going to declare these variables outside of any code block or any function. So I'm just going to do something like const, and I'll do something like my string. Let's set this equal to hello. And let's do something like let my number. Let's set this equal to 3. Let's do something like var my boolean. Okay, let's set this equal to true. Okay, so now if I console.log these 3 variables, there's no issues, no problems, right? So basically I have access to these 3 variables anywhere. So let's go ahead and pop this open and let's run this guy. We get hello, 3, and true. Okay, as expected. But let's say I set up a little code block, and in JavaScript we can do this by basically just wrapping our code inside of some curly braces, okay? So this is my code block here, and basically, once I set up a code block, the variables that I declared with const and let will no longer be accessible outside of that block, okay? So let's pop this open and clear this and run this, and you see my string is not defined, okay? So this has to do with the scope of the variables here. So const and let are what we call block scoped. So the variable can only be used inside of the block where it was created. So let's go ahead and grab this and let's cut this away and let's just paste this in here. And let's put this on a new line so it's more readable. And let me even put this here. I have an automatic formatter, but it's turned off right now. So let's kind of format this up a little bit. And let's go ahead and run this now. So we'll clear this and run this. And you see there's no problems again. Hello, 3 and true. And that's because my console.log statement is inside of this block where these variables were created. Now, this is for const and let. For var, it doesn't work that way. I can get rid of this part right here, okay? And I can come down here, and if I console.log this my Boolean variable, it's fine. Even though I declared this variable my Boolean with var inside of a code block, I can still access it outside. So let's go ahead and pop this open, clear this, and run this. You get hello and 3. Okay, that's coming from your line 5 here. Okay, this console.log statement. And then from line 7, you're getting true. Okay, so you see that var is different in this way from let or const. All right, let's erase this and use a fresh example. So you've seen already in this course where we've basically changed the value of a variable based on some condition, right? So we've run if-else statements to do this. You could do this with a conditional operator. But I'm going to do something that's going to be quite inefficient, but it's just to solidify the concept, okay? So I'm going to basically set up a little console.log statement that tells you whether you can attend a training or not attend a training based on whether you have a computer or not. Again, there's going to be better ways to do this, but I'm just going to show you something this way. So const has computer. I'm going to set this equal to true for right now. And then I'm going to do const first name. Let's set this equal to, let's say Sarah. Okay, let's work with that. Now, again, this is going to be inefficient. So I'm going to do if, I'm going to go has computer. So if this is true, I'm going to create a variable using let. So I'm going to go let can attend, and I'm going to set this equal to true. Okay, so basically this is telling you can attend the training. So then else, basically you don't have a computer. I'm going to declare a variable using let again. So the same one, so can attend, and I'm going to set this equal to false. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here is outside of this guy is I'm going to set up a little console.log. So console.log. And I'm going to use some backticks here and say that the first name variable, and I forgot my $sign, so put my first name variable, and then I'm going to do this with the conditional operator, so I'm going to put can attend. I'm going to ask if that's true, and if it is, I'm going to put can attend, and basically if it's not, I'm going to put can't attend, and I forgot to put quotes there, so let's do that again, so can't attend, and then outside of here, and I'll put the training. Okay, if I can spell that correctly. So right now you're going to have a problem because, well, first off, I didn't spell this correctly, but basically you have can attend and can attend. In each case, this is declared using let, okay, and it's inside of a block. So you have your curly braces to define this code block here. So right now, it's not going to be able to find this can attend, right? It's going to say reference error, can attend is not defined. So let's pop this open and run this, and we get can attend is not defined, okay? Now, if you wanted to, you can grab this guy. Let's cut this away. And I'm just going to paste it in right here. And I'm going to paste it in right here. And again, this is very inefficient, but it will work, right? Because I'm referencing something that was created inside the same block. So if we pop this open and we clear this guy and then we run this guy, we get Sarah can attend the training, okay? Again, if you come back up here and let's say you make this to false, meaning we come here to the has computer, this is false, right? So this is going to get skipped. So inside of here, this is going to get run. So we create this variable can attend, we set it to false. And then here we're asking, is this true? No, it's false. So this is what we have, the can't attend, right? So we have first name, which is Sarah, can't attend the training. So let's pop this open, clear this and run this, and we get Sarah can't attend the training. Now, one way around this, let me go ahead and get rid of this from here. And let me go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to just cut it away, okay? One way around this, and you've seen us do this already, you can declare the variable outside of the code block. So what I mean here is, let's come up here, let's get rid of this, okay? And I'm going to up here, use let and go let can attend, okay? You can't use const here because when you declare a variable using const, you have to give it a value right away. Okay, but you can use let. Right now the value is undefined. Then it looks to see if has computer is true. If it is, can attend gets set to true. Okay, if it's not, then can attend gets set to false. So now, because I did this outside of any code block, I've created a global variable. And so when we get down here, we're going to be able to access this variable and set up our little statement. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear this and run this, and we get Sarah can't attend the training. Again, if you flip this to true, then it's going to flip again. So clear this and run this. You get Sarah can attend the training. Now, one more thing before we kind of conclude with this. Let's get rid of this altogether. Okay, and let's go back to what we were doing before. I'm going to just use my multi-line selector and type var here. With var, again, I just showed you in the last example, this is not block scoped, okay? So basically, I can do this here and it works fine. So if we pop this back open, clear this, and run this, we get Sarah can attend the training. And then if I flip this back to, let's say, false, okay? Pop this open, clear this, and run this, you get Sarah can attend the training. So you really need to understand the difference between var, let, and const, okay? And when you're using them, you need to understand where you can access them in your program. All right, so now I want to think about something called function scope, okay? So when we declare a variable inside of a function, those variables are local to the function, okay? So in other words, they have function scope and can only be accessed from within the function. So this is true for let, const, or even var, okay? So if you declare a variable with var inside of a function, okay, it's not going to be accessible outside of that function. Also, these local variables that we call them are deleted when the function is completed. So let's go function create string. And for this example, I'm not going to have any parameters. So I'm basically going to declare some variables in here. Let's use const. So I'm going to go const first name equals, let's say John. And let's just do something like let, and I'm going to do car, and let's set that equal to Honda, okay? And then let's go ahead and say something like var, and I'll do something like job, and I'll set this equal to, let's go web developer, okay? So if I come outside of here, it doesn't matter which one of these you try to access. Let's say we console.log. Let's start with first name. We're not going to have access to it because this is only local to this guy. I actually need to run this function first. So let's create string. Let's call this guy, okay? So basically what's going to happen is when you console.log this first name variable, you're not going to have access to it. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And you see first name is not defined, okay? The same thing would go for car. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. Same thing, car is not defined. And then it's also true for job, okay? So if we clear this and run this, you get job is not defined. What you could do, okay, is you could set up a little string in here. So I could return, okay, something like this. I could say the first name variable drives, and I missed my quotes there, so drives, a $ curly braces, we'll put a car. Okay, so this would be, in this case, John drives a Honda and works as a, and then we're going to put the job in there, okay? And basically, if I'm returning this, when I run this right here, I'm going to get this string back, okay? It's going to fill in what it has, so it's going to say John drives a Honda and works as a web developer. And basically, I can save this to, again, a little variable. So if we do something like const my string is equal to this, and then I can console.log that guy. So let's go ahead and console.log this my string variable. So let's go ahead and pop open the terminal, clear this and run this. We get John drives a Honda and works as a web developer. And I probably should put a period there, okay, for completeness. But basically, you see that when you create variables inside of the function, they're local variables and they have function scope. So they can only be accessed from within the function. Now, let me cover something else that might be confusing. Let's say that I come over here and let's go ahead and do some other things. So I'm going to go something like const first name. So notice that this variable name is the same as this variable name. And I'm going to set this equal to Steve, okay? And I'm going to go const car, and he's going to have a Ford. And then I'm going to go const job, and let's say he's a doctor, okay? So much more important than me. So let's come down here, and I'm just going to console.log the same little thing. So let's come up here and grab this. I'm going to grab this guy right here and put this inside my console.log statement. And let's see what we get. So basically this first name here is set to Steve, the car here is set to Ford, and the job is set to doctor. So again, because these guys right here are local, when we run this console.log statement, it's going to grab these global variables, okay? And then when we get down here, this is going to be from the function. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get Steve drives a Ford and works as a doctor, and we get John drives a Honda and works as a web developer. Now, one more thing I want to cover. Let me get rid of this real quick. Every time we run this function, these guys are created, okay, these variables, and then once the function's done its job, the variables are deleted, okay, they're gone. So this is confusing to a lot of people because let's say that I take this guy right here and I comment this guy out, okay, and let's say we come down here and I go const first name equals to John, okay, and then I go const first name equals to John again. Well, you're going to have a problem there, right? Because you can't redeclare something with const. Let's go ahead and console.log the first name variable. You're going to get an error. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. And you get first name has already been declared. Okay. So why is this confusing? Well, if I run this function multiple times, you'll notice that we did in fact use const. So you have const first name. So let's say I came down here and I said something like console.log create string, and I'm going to run this multiple times. So let's go ahead and go through here. So you can imagine that a lot of developers are confused because you have this const first name that goes over and over and over again, but you're not going to have an issue here because once the function's done its job, it's going to delete that variable. Okay, so when it comes back to run the function again, it's fresh, right? There is no first name that was declared with const. The function has exited, it's done its job, so it's gone. Okay. So one other concept that I want to cover before we leave, and that's the concept of strict mode in JavaScript. Now, again, we're getting to something where we don't know all the things that strict mode is going to do, but I can show you one thing that it's going to do right now for you, and this can be a huge help for you. So if you're working on a very large project or even something that's minor, you often will make mistakes, typos. You might forget to declare a variable using const or something like that. If you set up a function, let's say we do something like function and we go my greeting, okay? And let's go ahead and say something like const first name. Let's set this equal to John, and let's go const last name, and let's set this equal to Green. Let's say that I call this function, so my greeting, okay? And then from down here, I try to console.log this guy, and I'll just go hi, I am, and then I'll use my first name variable. Nope, didn't want that, so first name variable. And then I want my last name variable. So last name variable, and then welcome to the video, something like that. So I'll put a period, and then let's even do a little emoji guy. So let's do sunglass guy. I like him. So if I try to run this right now, we know there's an error, right? Because first name and last name, those are not global variables. They are function scope, right? They're local to this function. So if I pop this open, clear this, and run this, we know we get an error, right? First name is not defined. But let's say I forgot, okay, and this happens a lot. You might think that it doesn't, but it happens a lot. Let's say I forgot to type const. So I just type first name, I just type last name. So basically, this guy is going to create a global variable, okay? And in most cases, I would say in almost every case, you don't want to do this. You don't want to accidentally create a global variable. So if you pop this open now and clear this and run this, you'll see, hi, I'm John Green, welcome to the video. So to prevent this from happening, you have something called strict mode, okay? So you can do this either at the top of your function, it's gotta be the first line. So you can type use strict, either with double or single quotes, or you could do it at the top of the file. So for this one, it's just applying to the function, okay? For the top of the file, it's going to apply to the whole file. Now, I use this all the time in my personal projects. I recommend you use it as well. It's gonna catch a lot of bad syntax that normally would run, okay? But in this case, it's gonna stop it from running. So if we pop this open and clear this and run this, now we get an error. Okay, so now we get an error, and basically it's saying that the first name is not defined. Okay, so this is going to throw an error there. Now, if I remove this from here, let's say I cut it out of here, and I put this up here, okay, I put my use strict up there, it's going to do the same thing. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. You get the same thing, right? So it's going to tell you as your error, first name is not defined. And this would work also outside of a function. Let's say that you're just typing something. Let's say you do something like my first name is equal to, let's say, Sarah. And I don't use let const or var. Well, what's going to happen here, when I run this, it's going to give me the first name is not defined. Okay, so this is a good tool that you can use to stop you from making some rather silly typo mistakes and giving you a global variable when you didn't want one. All right, so now what I want to do is talk about something called the immediately invoked function expression. Some people call this IFI for short. So basically this was really popular before we had the let and const, okay? And it's just another way to obtain variable privacy. So if you have multiple JavaScript files, and let's say you were using var like back in the day, well, what would happen is if you didn't have var inside of a function, let's say you had something like a first name variable and then another first name variable from two different files, well, those guys would end up overwriting each other, okay? And you would have some unintended consequences. So the first thing I want to show you before we get into this immediately invoked function expression, let's say we just type an expression into our file here. So let's say I do something like 3 plus 4. Most people, when they first see this, you didn't declare a variable, you didn't set a variable equal to this, so they think that basically this is going to crash JavaScript. You're going to get some kind of error when you pull this up. So let's pop open the terminal. Let's run this guy, and you see it doesn't do anything, okay? So if we come down here, you can put a string in here, so hi, and then comma, I am a string, something like that. Or you could put a Boolean, something like true. Anything you want to do here. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. You see there's no effect, right? It doesn't crash the program. Everything is basically still good to go, okay? So with that being said, let's come up here and let's start up here. And I'm just going to create a function, but I'm not going to give it a name. So I'm going to go function, and then I'm going to put some parentheses. So remember, this is an anonymous function because it doesn't have a name. And then before I do anything else, I'm just going to run my file. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And you see function statements require a function name. So to fix this, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this whole thing inside of parentheses. And this is going to create a function expression. So now if I pop open the terminal again, clear this and run this, you have no problems. Nothing's happening because we haven't done anything, but you don't have an issue. So let's pop this back onto our page. And so inside of here, you can have a bunch of variables that you want to be private, okay? So I'm going to use const, let, and var. Let's just use all three. So I'm going to do const, something like my name, and let's set this equal to Sarah, let's say Smith for right now, okay? And then let's do something like let my job, and we'll set this equal to, let's do painter, and let's do a little emoji, so painter emoji, okay? And let's do maybe my favorite food. Let's do var for that. So var, my favorite food. Let's set this equal to pizza. That's what she likes. So let's go ahead and do the pizza emoji. All right, so at this point, we know that because we have a function here, okay, forget about the fact that we haven't called the function or anything like that. Because we have this function here, these variables are function scoped, right? They're local to this function, can only be accessed or used inside of the function. So if I come down here, and let's say I console.log, something like, hi, my name is, and let's use the my name variable, and then we'll say something like I work as a, and then we'll use the my job variable, and I put my favorite food, didn't mean to do that, so my job, and then we'll put something like and I really love to eat, and then $ curly braces, we'll do my favorite food. Okay, so let's put an exclamation point there. We know if we try to run this right now, my favorite food, and I put my favorite food twice, this should be my name, so I messed that up. So my name. So we know if we try to run this right now, basically it's going to say my name is not defined, right? So my name is not defined, my job is not defined, my favorite food is not defined. You're only going to get my name is not defined because when it finds an error, it's just going to give you that. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this guy. And we get my name is not defined as expected. Now, if we wanted to, we could grab this again with a function. Normally you're going to return stuff. But for right now, just to keep this simple, I'm just going to console.log this, okay? And basically, if you run this, still nothing's going to happen, right? And that's because we haven't called the function. So when you have an immediately invoked function expression, because this guy doesn't have a name, what you can do is just put your parentheses here, okay, at the end of this guy, and that's going to invoke or call the function. If we pop open the terminal now, we will finally get, hi, my name is Sarah Smith, I work as a painter, and I really love to eat pizza. Now again, just to make this clear, let's say outside of this function, we create 3 new variables, same way. So let's do const, let's go my name, and let's set this person to, let's say Nicole, and let's say that she's going to be a cook, right? So for her job, let's go const my job. We'll give her the job of cook, and let's do a little emoji for that. So we can do cook. Let's take that one, and let's come over here. And the last one was my favorite food. So const my favorite food. And for her, let's pick something like hamburgers. So hamburgers, something like that. Let's do a little hamburger emoji, okay? And if we go ahead and take this console.log statement here, the exact one here with the exact same variable names, we all know that what's going to happen first is that this guy right here, this function, okay, is going to get called here. So we're going to console.log, hi, my name is, in this case, Sarah Smith. I work as a painter, okay, and I really love to eat pizza. When we get down here, we're declaring 3 new variables. The variable names are the same, but again, because this is inside of a function, it can only be accessed by the function. So when you get down here, these are global variables, okay? So there's no issue, no problem. When we get to this console.log, we get, hi, my name is, in this case, Nicole. I work as a chef or a cook, and I really love to eat, in this case, hamburgers. So let's pop the terminal open, run this, we get that, right? So, hi, my name is Sarah Smith. I work as a painter and I really love to eat pizza. The other one, hi, my name is Nicole. I work as a cook and I really love to eat hamburgers. So another way that you could do this, let's say that we set up a code block. Remember, if I'm using const or I'm using let, those are block scoped, right? So if they're inside of a function, you can only use them in that function. If they're inside of a block, a code block, they can only be accessed or used inside of that block. So if I do something like, let's say const my name is equal to, and let's say in this particular case, I go with the name of, let's say Jessica, and let's go const my job. And in this case, let's say she's a pilot, and let's see if we can find a pilot emoji. So let's do that. And then the last one would be her favorite food. So let's go const my favorite food, and let's set this equal to fried chicken. Okay, and let's find a chicken emoji. Chicken, let's use this one. Okay, so I can take the same console.log statement, and let's go ahead and grab this guy right quick and grab this, and we can run it again. Okay, so these are all ways to kind of keep things private. So let's go ahead and pop this open, clear this, and run this. And we get all three, right? So hi, my name is Sarah Smith. I work as a painter and I really love to eat pizza. Hi, my name is Nicole. I work as a cook and I really love to eat hamburgers. And hi, my name is Jessica. I work as a pilot and I really love to eat fried chicken. Now, it's just important to understand that basically where these variables can be accessed in the code. When we first encounter this console.log statement, again, it's referencing this my name, it's referencing this my job, and this my food. When we get down here, these are global, okay? So these can be accessed anywhere. So this guy is referencing this my name, which is Nicole. It's referencing this my job, which is the cook. And then it's referencing this my favorite food, which is hamburgers. And then when we get inside of this code block, again, these guys are local because it's const. If you put var here, and let's go ahead and show that real quick. If I change this to var, okay, so let's change all these to var really quickly. And then I put these to var. Then what's going to happen is, and this was the problem with var, it's going to overwrite this stuff, okay? So it doesn't matter that you're inside of a block here. First, all this stuff is going to be Nicole, cook, and then hamburgers. This console.log statement is going to run with this, but then it's going to get overwritten, okay? So that's a big problem for you because if you had two different JavaScript files, you don't want that to occur. So you're going to get the same result here, but if I grab this guy, let's say, for example, okay, let's say I grab this guy, and let's say I pop this down here outside of the block now, well, what you're going to get is two of the same things. So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, you see that it got overwritten, right? So this one right here, you get, hi, my name is Jessica, I work as a pilot, and I really love to eat fried chicken. You get that twice, okay? So this one basically disappeared, right? Nicole, the cook, and the hamburgers, because it was overwritten because we used var. Okay, so it's very important to understand that in terms of old code, if you're working with it, how var works, how it's different from const and let. We kind of take it for granted now working with const and let because it's been used for so many years now, but it didn't used to be this easy. Okay, so I want to show you one other thing. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And I want to also show you how you can pass things into a function when it's an immediately invoked function expression. Function, okay, inside of parentheses. And then I'm going to do some parentheses here. And then I'm going to call this down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some parameters here. I'm going to put something like first name. I'll put age. I'll put, let's say, job. And I'll put, let's say, food. Okay, so something similar to what we just did. So we'll put a little greeting. So we can just go ahead and say console.log. And I'm going to go the $ curly braces, the first name variable. So the first name variable. We'll say is $ curly braces, this age, okay? So in this case, let's say it was Jason. Jason is 35. And we'll put year or years, okay, old. And works as a, and then $ curly braces. We'll put the job. And likes to eat. And then $ curly braces. We'll put the food variable in there, okay? So something like that. Now, we come down here, and we can just pass stuff in. So for the first name, let's just do Betty, okay, Betty. And then for the age, let's just say she's 35. And then for the job, let's say that she is a doctor. Okay, so she's a doctor. Let's put a little doctor emoji. Okay, so let's pick this one. And then for the food, let's say that she likes to eat donuts. So we'll go donuts, and we'll do a little donut emoji, so donuts. Okay, So basically, this is an easier way to do this. Just, you always want to make things dynamic. You don't want to type out our hard code variables like we had in the beginning of this example where we said const is the person's first name, their age, or whatever we're putting in there. You want to have parameters for that so that you can pass in different things and make it more dynamic, right? I can change this up and say, now it's Steve, he's 60 years old, maybe he's retired, and he likes to eat pasta, for example. Okay, if I had hard coded that in, I'd have to go in and make another function just for that person. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get Betty is 35 years old and works as a doctor and likes to eat donuts. Okay, so as expected. So as you work through older tutorials and older code bases, you'll probably see these guys. So now you know what they are and how to work with them. All right, so while we're talking about functions, I want to quickly touch on something called arrow functions in JavaScript. These are really not going to be that important for us right now, but later on in the course, we're really going to have to understand these, and we'll go more in depth at that time. So basically, an arrow function is a special form of a function expression, which is really useful when we have something that's very short to write. So I want to take a look at an example that we already know how to do. So let's say we wanted to make a function, and we wanted this function to basically calculate the square of a number. So if we think about squaring a number, it's just multiplying the number by itself or taking the number and raising it to the power of 2. So I'm going to do something like const get square, okay? And I'm going to set this equal to, I'm going to set up my little function expression. It's going to be an anonymous function. And so I'm going to put in here as a parameter just the number that I want to find the square of, okay? So I'm going to return number times number, and there's other ways to do that. You can use your math.pow, okay? You can use your exponentiation operator. Whatever you want to do there is fine, okay? So I'm just going to call this. I'm going to go console.log, the get square. Let's just do this a few times. We'll use 2, so that should give us 4. Let's just do a few of these. We'll do 5, that'll give us 25. We'll do 10, that'll give us 100. And let's just do 15, that'll give us 225. Let's pop this open and run this, and we get those as expected. So 425, 100, and 225. So now how do we convert this over to an arrow function? The first thing you would do is get rid of the function keyword. Okay, so you don't need that. Now, if you clear this and run this right now, you see you get an error. Okay, so to fix this, you're going to the right of your parameter, put an equal sign followed by a greater than symbol. This is your arrow. Okay, so you need this. And basically, if you pop this guy back open and run this, it runs fine again. But this isn't all we can do. You can make this more concise in this particular situation. If you have exactly one parameter, you're allowed to remove the parentheses, okay? And then if you have exactly one line, you can remove the curly braces and the return statement. So let's see this run first. Let's clear this and run this. You see it works fine. And then I can get rid of this. I can get rid of the return keyword, and then I can get rid of this altogether. Okay, so everything's on one line here. It's nice and concise, and you'll see if we pop this back open, clear this and run this, it works fine. Okay, now let me show you another example of this. Okay, and we'll just kind of go through all the scenarios so you get lots of practice. I'm going to now do something like const. I'm going to do square minus square. So what I'm going to do here, let's just set it up as we know. So function keyword, I'm going to do num1 and num2. And let's go ahead and calculate first the square of number 1. So I'm going to do const square, let's do 1, and I'll do is equal to, I'm going to use math with a capital M.pow just to show you different ways to do things. I'm going to use num1 as the base and then 2 as the exponent, okay? I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to change this to number 2, and I'm going to change this to square 2, okay? So now we have these two different squares, and what I want to do is just subtract. So I'm going to return square 1, and then minus this square 2. Okay, I meant to do square 2 there. And basically, if we call this guy right now, let's go ahead and console.log this a few times. So we're going to go square minus square. Let's do something like 5 and 3. Okay, so we can think about this. Basically, first it's going to calculate this square here. So 5 squared is 25. Then the second square is 3 squared. 3 squared is 9. And it's going to return 25 minus 9, which is 16. Let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get 16 as expected. And you can do a few of these if you want to see. So we can do something like, let's say 4 and 10. That would give us a negative, right? Because this is 16. This is 100. 16 minus 100 is negative 84. Let's do something like 7 and 5. So this would be 49 minus 25, which is 24. So let's pop this open and run this. You get 16, negative 84, and 24 as expected. Now, let's go ahead and practice converting this over. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of the function keyword. So let's get rid of that. And then to the right of these parameters here, I'm going to put the equals followed by the greater than symbol, okay? And again, if you pop this open now, clear this and run this, it's going to work. Now, if you have two parameters, you cannot get rid of the parentheses here, okay? You can't do that. If you do that, you're going to have an error, right? If I get rid of this, you can see it lights up, and you clear this and run this, you get a problem, okay? So if you have exactly one parameter, you're allowed to do that. Otherwise, if you don't have a parameter or you have two or more parameters, you can't do that, okay? So right now, the way this is written, this is as good as we can get. The thing is, we could do this in one line. Right now, you need this return keyword because you're on multiple lines. You also need the curly braces because of that. If I get rid of this return statement here, basically these are all going to give me undefined. Okay, so if I pop this open and clear this and run this, I get undefined 3 times. Okay, so you have to return something. So what I'm going to do is just make this more efficient. I'm just going to grab this right here, and I'm going to put this up here, and then I'm going to subtract away. I'm just going to grab this right here, okay, and put this right here. And then I'm just going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to get rid of the curly braces. I'm going to get rid of the operations. I'm going to get rid of the return keyword. Again, if this is on one line, okay, as it is here, I know because of the wrapping that it comes to the next line, but basically I'm still on line 1 if you see that there. Because I'm on one line, it's going to return this guy right here for me without me typing the return keyword. So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, you see you get the same result. Okay, let's just run through like 2 more examples just to get some more practice. Let's say to make something kind of silly, we set up a function that just tells you if it's January or not. So right now the month for me is January. So I'm going to do something like const. I'm going to do month, and I'm going to get this from JavaScript. So I'm going to go new and then date with a capital D and then parentheses dot get full. Actually, I need get month. So get month with parentheses. And then what I want to do here, let's just set this up. We're going to do an arrow function directly. So I'm going to do const is January, okay? And I'm going to start out, instead of writing the function keyword, I'm going to put equals, and then I'm not going to use any parameters here. So I'm just going to use some parentheses, and they're going to be empty. It's the same thing as if I did something like function like this, but I'm getting rid of the function keyword, okay? That's the only difference. Then I'm going to go here and do my arrow here. So the equal sign followed by the greater than symbol. And what I'm going to return here, I'm just going to ask if the month triple equals to 0, because this guy right here, when I look at the month, it's going to be a number that's either 0 through 11. Okay, so it's going to be 0 through 11. 0 is for January. It's the first month. Then 11 would be for December. So something like February would be 1, March would be 2, so on and so forth. So if this is true, I'm just going to say something like, yes, it is January. Okay, and maybe I'm excited by that. So I'm going to, let's say, put the sunglass guy in, and then otherwise, let's put something like, no, it is not January. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and put up, I don't know, maybe like an annoyed guy. Maybe you don't like it if it's not January, something like that. So right now, if we call this function, so I'm going to console.log, this is January. Let's go ahead and stop for a moment and think about what's going to happen. When it comes here, it's just going to ask if the month is equal to 0. So in this case, it will be for me because it's January. So we're just going to return this, yes, it is January. Okay, that's all that's going to happen. Again, this is on one line, so that's why you can do that. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get, yes, it is January. And if you change this, let's say we do this and we make the month, now let's say it's March. So that's going to be 2 in terms of this date guy. So let's pop this open, clear this and run this. And we get, no, it is not January. Now, if you wanted to, what you could do here, you could take this guy right here and you could pass it in. So you could pass this in here. And instead of having parentheses here, I could just type in month like this. Okay. So let's get rid of this and come up here. And now this will work fine. And you notice that I'm able to get rid of the parentheses because I have exactly one parameter. So let's pop this back open and clear this and run this. And we get, yes, it is January again. All right, so let's just do one more so we can just get some more practice. I'm going to do an example with some voting. So whether or not a person can vote or not. So basically, I'm going to do something like const can vote. And I'm going to set this equal to, again, you normally type the function keyword, but here you don't need that. So I'm going to open up some parentheses because I'm going to have more than one parameter here. So first name, I'm going to do birth year, so when the person was born, and then the current year, which I'll get from JavaScript. Okay. So again, I'm going to put my arrow in, so the equal sign followed by the greater than symbol. And then here, depending on whether or not you're going to have one line or not, again, if you have one line, then you can just type what you need to return. If you don't, then you need to open up these curly braces, okay? And then basically from there, you would go through and you got to make sure you return something. So here I'm just going to do this inefficiently first. So I'm going to do const canVote, and I'm going to say this is equal to the year, okay, which is going to be given to me by JavaScript, minus the birth year, which you're going to put in, okay? And then I'm going to ask if that's greater than or equal to 18. Okay, so remember, because of the operator precedence, this is going to be done first, then it's going to compare to 18. So is it greater than or equal to 18? So this is going to end up being true or false, and then this is the lowest priority, so it's going to assign that to the canVote variable, okay? So then from there, I'm just going to return a little string saying this first name variable, and we'll say $, if the canVote is true, I'll ask that question. Basically, I'll put canVote, okay? And let's use an emoji for that. And then otherwise, we'll do can't vote, okay? And we'll do a little annoyed emoji for that. So let's go ahead and come down here, okay? So we're going to need to get the year from JavaScript. So let me go ahead and do something like const. We'll do year, and this equals new, and then date, okay? And then dot get full year, and didn't mean to do that. And let's go ahead and come down here, and I'll just tighten this down just a little bit so we have some room. And I'm going to say console.log, and I'm just going to call this canVote, and I'm going to pass in for the first name, let's do Mark. And then for the birth year, let's do like 1990. And then for the current year, I'm going to reference this year right here, okay? So I'm just going to type in year right there. And you're going to see that because right now it's 2021, this person is old enough to vote. Okay, so if we pop this open and clear this and run this, we get Mark canVote. Okay, so it works fine. And we can do a few different examples here. So let's change this to, let's say Steve. Let's say Steve is pretty new in life. So let's say he's born in 2010. So right now he would be 11. And then let's say we have somebody like, let's say Jenny. So Jenny, and let's say she's born in, I don't know, let's say 1981. So she can vote for sure. Let's do one more person. And let's say we do Ben. And Ben is really, really young. Let's say he's born in 2015, okay? So if we pop this open once again and clear this and run this, we see Mark can vote, Steve can't vote, Jenny can vote, and Ben can't vote. Okay, so that's as expected. So we see here that we have the return keyword. If you get rid of it, again, I just want to show this to you, you're going to get undefined. So if we clear this and run this, you get undefined 4 times. But we can clean this up and write this on one line, right? Because this right here, I didn't need to use a variable here. I could have just asked this question here. So I could take this and put it directly in here, okay? And then I can get rid of all of this. So I can just return this, and I'm going to get rid of this. So we've made it more efficient. So you can see here that setting up this arrow function, I need the parentheses because I have 3 parameters. Then I have my arrow here, my equal sign followed by my greater than symbol. And then I'm only returning this guy right here. It's all on one line. Again, I know it wraps to multiple lines, but it's still on the first line. So I'm returning this string right here, which is going to ask the question if this year here, which is going to be given to me by JavaScript, minus the birth year is greater than or equal to 18. If it is, the person can vote. Otherwise, they can't. So let's pop this open and see this one more time. Clear it and run it. And you can see Mark can vote, Steve can't vote, Jenny can vote, and Ben can't vote. All right, so what I want to do here is talk a little bit about functions that call other functions. We're going to need this because as we progress, we're going to learn to write more task-driven functions or more specific functions. Basically, this helps you down the line. If you're writing a really big program or you're writing a program with lots of different people, then basically you don't want a function that does lots and lots of different things. If you need to change something later on, it could be problematic. Also, if there's a bug or an error, something you weren't expecting, you now have to go through all these different things that the function does and try to figure out what caused it to break. So part of this is going to be functions calling other functions. So I'm going to start off with a very simple example here. And so we're going to basically square 4 numbers, and then we're going to add those squares together, and we're going to return that. Okay, so I'm going to start out with what we know. So I'm going to do function. I'm going to do sum powers. Let's call it that. So we're going to start off with 4 numbers. Again, I'll show you how to make this more dynamic later on. So I'm going to do num1 through num4, okay, for my parameters. And inside of here, let's just start off with something simple. So let's do const. I'm going to do square 1. In this case, I'm squaring this. And then I'm going to set this equal to math.pow, okay? And I'm going to do num1 and then 2. So remember, when you do this, if you're squaring a number, you can multiply the number by itself. So you can do num1 times num1, or you can use this guy right here, which basically has this first guy as the base and the second guy as the exponent, right? So we're basically taking this number 1 and we're raising it to our second power, okay? So let's go ahead and copy this and paste this a few times. And let's change this and this at the same time in each case. So I'm going to change this to 2, I'm going to change this to 3, and I'm going to change this to 4. Okay, so basically all I need to do now to finish this is return something. So I'm going to return square, if I could spell that correctly, so square 1 plus my square 2. I can't spell square. So square 2 plus square 3, and then plus square 4. Okay, so now let's come down here and call this guy. I'm going to console.log the sum powers, and then I'm going to pass in something simple. So 2, 3, 4, and 5. So remember how this works. These guys right here are the arguments. They're the real values, and they're taking the place of this in this function. So 2 is going to take the place of num1. Okay, so 2 is going to be squared, so that's going to give me 4. Okay, then down here, 3 is going to take the place of num2. So this is going to give me 9. So on and so forth. So 4 is going to take the place of num3. That's going to give me 16. And then this guy for num4, that's going to be 5. That's going to get plugged in. So that's going to be 25. Okay. So if we run this right now, we would get 54. This is 4 plus 9, which is 13, plus 16, which is 29, plus 25, which is 54. So pop this open and run this, and you get 54. Okay, as expected. Now, another way that you could have done this is you could make a separate little function that just squares a number, okay? Or raises a number to whatever power you want. So let's go ahead and put this up here. And I'm just going to say function, and let's say we're going to call this get power instead of sum power. So get power, and it's going to take in one number, okay? And I'm going to purposely name this different than these other parameters so I can show you what's going on here. So from this, what I'm going to do is return. I'm going to do the same thing. So math.pow, and I'm going to do the number, okay? And then I'm going to do 2. So a common mistake here would be to put something like num1, trying to reference these parameters here. This guy right here, this parameter here is going to be read in here, okay? So if I pass something in, if I start here and I pass this in here, it's going to get passed in eventually into here, and I'm going to show you that in a second. So let's come down here and let's just change this. Instead of squaring the number inside, now I'm going to let my function do that. So let's go ahead and get rid of this, and we're going to call the function, so get power, okay? And then over here, I'm just going to get rid of this part, and it's going to give me the same result. But let's think about why it gives me the same result. So basically, when I get inside this function, I'm calling get power, okay? And I'm passing in this guy right here. So this is 2. 2 replaced num1. So when I come up here, whatever this is, I passed in a 2 now, okay? And that 2 is going to come right here, and so I'm going to square 2 and get 4. Okay, so when I square 2 and get 4, that comes back and gets stored in this square 1 variable. If you try to name this something like num1 or something like that from this function, that's where people get lost, and then you're going to have an error, right? It's going to tell you num1 is not defined. So let's put this back to number here. And if we run this right now, we pop this open and clear this out and run this, you get 54. It's the same thing, okay? Now we can make this a little bit cleaner. Let's go ahead and use our multi-line selection. Let's get rid of this altogether. We don't need any of this. So I'm going to get rid of this, and let's come over here and get rid of all of this. And I'm just going to put a plus sign everywhere, and let's just clean this up real quick. So I'm going to get rid of this, and let's get rid of that. And you can delete this. I know most of you will have an automatic formatter. I've turned that off for specific purposes right now, but normally you have a formatter to where basically when you do something, it'll format it for you automatically. So we're going to return just this. So now I've made this a little bit simpler, a little bit cleaner, a little bit more concise. You don't need all those variables if you're just doing one thing. You're just returning something, so you just want to return that thing. So I'm going to figure out what is this guy right here. So in other words, I'm passing in a 2 here. So get power, I'm calling that with 2. So 2 comes in here, 2 gets squared, it's 4. So the result of this is 4. Okay, then the result of this is 9, right? Because I'm putting in a 3. Then the result of this is going to be 16. Then the result of this is going to be 25. So it's the same thing, just more concise. So let's pop this open. Let's go ahead and clear this, and let's go ahead and run this, and we still get 54. So as expected. Now, where might this immediately come in handy? Well, let's say that instead of squaring the number, you wanted to cube the number. Well, before, where we had all these math.pows in there, we'd have to go in there and change the exponent from 2 to 3 each time. Now, because I have a function that gets the power, what I want to do is just change it in one place, okay? And then if I pop this back open, now what's going to happen is 2 will be cubed. And let me write this out for those of you who are bad at math. 2 will be cubed, so it's 2 times 2 times 2 now, so that would be 8, okay? And then you'd have plus 3 is cubed, that's 27, then plus 4 cubed will be 64, and then plus 5 cubed would be 125. So if you add all those up, you're gonna get 8 plus 27, which is 35, and then 35 plus 64 is gonna give you 99, and then if you add that to 125, the final result here is gonna be 224. Okay, so let's pop open the terminal and clear this and run this, and you do get 224. So you can see that splitting this up and having this function call another function to do part of its job makes it a little bit easier if you need to modify something. And some of you are going to say, well, you could have just passed in the exponent here, right? You could have made another parameter there and passed in the exponent that way. Yeah, you can do that. It's personally going to be up to you, but in most situations, you want to write these smaller, more task-driven functions in case something breaks. You don't have to keep going back through these functions and saying, okay, well, was it this? Was it this? Was it this? All right, to kind of solidify this, let's do another example. So what we'll do here, we've already talked about calculating a person's total bill based on their pre-tax, pre-tip bill, their tax rate, and then their tip, okay? So we're gonna make a function that relies on 2 other functions. So we're gonna make these smaller functions. So the first function will be a get tax function. So function, we're just gonna call this get tax. And this is gonna take in the bill. So this is the pre-tax bill, and then just the tax rate. So we'll pass that in, okay? And basically, I'm just gonna return the bill times the tax rate, okay? So nice and simple. Then the other function is going to get the tip. So the function here will be get tip, and that's going to take in the bill, but it's also going to take in a service level, right? So your tip is always going to depend on, did I get bad service or good service or really great service, excellent service? So we're going to categorize bad, good, and excellent. And so let's just return. I'm going to start by asking if the service triple equals to bad, okay? If it does, then I want to do the bill times 0.15. And you can make this more dynamic by passing in this rate right here based on what the service is. But for right now, I'm just going to keep it simple and hard coded. So then you could ask if the service triple equals to, let's say, good. In this particular case, I want the bill times 0.2, okay, for 20%. And then your last case here, where you're not bad or good, let's say it's excellent service. Well, now I want to do the bill times 0.25 for 25%. Okay, so this guy right here, if we come down, now we're ready to make a little calculate bill function that relies on these 2. So let's do function. We're going to do calculate bill, and we're going to take in the bill. We're going to take in the tax rate, okay? And we're going to take in the service. So you always have to think about in the final function, the one you're actually calling on the outside, what do I need for these functions that it relies on? Well, I need a bill. They both have that. I need a service level, and I need a tax rate. Okay, so I've got to pass those guys in. So the first thing I'm going to do is just return a little string that says your bill for today is, I'm going to put 2 dollar signs here. One is going to be for the actual dollar sign. And then inside of these curly braces here, I'm going to do the calculation. So I'm going to do the bill. Okay, so this is the pre-tax, pre-tip bill. Plus, I'm going to basically call this get tax guy. So I'm going to call the get tax, and I'm going to call it with the bill and then the tax rate that gets passed in. So this is something I'm going to pass in when I call this calculate bill function. Okay. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to add to this the get tip. Okay. And in this particular case, I want to pass in the bill and then the service level. So right now, everything is basically good to go. Okay, you can think about how this works. Your bill for today is, you're going to start with the bill that gets passed in, plus the get tax. You're passing in that bill, and you have the tax rate. Both get passed in, and they come to here, okay, and it's going to calculate your tax for you. So it's going to add that in. Then you're going to get the tip. Again, you've got the bill that got passed in, the service got passed in, so you're going to come to this function and run that. So let's go ahead and give this a shot with something like 100. So let's console.log this guy with, let's say, calculate bill. I'm going to use 100 for the pre-tax, pre-tip bill. I'm going to use, let's say, 15% for the tax. And let's say the service was good, right? So we would expect that to be 20%. So what you would see here is 100 plus 15 plus 20. And let me make this as a comment real quick. So basically, we will get 100 plus 15. Okay, 15 is the result of the get tax, because if we come up here, I'm passing in 100, tax rate is 15%, so you get 100 times 0.15, which is 15, okay, so that comes back. And then you have good service, so if we look up good here, this is going to be 0.2 times the bill, so that should be 20, right? 100 times 0.2 is 20. So if we go ahead and run this, we're going to get 135. 100 plus 15 is 115, plus 20 is 135. So let's go ahead and run this, and we get your bill for today is $135. And you can play around with this as much as you want, so let's say we do something like 96, and let's say we change this to 0.08, and let's say we change the service to something like bad. Well, now we would expect what? Well, 96 would be in this position. That's the first thing. Then plus, I need to get my tax. So I would have 96 multiplied by 0.08, which is going to be $7.68. So this right here would be 7.68. And then lastly, you're going to have your bad service, which is a 15% tip. Okay, so a 15% tip, you'd have 0.15 times 96, which is 14.4. So let's put this as 14.4. So if you sum these guys together, you're going to get 118.08. Okay, so $118.08. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. And we get your bill for today is 118.08. And don't worry about this. This is something JavaScript does with decimals. I'm going to show you how to fix this later on in the course. If you wanted to, you can round things for now to kind of clean that up. But it's really easy to do this. You just work with integers, and then in the end, you transform it into a decimal. All right, so for this coding challenge, what we want to do, we want to create a function that converts days into hours. It's also going to convert days into minutes, and then finally into seconds. So you should be able to plug in something for days. Okay, you should pass that in, and you should get a string back that says this number of days is this number of hours, it's this many minutes, this many seconds. So for example, if you plugged in, let's say 3 for 3 days, you should get that there's 72 hours, okay, or 4,320 minutes, or 259,200 seconds, okay? So I put here that there's 24 hours in a day, there's 60 minutes in an hour, and there's 60 seconds in 1 minute. So go ahead and pause the video, give this an honest try on your own. If you can't get it after 5 or 10 minutes, it's fine. You can unpause the video, and we're gonna do it together. So let's get rid of this. And let's start by finding the number of hours based on the number of days. So I'm going to write a little function, and I'm going to call this get hours. And I'm going to have a parameter called days, okay? And basically, I know that there's 24 hours in a day. So I can just return 24 times days, okay? So in other words, if I plugged in a 3 here, okay, what I'd have is 24 times 3, which gives me 72. Let's go ahead and see that real quick. I'm just going to console.log the get hours. I'm going to plug in 3 for 3 days, and I should get 72. So let's pop this open and run this guy, and we do get 72 as expected. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is write another little function for get minutes. So I want to do function get minutes, okay? And I'm going to be working with days again. So here I've got to think about the fact that there's 60 minutes in every hour. Okay, now how can I get hours? Well, I wrote a function for that. So what I can do here is first I can call get hours. Okay, so I can call get hours. Let's store this in a variable for a second. So let's go const hours is equal to get hours, and then I'm going to put the days in here. Okay, so from here I have the number of hours, and now if I want the minutes, I would take this guy. So I would say something like const minutes is equal to, I would do the hours times 60. Okay, so because we have 60 minutes in 1 hour, I could take the number of hours multiplied by 60. I've got the number of minutes. So if I had something like 2 hours, I wanted to know how long is this in minutes, multiply by 60, I get 120 minutes. Now let's just go ahead and console.log the minutes here just to check this. So I'm going to call this out here. So I'm going to console.log this get minutes, and I'm going to plug in 3 for 3 days. And we should get 4,320 minutes. Okay, so let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. And we get 4,320 minutes. The undefined is coming from the fact that, again, we didn't return anything, so that's why it says that. Okay, so let's get rid of this and think about how we could shorten this. Do we really need these variables? I would say no, right? We don't need them. What I'm going to do is actually just return, okay? I'm first going to get the hours, okay? This is going to be a value. Okay, and then I can just multiply that value by 60. Okay, that's all I need to do. So let's come over here and get rid of that. So now I have my minutes. Okay, so now let's do a get seconds. So I'm going to do function get seconds. and I'm going to have days again as a parameter. So what I can think about here is there's 60 seconds in 1 minute. So in other words, if I had 2 minutes multiplied by 60, I get 120 seconds. So first, we could do what we did before where I did a variable for each one, but again, that's just such a waste. So let's just return. First, I'm going to call get minutes, okay, with the number of days. And then from there, I'm just going to multiply that by 60, and that's going to give me the number of seconds. So for example, if I call this, let's do console.log, and I do get seconds, and I meant to do get seconds. And let's say, again, we plug in 3 for 3 days. Well, this is going to be 259,200. Okay, so let's pop this open. Let's clear this and run this, and we get 259,200 as expected. All right, so now let's make something that will tie all this together and give us our little string that says, hey, this many days is this many hours, and this many minutes, and this many seconds. So let's go ahead and do something like function, and I'll put days conversion, something like that, and I'm going to have days there. And basically, I'm just going to return a little string. So I'm going to start by saying, you know, this many days, so this many days, and I'll put days like that. So it could be 1 day or multiple days. So this many days, we'll say converts to $ curly braces. I need to do hours here. So I'm going to do hours, and then I'll put a comma, $ curly braces. This is going to be for minutes. So I'm going to put minutes, and then comma, I'll put or, and then $ curly braces. This is going to be for seconds. So I'll put seconds. Okay. So basically what's going to go in these places here, I'm going to do function calls, right? So this one, I'm going to call the one for hours. So I'm going to go get hours, pass in the day or the days. And then here, I'm going to do the get minutes, pass in the days. And then lastly, for this one, I'm going to do get hours, okay, and pass in the days. So let's go ahead and try this guy out a few times, see if it's working. So let's console.log the days conversion, and let's start with 3. So we already know what this should be. It should be 72 hours. It should be 4,320 minutes, and then it should also be 259,200 seconds. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get 3 days converts to 72 hours, 4,320 minutes, or 72 seconds. So this part is wrong. So let's go back and see what we did. So I put get hours here. So this should be get seconds. Okay. So let's pop this back open, clear this, and run this again. And now we have the correct answer. 3 days converts to 72 hours, 4,320 minutes, or 259,200 seconds. So as expected. So we can play around with this. Let's say we do something like 10 days. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. So we have 10 days converts to 240 hours, right? Because you have 24 times 10, 14,400 minutes, or 864,000 seconds. Let's do one that's less than a day. So let's do something like, let's say you get 0.5 days. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this, and you get 0.5 days, so basically half a day, converts to 12 hours, 720 minutes, or 43,200 seconds. All right, so now it's time to talk about something called arrays in JavaScript. Basically, an array is a data structure that allows us to have an ordered collection. Okay, so it's a way we can create an ordered list of some stuff. So I'm going to start out with a very simple example here. I'm just going to create some variables, and these variables are going to hold ingredients for, let's say, a cake that we're going to bake. So let's start off with something like const. I'm going to go item 1, and that's going to be, let's say, flour. So flour like this. And let's just do a few items. We don't have to do all of them. So let's do const item 2. Let's make this something like butter. Okay. And then let's do something like const item 3. Let's make this salt. So what else goes in a cake? You would need eggs. So let's do const item 4. Let's set this equal to eggs. And a few more. So let's do const item 5, and let's set this equal to, let's say, whole milk, something like that. And let's just do one more. So const item 6, this would be, let's say, baking soda. So you need that. So right now, you really wouldn't have a cake. You need vanilla extract. Let's put that in there. Let's just put them all. So let's do const item 7, and let's do vanilla extract. And of course, at this point, you still need some sugar. So let's do one more. So const item 8, and let's go ahead and put sugar in there. Okay. So at this point, I've created basically some stuff that I want to put into a cake. So it would be more convenient if I made this into a nice little list and I could refer to it by one name. So by creating an array, we're going to do exactly that. We're going to create an ordered list. So I'm going to go const, and I'm going to just put something like cake mix, and you can put ingredients. I'm just going to put cake mix. And then I'm going to set this equal to, when you create an array, one way you can do this is to put these little square brackets here. This creates an array. There's another way using the new keyword followed by array, and I'll show you that syntax in a moment. So for right now, I can just start typing my items in here, my elements as you call them. So I can either put the variable name here, so I can put item 1, comma, item 2, comma, item 3, so on and so forth, or I could put these strings in there directly. So let me show you both ways. So first, let me use my multi-line selector. So I'm going to hold down Alt and Shift, and then I'm going to come all the way down here, okay? And I'm just going to copy these variable names, okay? And then what I'm going to do with that, I'm just going to come down here. Inside of the brackets there, I'm going to hit Control V, okay, to paste. And then I'm going to use my multi-line selector again. So I'm just going to do this and come down here, and I'm going to put a comma everywhere except for the last item. You could put a comma behind the last item, but it's quite unnecessary. And then I'm just going to delete, okay, until I have a nice little list here. Okay, so right now, inside of this cake mix array, I have the first item, or item 1, which is flour. Then I have the second item, which is butter, so on and so forth. I have salt, eggs, whole milk. And if I want to, I can console.log. So console.log this cake mix. And what you're going to get is you're going to see all these different strings here. Again, if I have item 1, it looks in that and says, okay, it's holding flour. So this right here is going to be flour. Okay. Then this right here is going to be butter, so on and so forth. So let's pop open the terminal. And let's run this guy, and you get exactly that, right? So you get flour, butter, sugar, eggs, whole milk, baking soda, vanilla extract, and sugar. Now, another way you could have done this, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can change this and just put the string in itself. It'll make no difference. So let's say I put flour here, and let's say here I put butter, so butter, and let's say here I put, let's say salt, so salt. If I pop this back open and clear this and run this, you'll see no change, right? So it doesn't matter if I put the variable in there that represents that string or holds that string, or if I put the string in directly. All right, so let's erase this example and let's get a fresh example going. So I'm going to create an array of my friends, okay? And I'm going to do this using the new keyword. So I'm going to go const new, or actually I need a array name, so my friends. And I'm going to set this equal to, I'm going to use the new keyword. We'll talk more about what this does later on. I'm going to type an array with a capital A. Okay, if you put a lowercase a, it's not going to work. And then I'm going to surround this with parentheses. So inside of here, I'm just going to type my elements. Okay, so just like I did with the square brackets, here I'm going to put some names. So something like Bob, I'm going to type, let's say Steve. I'm going to type, let's say Mary. And then let's keep going. Let's do something like Beth, okay? And then let's do something like Lauren, okay? And if I console.log this my friends, if I open up the terminal here, clear this and run this out, again, you get an array. So you have Bob, Steve, Mary, Beth, Lauren. This is unpopular, you would say. Most tutorials, you're going to see the square bracket notation, and that's what I'm pretty much going to stick with. All right, so let me go ahead and just change this over. So I'm going to grab this part right here and just put the opening bracket and here the closing bracket. Again, this does the same thing. Let me clear this and run this, same thing. All right, so what I want to talk about now is the fact that arrays use something called zero-based numbering, or you could say they're zero indexed. So basically this means the first element of an array is numbered using 0, or you could say it's at index 0. So if you talk about the position, if you look at this guy right here, okay, your index position is going to be 0 because it's the first element. So whatever the number is that you would normally count, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you take 1 away if you want to get the index position or how it's numbered. So we can use this to grab that element. Okay, so for example, if I put console.log my friends, I can put square brackets here, and then I can put the index position. So if I want the first guy, I want to put 0. If I want the second guy, I would put 1. So let's copy this a few times, and let's put 1 here, and let's put 2 here, and let's copy this a few more times. Let's put 3 here, and then finally we're going to finish this up by putting 4, okay, because there's 5 elements here. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you're doing this, but you're just subtracting off 1 each time. So you start with 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So this is going to be Bob, this is going to be Steve, then Mary, then Beth, then Lauren. Okay, so let's pop this open, clear this, and let's run this. And you see you get these guys in order, right? Bob is the first one, Steve is the second one, Mary's the third one, Beth is the fourth one, and Lauren is the fifth one. So just remember when you're working with arrays, whatever the position is that you would think about, if you're normally counting from 1, you got to subtract off 1 to get where it's going to be. So again, this is 0 for Bob, this is going to be 1 for Steve, this is going to be 2 for Mary, 3 for Beth, and 4 for Lauren. Now additionally, let me wipe this and start with another example. You can also change what's being stored in an array. Okay, so you can read what's there, or you can also change what's there. So let's go ahead and do something like const my favorite foods, something like that. And I'm just going to put a few values in here. So let's go with lasagna. And then let's go with pizza. Let's go with fried, if I could spell that correctly. Chicken. And then let's do meatballs. So just 4 values for right now. And all I want to do is just show you again, you can read the first value. If I wanted to get this lasagna here, I can go my favorite foods and I want 0. Okay, and I need to wrap this in a console.log so we can actually see it. So let's do that. And let's do a little console.log in front of it. So console.log. And let's go over to the end, put a little semicolon here and clear this out and run it. And we get lasagna, okay, as expected. But let's say that I wanted to change that from lasagna to something like chicken wings. So what I would do here is type my favorite foods, and then I would put 0. Okay, so again, this is what I want to change here. It's in the position 0 here. And then I'm going to set it equal to something else. So I'm going to put chicken wings. Now, some of you might pause for a second and say, hey, we used const here. What's going on? Shouldn't this throw an error? Well, it's not going to, and I want to explain this deeper in a moment. So first, let's just look at this. So console.log, we're going to go my favorite food 0. So from this line 3 here, at this point, my favorite foods, if you look at the guy that's in the first position or the index position of 0, it's lasagna. Then we change that to chicken wings, okay? And so now when we call this again, now this is going to say chicken wings. And to show you that the whole thing has changed, let's go ahead and also console.log the whole array each time. So my favorite foods, and then let's do that again right here. So console.log. We're going to go my favorite foods. So in this particular case, it's actually changing what's there. I'll show you later on how to just push something in or shift something in based on what you want to do. You might want to slide something down or insert something into a special place. Just based on what you want to do, there's a method for everything. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. And you see in the first case, we get lasagna. You get lasagna, pizza, fried chicken, and meatballs. In the second case, you get chicken wings. And now lasagna is gone, right? So chicken wings, pizza, fried chicken, and meatballs. Now, what's the deal with const? Let's talk a little bit about that. When you use const with an array, you are allowed to change elements in the array, okay? What you can't do is wipe the whole array out or start with a new array or something like that. So for example, I can't do something like my favorite foods equals and just try to wipe the whole thing out to a empty array. Let's go ahead and clear this and run this. You're going to get assignment to constant variable. Even if I change this to say a few values, let's say I put pizza, so pizza, and let's say I put something like chicken, something like that. If you clear this and run this, you get the same thing, assignment to a constant variable. All right, so let's go ahead and wipe this and start with a fresh example. So I want to show you that an array can hold another array. This is going to be really common in JavaScript where, let's say you have a function. At this point, we're only returning one thing from the function, let's say a string or a number or something like that. But you might need to return a lot of different things. So in some cases, it might make sense to return an array, okay, where you can access the different things that you need. But let's start off with something simple. I'm going to return to the my friends example. So let's do my friends, if I could spell it correctly. And I'm going to set up an array here. And inside the array, I'm going to have an array here that holds the friend's name and their age. So let's start with Becky. And let's say she's 35. And what I need to do here actually is wrap this inside of another array. So let's do that. And then we'll start another array here. And we'll do Jenny. And then she's going to be 27. And let's do another one. So let's do Larry. And let's say, for example, he's 49. And then let's say we have lastly Jack. And let's say, for example, he is, and you can put an expression here. Remember, this is going to resolve to a value. So I can put something like 2021, if I could type it, minus 1980. So we know that if we did the subtraction here, this would be 41. So what happens is JavaScript will evaluate this to be 41 and it'll put in that position, okay? So if I want to, let's say console.log, this my friends array, let's go ahead and look at it as it is. So let's clear this out. and run this guy. And right now you see it as it is. So it holds in position 0, Becky and 35. So this is position 0, this whole thing. Then in position 1, you've got Jenny in 27. Then in position 2, you've got Larry in 49. And then in position 3, you have this Jack in 41. Okay. So if I wanted to access the first guy here, if I put 0 there, I'm getting this whole thing. Okay. So that's what it's grabbing. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. Okay. You see that. Now, if I wanted to access an element inside of here, so remember this right here, I got to it by putting 0 there. So now let's say I want the first element here. Well, then I want to put 0 again. Okay. So this is going to be like this. So 0 and then 0 again. So that's going to give me Becky. So clear this and run this. And if I wanted, let's say the age, I would put 0 and then 1. So let's clear this and run this, and you get 35, okay? So basically, the 0 here, the first guy, is telling me to go to this guy, so the index position of 0. Notice how there's a comma here, right? So this is the first element of that bigger array. Then when I get into the subarray, that's what the 0 did, then this is the first element, and this is the second element. So this is position 0, this is position 1. So that's how I did 0, okay, again, for the position in the big array, and then 1 to get into the position in the subarray, okay? So 0 and then 1. Again, you could change this up. Let's say I did 2 and then 1. Well, now I'd be at position 0, 1, 2. So that tells me I'm on this one, okay? And then I want position 1. So this is 0 and this is 1. So that's going to mean 49. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. You get 49. And I know when you first start working with this notation, it's extremely confusing. You just have to practice, and it comes naturally after a while. It's not that big of a deal. So let's go ahead and wrap up the lesson and make a little function that basically shows if you can drink or vote. And I'm just going to kind of get some practice for you using this notation. So let's say I do something like function, and you can do of age, and this is going to take an array, okay? And basically I'm going to get a date from JavaScript. So let's do const year, and I'm going to do this new and then date with a capital D. Don't forget the parentheses, dot get full year, okay? Don't forget the parentheses. And then I'm going to ask a question here. Let's just use an if statement to keep it clean. So if the array, so I'm going to ask if the position of 1. Okay, so I'm going to be passing this in one at a time. So basically when I call this guy, I am going to have something like this. So I'm going to want not 0, but 1. So in other words, I'm asking if in this case 35, okay, is going to be greater than or equal to 21. If it is, I'm going to return, okay, a little string, and I'm going to put $ curly braces. I'm going to reference this array that was passed in, and I'm going to put 0 now because now I'm looking for the first element here, which in this case would be Becky. I'm just going to put is and then $ curly braces array, and then at the position of 1, and I'll put years old and can drink. You can put a little wine emoji. So let's do wine, and then we'll put and can vote. And for some reason I got out of that, and can vote. And for this one, let's do a vote emoji, okay? So basically, if you think about what's going to happen here, if the person is greater than or equal to 21, so again, I'm passing in an array, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to pass this in right here. So I'm looking at the first position. This is 0, this is 1. So if this, in this case, would be 35, if it's greater than or equal to 21, well, then I'm going to return what's in the position 0. Well, it's Becky, is what's in the position 1, 35 years old, and can drink and can vote. Okay, so again, you first start working with this, it's a little bit tricky, but you just keep working through examples and it becomes very easy. So let's do an else if. So now the case where the person can basically vote but not drink. So let's do array, and then I'm going to do, again, the 1 there is greater than or equal to 18. So let's just go ahead and copy this. I'm just going to modify it slightly. So let's copy this and paste it in. And now I'm going to put can't drink and can vote. Okay, so that's all I need to do. And then else, so this is the case where basically the person isn't old enough to do anything. So I'm going to grab this guy, and I'm going to return this, and I'm going to put and can't drink and can't vote, okay? And you can change the emojis based on whether they can do something or not. Maybe you want to put the annoyed emoji in here, so let's put something like this guy right here, okay? I'm just going to copy that, and then I can just paste that in here, and then also here really quickly, okay? So right now, if I call this function, remember, I've got to pass in the array, but I've got to do it in such a way that it passes this in. Okay, so I want that to come in there. So when I call this, I don't want to pass in my friends. I want to pass in my friends, let's say 0, if I want to access this one. Or my friends, let's say 1, if I want to access this one. Or my friends 2, if I want to access this one. Or my friends 3, if I want to access this one. Right now, everybody's older than 21, so the first one's going to run. So let's go ahead and see that real quick. So I'm just going to console.log. I'm going to do of age. I'm going to call the function. And then for the argument, I'm going to put my friends. Okay. And again, if I just pass this in like it is right now, you're going to have problems, right? So let me show you that real quick. Let's clear this and let's run this and you get problems, right? So Becky, comma 35, this doesn't seem to make any sense. So what you want to do here, again, you think about the array and the way it's being passed in. You want the first item here, okay, of the big array. So that's going to be position 0. So I'm going to put 0 there, and now it's going to run. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this, and you get Becky is 35 years old and can drink and can vote. Okay, so let's go ahead and just copy this, and we'll go through all of these. So I'm going to go 1, and then 2, and then 3, right, because there's 4 guys there. Let's pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get all of them. So all of them can drink and can vote as expected. If you go here, play around with stuff, let's say that Becky is 11 now. Let's say that Jenny is 19, okay? And let's say that this guy, you can put something like 2021 minus, let's say 2009, something like that. So let's pop this open, clear this, and let's run this. And now we get Becky is 11 years old and can't drink and can't vote. Jenny is 19 years old and can't drink and can't vote. We get Larry is 49 years old and can drink and can vote. And lastly, Jack is 12 years old and can't drink and can't vote. All right, so when you work with arrays, you have tons of built-in what we call methods or functions that you can use with them. So we're going to cover the more advanced ones later on. We're just not ready for them yet. But for right now, we can stick to some very basic ones. So I want to first start out with something that's not a method. It's called a property, and that's the length property. So let's set up a little array. I'm going to go const, and I'm going to go grocery list. So just some things I want to get at the grocery store. And I'm going to do something like bread. So bread. I'm going to do, let's say, rice, and then maybe some chicken, something like that. So misspelled that. And then let's say, I don't know, some tomatoes, and then maybe potatoes. So potatoes, if I can spell that correctly. Okay, so far we know that if we wanted to get the first item in this array, we would use the array name. So let me just do this. So console.log, we would use the array name, so grocery list, and then the square brackets. And then in this case, if I want the first guy, I want to do 0, right? Remember, an array is 0 indexed, or you could say it has 0 based numbering. So the first item is 0, the second one is 1, the third one is 2, so on and so forth. So you take the position that you would normally think of when you're counting normally and just subtract away 1. So when I log this guy to the console, I get bread, right? So if I pop this open and I run this guy, I get bread, okay? Now here's where something's going to come in handy. Let's say I want to get the last item of an array. We know the first item is going to be found with 0, but the last item, in most cases, you do not know the length of your array, okay? You don't know that when you're writing your program. It's going to change dynamically. So we want to have some way to get the last item. Let's say right now I put 4. Well, that's going to give me potatoes. So let's clear this and run this. Well, I get potatoes. But let's say I add an item to the end of this array, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a second. But basically, you would no longer have the last item. You'd be stuck with basically the 5th item, okay? So to fix this, I'm going to introduce something called the length property. So right now, I'm just going to console.log. We're going to have the array name, which is grocery list, and then dot length. Okay, so this dot is going to come up a lot. We're going to talk more about this later on. For right now, we need this dot here. So grocery list dot length will give me the length of this array. So basically, this is counted normally. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Okay, so let's pop this open. Didn't mean to do that. Let's clear this and let's run this, and we get 5. Okay, now how can we use this to get the last item of an array? Well, basically, what you'd want to do is come over here. And you're going to do grocery list, so grocery list, the array name, and then inside the square brackets, right now, if you did this, you would be trying to find the 6th item because this would be 5, okay, and you're trying to pull the 6th item because it's 1 less. So if I do this right now, you're going to get undefined, right? So you'll clear this and run this, you get undefined. But what I want to do here is just subtract away 1 because again, if I count this, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the result of this right here is 5. If I subtract away 1, I account for the 0 indexed nature of an array. Okay, so now that gives me 4. So this right here right now would be the same thing as if I just wrote this with a 4, okay? But this is dynamic here. This is going to change based on the length of my array, whereas this is hard-coded, right? It'll never change. So if we pop this open and clear this, and we run this, we get potatoes twice. But let me show you where this would come in handy. Let's get rid of this, and let's talk about the push method. So the push method allows us to put something at the end of an array, okay? It could be one item or it could be multiple items. Let me just go ahead and hit grocery list.push, okay? So you see the dot again. We'll talk about this more. So the push, you want parentheses here. And again, when you see parentheses, you're thinking about a function. So you see this is a function built into JavaScript. It's called the push method. So I'm just going to put stake in here, okay? And all this is going to do is it's going to put stake at the end of my array. So let's come right here. And before we do this, let's console.log. We're going to do the grocery list, okay, that array. And I'm going to copy this and come down here and paste this in. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And we see that we have the first array here and then the modified array where we put stake at the end. So let's say we go back to our example here where we're trying to find the last item of an array. So before when we started, this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the last item was in position 4. So let's say we console.log. Again, we hard code this. So grocery list, and then we put a 4 here. Well, this is going to give me potatoes here when really I want steak, right? So if I copy this and now I do it the correct way, so grocery list.length, okay, and then -1. So you're going to see that, again, this one's dynamic. So as the array grew, or in some cases it's going to shrink, it's still going to keep up and give me the last item. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this and see we get potatoes here and then we get steak. So steak is the correct one, potatoes is not, right? So potatoes is now not the last item. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's talk about some other things. So we can also push more than one item. So let's do something like, let's say grocery list.push, and let's put our steak back in there. And then let's also get some water. Let's get some pancake mix, and let's get some, let's say corn. Okay, so we're getting those items. So now if I console.log the grocery list, you'll see, let's pop this open and clear this and run this, we've added all those items. So we have our bread, rice, chicken, tomatoes, and potatoes from the start. And then we pushed on to the end, the steak, the water, the pancake mix, and the corn. Okay, so we understand that. Now, when we work with the push, okay, it actually performs an action, it adds things to the end, but it does actually return something, okay? So if I was to, let's say, get rid of this for a second, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, this is going to be a bit weird, but I'm going to console.log this, and you can also save this into a variable if you want, but this is a bit quicker. So I'm going to console.log the result of this. So basically, this guy is going to perform this action, and then it's going to return something, and in this case, it returns the new length, okay? Now, this isn't particularly useful, okay? You can always use the .length property, but I'm just showing you this, that it does exist. So you can pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get 9, right? Because there's 9 items, you have the 5 original ones, plus you push this 1, 2, 3, 4 more on. So that's how you got 9. All right, so additionally, we also have something called the unshift method, which is just going to add elements to the beginning of an array. So in the same fashion of the push method, it also returns the new length, okay? So let's just see this really quickly. We're going to go grocery list, so the name of the array, .unshift, okay? And then just put what you want to put at the beginning of the array. So in this case, let's say I want to add some beans. Let's say I want to add some maybe ground turkey, okay, something like that. And basically now these two elements here will be in the front, okay? So let's go ahead and console.log our grocery list. So our grocery list, let's pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get your beans and ground turkey that were put before the bread, the rice, the chicken, the tomatoes, and the potatoes, okay? Now again, this will return the new length. So you can wrap this in a console.log statement if you want to see that. You could also set this equal to a variable. So I could do something like const new length like this and set this equal to this. And then I can console.log this new length guy. Okay, so you're going to see now this is going to be 7, right? Because we start with 5, we had 1, 2 items there. So we're going to have 7, and then it's going to give us the updated grocery list. So you see our 7 right there in the updated grocery list. Okay, let's get rid of all of this. And let's talk about a fresh example where we're going to be removing items from an array. So here we're going to use something called pop, okay? That's an array method pop that's going to allow us to basically cut off the last item from an array. So I'm going to start with a new array, so const, let's do some notes, okay, some things that we want to do. So for me, it would be film JavaScript tutorials, and let's do something else. Let's go write, so write calculus to practice tests. And then let's do something like go to the grocery store, okay? And then lastly, let's do wash, well, let's do 2 more. So wash the car. And then the last one here, I'll put feed my cat, so Garfield. Okay, so let's say we want to remove the last item. So I want to basically grab this feed Garfield. We're going to use the pop for that. So I can go something like this. I can just go notes.pop. And right now it's just going to remove it. Okay, so let's go over here and I'm going to console.log first the notes up here. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy that, come down here and paste that again. So basically from line 2, you're going to get the original array. And then on line 3, we're manipulating it to where we remove this item. Okay, and then on line 4, basically we're going to have this changed array. So it's just going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 items now. It'll end with wash the car. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And you can see the original one was film JavaScript tutorials, write calculus 2 practice test, go to the grocery store, wash the car, feed Garfield. And this one right here, the second one, we've removed the feed Garfield. So the last one is wash the car. Okay. So when you work with the pop method, instead of it returning the new length, it actually returns the item that you pulled off. Okay. So this is extremely useful. We use this all the time. So let's say I do something like console.log and I just do notes.pop. Okay. What this is going to do is give me feed Garfield. Okay, so I can clear this and run this and I get feed Garfield. Okay, and you've called this function, so you have removed this and you've returned it. So you can normally store this in a variable and use it somewhere. We're going to do a little practice in a moment where we talk about a song playlist. Okay, we're going to use a different method for this, but basically it's returning that and taking it away. Okay, so now let's talk about the shift method. Okay, so when you shift, you're basically taking something off the beginning. So if I did something like console.log and I do notes.shift, okay, right now this is going to grab the first item from that array and it's going to pull it off, okay? So it's going to basically remove this right here and it's going to return it, okay? So this right here, I'm just going to get film JavaScript tutorials in the console. So let's clear this and let's run this and we get film JavaScript tutorials. Again, after you've performed this action, if you look at your notes, basically that item's going to be gone. So if we clear this and run this, you see it starts with write calculus 2 practice test. So it's modifying the array. All right, so let's get rid of this and let's do a little bit of practice. Let's write a little function, and basically it's going to be a simple function that's going to be a music playlist. So it's going to take in an array of songs, okay, and it's going to play the next song in the queue and then remove it from the playlist, okay? So let's go ahead and do something like const playlist, and I could probably do that like this. And I'll do something like, let's start with 10, okay? And let's do turn it up, okay? And let's go crazy, okay? And let's do hungry like the wolf, okay? And then lastly, let's do something like dark machine, okay? So let's go ahead and set up our function. So we're gonna go function, we're gonna go get song, and then it's gonna take in an array, okay? So what we're gonna do here first, because when we modify the array, eventually the array would not have any items in it, okay? So to check to see if the array has no items, you wanna use the length property. So I wanna first say if the array we have here, dot length, okay? And I didn't want letter spacing, so dot length. And I'm gonna put triple equals to 0. So if this is true, there's no more items in the array, and it really means there's no more items in my playlist. So you can think about you're on your Netflix queue or you're on your YouTube queue or something like that, and you're watching things and you're removing things as you're watching them. Okay, so eventually it gets to empty. So if this happens, I just want to return, so return a simple little string, and I'm going to say your playlist is empty. Okay, and maybe you feel upset about this, so let's do a little upset emoji or annoyed, whichever one you want to think about that. Otherwise, we want to do something specific. So we know at this point with the else, we know we have a song. So I'm just going to return, we'll just do something simple. Your current song is $ curly braces. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in array.pop. Okay. So what's going to happen is this guy is going to remove the last item in the array and it's going to return it. Okay, so this would basically go backwards. If you want to remove the first item in the array, you would use shift. So I'm going to show you both ways. So let's go ahead and come down here. And I'm just going to call the function. So I'm going to go console.log, get song, okay? And then the array I'm going to pass in is going to be the playlist array, okay? So the first time this runs, again, because the length is not 0, we're going to say your current song is, it pops off the last guy. So it's going to say dark machine. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get your current song is dark machine. We should probably put like a period there or something like that. And let's do a music emoji. So music, do we have that? Yeah, let's do like a piano or something. That's fine. Okay, so let's come over here and change this. Instead of pop, it makes more sense to do shift because usually you want the first item up. So if we pop this open and clear this and run this, we get your current song is 10. Okay, so that's as expected. So let's go ahead and get this. And I'm going to do 6 of them because we have 5, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And basically what's going to happen here is it's going to go 10, turn it up, go crazy, hunger like the wolf, dark machine. And on that 6th call, because the array is now empty, it's going to say your playlist is empty. So let's go ahead and pop open the terminal and clear this and run this. And you see we get your current song is 10, your current song is turn it up, your current song is go crazy, your current song is hungry like the wolf, your current song is dark machine. And now the array is empty, so it says your playlist is empty. Okay, so let's modify this just a little bit and just get some practice working with these arrays that hold other arrays. So what I'm going to do here is I'm also going to have an array here. And so the first item or the first element is the song name, and then the second element is going to be the creator. So 10 is by Pearl Jam, okay? And then let's take this, turn it up here. And I believe this is by, and I didn't mean to do that. I meant to use some square brackets. So this guy is going to be by Armin Van, and he quotes here, so I don't know why this didn't work. So let's go Armin Van, and then Buren, so B-U-U-R-E-N, okay? And then this go crazy here, this is going to be Chris Brown. So let's wrap this, and let's go Chris Brown like this. And let's come down here, and let's go ahead and grab this guy. So hungry like the wolf, that's going to be Duran Duran. So let's go Duran. And then lastly, we have this dark machine. So let's grab this guy, and let's come over here, and let's go Paul, Oak, and Fold. Okay, if I can spell that correctly. So now what we have with our array, we have access to basically the song name and also the author or the musician behind the song, or the band you would say. So when we pop things off, we're going to be grabbing this entire thing. Okay, so we got to keep that in mind. So I still want to take in the same array. I still want to check to see if that array, if the length is 0. If it is, I want to say the playlist is empty. But now what I want to do is I want to basically store, when I shift this guy, I want to store that in a variable. So I'm going to go const, and I'm going to just say like music or something like that. Doesn't matter what you use. I'm just going to go array.shift. Okay. So this is going to now hold one of these guys. So it's going to start with this one. So it's going to hold this whole thing. Okay. So when I say your current song is, I'm going to reference this guy here, this music, which is an array. So in the first case, you have what? An array with 10 and Pearl Jam. So I want the first guy. So I want music 0. Okay. And then I'm going to say something like by, and I'm just going to put the musician here. So inside these curly braces, I'm going to put music. And again, here I want 1. Okay. So think about how this is going to work. Again, we pass in this array. So once it comes in here, if the length is 0, you're just going to get your playlist is empty. If it's not, it's going to basically take this guy right here and return it to you, and it's going to store it in this variable. So it's been removed from the playlist, and it's stored in this variable now. So it's going to say your current song is, again, this is music is an array, right? So the first item would be, in this case, 10. Okay, so your song is 10 by, the second item is going to be Pearl Jam. So by music and then 1. So again, 0 for the first item, 1 for the second item. So let's go ahead and run this now. Go ahead and clear this and run this. And you can see you get your current song is 10 by Pearl Jam. Your current song is Turn It Up by Armin van Buuren, so on and so forth until you get down here where your playlist is empty. All right, so what I want to talk about here would be the indexOf method, another method that we can use with arrays, something that's built into JavaScript. And basically the indexOf method is going to return the first index at which a given element can be found in an array. Okay, so I'm going to start with a very simple example. I'm just going to do something like const grocery list. Okay, so we've seen this before. And basically this is going to be an array with some items I just want to get at the grocery store. So let's just say milk, and misspelled that, and let's do butter, and let's do something like eggs, and let's do chicken, and let's also do steak, and then let's do rice, and then lastly let's do corn. Okay. So I have here a total of 7 items in my array. So let's say I wanted to figure out if a certain item was in my grocery list. Well, I can use the indexOf method for that. It'll tell me, number 1, is it there? And also the index of where it is, okay, in my array. So I can do console.log, And I'm just going to use the array name, so grocery list, and then dot, okay? And then I'm going to use this indexOf. So indexOf, the I is a lowercase, everything is lowercase except for the O with of, okay? So you want to put parentheses here, and then you just want to put in there what you are trying to find in the array. So in this particular case, let's just put eggs in here, okay? And so what's going to happen is it's going to look through this array and it's going to look for eggs. So in this particular case, you have this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. So because the index here is going to be 2, it's going to give you 2 as a result, okay? If we pop open the terminal and we run this guy, we do get 2, okay? Now, if you had multiple eggs in here, it's still just going to give you 2, okay? Because it gives you the first index at which an element can be found in the array, okay? So if I put eggs here, let's say I put a comma and put eggs here. Well, now I'm still going to get 2, right? Clear this and run this, I still get 2. Now, one way around this is you can specify or tell JavaScript where you want to start searching from. So because I go 0, 1, 2, okay, I could start with 3 right there. So I can put a comma here, okay, and I can put 3 there. And so what's going to happen is it starts here. So this is 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. Okay, so now it's going to give me 7. So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, I get 7. Now, in some cases, you're going to search for something and it's not going to be there. In this particular case, JavaScript is going to give you a result of -1. Okay, so if it's not in the array, it returns -1. So let's get rid of this. Let's put something like potatoes in there. Okay, so we know potatoes are not in our array. If we pop this open and clear this and we run this, we get -1. Okay, so let's just do one long example or a longer example. I'm going to tie some concepts together here just so we get some practice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a little function, okay, and it's going to have my grocery list in it. And basically, it's going to look at this certain store, and it's going to look through their inventory and say, well, does it have it? And if they do, yes, they have it. And basically, here's the price. If they don't, sorry, we don't have it. Something like that. Okay, so let's start with the store items. So const, I'm just going to go store items. And I'm going to set this equal to, let's just do a few basic ones. So butter, let's do chicken, let's say beer, let's say they have steak, let's say they have corn, let's say they have potatoes, and let's say a couple more. Let's do something like tomatoes, and let's say they have rice. Okay, so these are the items they have in stock. Now, when we think about this, I'm going to set up another array that contains the prices for these items. This is not the most efficient way to do this. As we get to objects, as we move further along the course, you're going to see way easier ways, way better ways to do this. But for right now, we're still in the early stages, so I just got to work with what we have. So I'm going to go const item prices, okay? And I'm going to set this equal to, again, I'm just going to max this up. So for butter, I'm just going to put 2, okay, for $2. For chicken, let's do something like 4. Let's say for beer for 5. Steak, let's do 10. Corn, let's do 2. Potatoes, let's do 1. And then tomatoes, let's say 1. And then for rice, let's say 2. Okay. So basically, if this is in the position 0 or the index position 0, this is in the index position 0. Okay. So if we have the index, we know we can get the name of the item and also the price. Okay. So let's come down here and let's do something like const the grocery list. And this again is just some items I want to get. So let's do some that are in there and some that aren't. So let's do butter, okay? Let's do beer, so those are both there. Let's do steak, that's there. Let's do corn, or actually let's do something they don't have. So let's do cereal, and then with cereal you need milk, and then maybe you also want some bananas, so B-A-N-A-N-A-S. And then also, let's do one last one that they have, so let's go with the corn. Okay. So what I want to do here is set up a little function that is going to basically take in a grocery list or a list of things you want to get, and it's going to search through a store items list, okay, and it's going to see if they have it, and if they do, it's going to return to you a little string saying they have it, and here's the price. If they don't, it's going to say, sorry, we don't have it. So I'm just going to call this get item. So I'm just going to say something like function get item, and for the parameters here, you could call it the same thing as this. It doesn't matter. These are, again, variables that are local to your function. So let's just name it exactly what we have here. So grocery list, grocery list. And then I'm going to pass in store items. And then also I want the item prices. Okay. So let's go down here, and what I want to do here is first check to see if the grocery list that I'm going to pass in is the length 0, because we're going to end up taking items off of it one at a time, okay? And once we take it off, the list is going to shrink, and once it gets to 0, I don't want this thing to basically do anything anymore. So I'm going to first ask if the grocery list dot length, okay, does that triple equal to 0? Or actually, it's better to see if it doesn't equal 0. Let's do it that way. So if it doesn't equal 0, then we want to do some stuff, okay? Otherwise, we don't want to do anything. So I'm first going to set up a variable that is going to be used to hold the return value from basically taking the first item away from this list, okay? So remember, we can do that with shift. So I'm going to do something like const my item is equal to, I'm going to say the grocery list, okay? That's what's being passed in here. And I'm going to say dot shift, okay, right here. So right now, this holds the first item in that guy. And we can see that by just console.logging my item, or you could return my item if you want to do that right now. So let's return my item, and I'll show that to you. So right now, if I pass in this grocery list, I'm going to get butter. So let's just come down here and call the function. So console.log, and I'm going to call the function with grocery list, or actually I need the function name. So get item with grocery list, and then also the store items, and then also the item prices, okay? So let's see this in the terminal. So right now you get butter, okay? So basically just took this guy right here, from right here, and it returned it to you. Okay, so now that we know that that works, let's get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to search through the store for my item. So I'm gonna go const store item, okay? And this is gonna be equal to, I'm basically gonna look through my store items array. So I'm gonna go store items dot, okay, index of. And what do I want to find the index of? Well, I want to find the index of this my item, right? Remember, in this particular case, it was butter. So if I pass in this my item right here, okay, what's going to happen is it's going to search for butter, okay, and it's going to give you the index of that. So in this case, it would be 0. So let's go ahead and just console.log this. So, or return it, sorry. We'll return store item. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get 0, right? Because basically you have butter and you're looking for that, and in the store items, it's in the first position, okay? So let's come down here and get one more thing. I just want the price of the item. So I'm gonna go const, let's just say something like item price to keep it simple. This is gonna be equal to, now what I wanna do is I wanna look at this array with the item prices, and it's the same index, right? So I have the index from here, and it's stored in this store item. Okay, so I have that guy, and I'm basically going to say item prices, okay, and then all I want to do is put this store item guy in here, okay. So let's stop for a minute and think about this. I know it gets confusing. The first thing we did was we took the grocery list that we're passing in, and we take the first item, so that gets stored in my item, okay. So in this particular case, it's butter, okay. Then the store item gets set up, and that's basically where we take store items, which is this store list array, okay, this guy right here. And we're looking for this item. So in this case, we're looking for butter. So what's the position of that? Well, in this case, it's going to be 0, okay, because it's the first position there. So then the item price is going to be the item prices, which is this guy right here with the same index position. Okay, I have that right there. And so this is what we're looking for here. So we have item prices. In this case, it would be 0. So right now, that would give me a result of 2. So let's just return the item price, just so we can see this real quick, and I didn't spell that correctly at all. So item price, okay? Let's pop this open and clear this, and let's run this, and we get 2, okay? For $2, because that's right here. Again, it's just taking this guy right here, this is 0, and it matches it to this is 0. So it's saying, hey, item prices, it's basically like you're putting a 0 in there. So item prices 0 is a 2, so that's why you got 2, okay? So now that we have all that set up, we're gonna set up another little if statement, and we're going to check to see if the store item, okay, if that guy does not equal to -1, okay? So if it doesn't, then I want to return a little string. So I'm going to return, basically I'm going to say we have $ curly braces, the item you were looking for, which is my item, okay? So my item, okay, in stock, and I'll say the price is $, because you want one for the actual $, and I'm going to do item price, okay, which is right here. Okay, so this guy right there. Now, if this guy was -1, you would want to do something else, right? You basically want to tell the customer, sorry, we don't have it. So I'm just going to return something like, sorry, we don't have $ curly braces, my item in stock, And if you wanted to, you could do a little emoji there. So let's go with an annoyed emoji. So let's put that one right there. And then let's come up here. We can do an exclamation point, and then let's do maybe sunglass guy. I like that guy. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. Right now we have butter in stock. The price is $2. Okay, let's come up here and really think about what's going on. So we have this function get item. It takes in the grocery list, it takes in the store items, and it takes in the item prices. All right, so if the grocery list that we put in here, if the length is not 0, we want this to run. First, we're going to take the grocery list that we passed in, and we're going to take the first guy off. That's what the shift method does. We're storing that result in my item. So in this particular case, it's butter. Okay, so we're holding that in my item. Then when we come here, we're saying store items.indexOf my item, which in this case is butter. And if we look at the store items, where's butter? It's in the position 0. Okay, so right now this store item here holds 0. So then we come to item price. So item prices, which is this guy right here, which has the associated prices. And then the store item is 0, so it's looking at this first guy here, which is 2, okay? So if the store item is not equal to -1, we want to say we have, in this case, butter in stock. The price is, in this case, $2. So if we go back here, that's exactly what we got. We have butter in stock, the price is $2. Now, you could run this a bunch of times, so we could just keep going with this a bunch of times. I'm going to show you a more efficient way to do this in a second, so let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And you can see we have butter in stock, the price is $2. We have beer in stock, the price is $5. We have steak in stock, the price is $10. And sorry, we don't have cereal in stock. Now, ideally, you would run something like a loop, okay? And you would basically keep going through this guy until you were out of all the items. So we haven't gotten to loops yet, but we could type something like while. In this case, the condition I want to check is I want to see if the grocery list array, so if the grocery list dot length, okay, if that does not equal to 0, then I want to execute this code. And we'll cover these while loops here momentarily. We just haven't gotten to them yet. So basically I'm going to call the function. So I'm going to call get item, okay, with these guys up here. And I'm just going to copy this. That way I don't have to keep typing all this stuff. So let's go ahead and copy this, put this in here. And to make sure we can see this guy, let's go ahead and do a console.log with this. And let's just wrap this guy in that. And now we can pop open the terminal and go ahead and run this guy. And you see it runs through all of them. So it's going through your whole list. So we have butter in stock, the price is $2. We have beer in stock, the price is $5. We have steak in stock, the price is $10. Sorry, we don't have cereal in stock. Sorry, we don't have milk in stock. Sorry, we don't have bananas in stock. And then we have corn in stock, the price is $2. So it basically, and I forgot some semicolons here, so let me put those in just to be consistent. Basically, it ran through this entire grocery list you had: butter, beer, steak, cereal, milk, bananas, and corn. And again, you had butter, you had beer, you had steak, you didn't have cereal, you didn't have milk, you didn't have bananas, but you did have corn, okay? So that's the result it gave you in each one. So it told you what they had and what you didn't have, and basically the price if they had it. All right, so what I want to do here is talk about another array method. This is going to be the includes method, which is going to be similar to the indexOf method that we just looked at. The difference here is that if you search through an array and you find what you're looking for, now you're going to get true. If you don't find it, you're going to get false. With the indexOf method, we saw that we got the index of what we were looking for in the array, okay? So basically, I'm just going to do a simple example. We're going to go something like const, and let's do games for video games. And I'm just going to put some video games here in an array. So let's do some, like maybe Fortnite. Just doing this off the top of my head. Let's do Minecraft. Let's do maybe Grand Theft Auto. Some other ones. Let's do something like Overwatch. Let's do maybe Call of Duty. And a few more. Let's do Halo, which is my favorite game of all time. Let's do Tetris. So that was something I played when I was a kid. And then lastly, let's do Super Mario Brothers. I think it's Super Mario Bros. Like this. Okay. So now if I want to search through this array for one of these guys, let's first do this in a console.log statement so we can see it. I would type the name of the array. So in this case, it's games, then dot includes. And then inside the parentheses here, just put what you're searching for. So I'm going to put Minecraft, and we're just going to get true, right? So it's going to search through this guy, it's going to find it, and it's just going to give me true. So let's pop open the terminal and run this guy. We get true, okay? So if you put something in here that's not there, let's say you put Doom, for example, you're just going to get false. So if I clear this and run this, I just get false. Now, it's different from the indexOf method, because if I put, let's say, indexOf, and I put Doom, since Doom is not in here, you get -1, right? So you clear this and run this, you get -1. If you do indexOf with Minecraft, okay, for example, now because the index here is going to be 1, right? This is 0, it's in the first position. This guy's in the second position, so it's going to be 1. That's what you're going to get here. Okay, so let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. You get 1, okay? With the indexOf method and also with includes, you can specify where you want to search from. So what index do you want to start at? So in this particular case, let's say I decide to start at, let's say 2, right? Because this is 0, this is 1. So if I start at 2, I'm starting with Grand Theft Auto. So in this case, it should tell me -1, right? So if I clear this and run this, I get -1 because again, we're starting from here, okay? And we're moving on. So Minecraft is not in that field of vision, right? So it can't find it. The same thing is true for includes. So if I put includes here, okay, you're going to get a result of false now. So let's pop this open and just clear this and run this real quick and you get false. If you change this to 1, well, then I'm going to start from this position here. So now I'm going to get true again. So clear this and run this and I get true. Okay, so very simple overall to use this. I'm just going to use an example now with a function, okay, just so we get some more practice. And basically what this guy is going to do, this function is going to have basically 2 arrays that are going to be passed in. One array is going to be for all the students in your class. The other array is going to be for the students in that class that are on the honor roll, okay? So we're just going to go through and look at each student one at a time. We're going to use that includes method, and we're going to say, hey, if the student's on the honor roll, we'll print a little message saying they're on the honor roll. If they're not, we'll say they're not on the honor roll. So it's just a little simple example. So I'm going to do const all students, and let's just go through and put like maybe 10 names or something. You could do more, just depends on what you want to do. So let's do something like Mary, let's do Jacob, let's do Beth, and then also we'll do David, and then let's do Harry, and then let's do Steve, let's do Gary, so Gary, like that, and then let's do Allison, okay, and then also we'll do Ned, and then Jennifer, and then I guess we need one more, so let's do Jessica. So right now we have 10, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, we have 11. So let's delete one of these, or you can leave it in. It doesn't matter. 11's fine. So let's do const, and let's do honor roll. And this will just be the students that made the honor roll. Let's say there's 5 of them. So let's do something like Jacob. So he made it. Let's do Beth. She made it. Let's do Harry. So he's going to make it. So Harry. And then also let's do Jennifer. Okay, and let's do Jessica. Okay, so those guys made the honor roll. All right, so let's set up our little function. So we're going to go function, and then we're going to go, let's say honor roll checker, something like that. And then I'm going to have 2 parameters here. Each parameter is going to represent an array that's going to be passed in, right? So I want to pass in all students, and I want to pass in honor roll. You could name it the exact same thing. It's not going to matter. We want to get some practice of having different names. So let's do something like student list, okay? And what's going to replace student list is going to be the all students. And then let's also do something like, I don't know, something like honors list. And what's going to replace that is going to be the honor roll, okay? So if we come in here, the way I'm going to choose to make this function work, I'm going to remove one guy each time the function is called. So I want to make sure that I'm not calling the function, or the function is not doing something basically if this array is 0, okay? So I'm going to eventually have the student list be replaced with all students. So I'm going to first say if the student list, okay, remember this length property, so dot length, okay, if that does not equal 0, then I want to do something, okay? Otherwise, I don't want to do anything. So you don't need an else there, just don't do anything. You're not going to put an else. So now what I'm going to do, and you can do this more efficient ways, I'm going to do this step by step so you understand. So I'm going to use some variables here. And I'm going to basically take the first item off of this array. So I'm going to, remember, I'm using student list in this particular case. So I'm going to say something like const, I'll say current student. So this is the guy I'm currently working with. And I'm going to set this equal to, I'm going to go student list. Okay, so that's my parameter name. And then I'm basically going to go dot shift to remove the first item. Okay, so I'm basically going to remove, in this case, Mary. If the function got called again, it would remove Jacob, then Beth, so on and so forth. So then what I want to do is I want to take that item, which right now will be Mary, and I want to search through this honor roll array for it using that includes method. Okay, so basically what I would do here, let's do another variable. So I'm going to go const, and I'm going to say has honors. So this is going to basically be a true or false. So I'm going to start with this honors list array. So honors list. Okay, remember, this guy right here, I know this can be confusing. this honor roll here is going to replace this. So I'm taking this and I'm going dot includes. I'm going to be searching through this. So includes, okay? And what am I searching for? Well, I'm searching for this current student. In this case, this is Mary. So let's go ahead and put this current student in here, okay? So basically think about this. The current student, let's say right now is Mary. So I'm going through this guy, this honor roll array, and I'm saying, does it include Mary? In this case, it's no, right? So has honors would be false. So if it's false, I basically want to tell the person they're not on the honor roll. If it's true, I want to say they are on the honor roll. So I'm just going to use another if statement, and I'm going to say has honors. So basically, if this is true, I want to return a little string and say the current student, okay, basically is on the honor roll. And let's go ahead and put a little trophy emoji here, okay? And then let's come down here. What do we want to do if they're basically don't have honors or they're not on the honor roll? We'll return another little statement similar to this one. So the current student will say is not on the honor roll, okay? So something like this, and then maybe you're annoyed by that. Maybe you want to do better. I don't know. Let's put that there. Okay. So now let's just call this really quickly, and then I'll show you how we can have a function call another function. So let's do this first with the console.log. I'm going to call my function, so it's going to be honor roll checker. So honor roll checker. So I want this guy. So then I need two parameters here. So we go back up. We want all students to replace student list, and we want the honor roll to replace honors list. So all students and honor roll. So all students, and then also the honor roll. Okay, so we have that done. So we pop this open. Let's think about what it's going to do first. So when this guy runs, it's first going to ask if the all students, which is replacing student list, if the length of that is basically not 0. In this case, it wouldn't be. So it's going to grab the first entry from there, okay, from this shift method. So we're going to have Mary. Then it's going to look through this array for Mary. In this case, it's not there, so we get false. So we would fall into this category here, right? Because this is false, so this gets skipped. So this is going to run. We're going to say Mary is not on the honor roll. So let's go ahead and pop open the terminal and clear this. And let's run this. We get Mary is not on the honor roll. Now, in practical applications, you would use maybe like a loop or something to run through these guys, and you'd probably put that into your function, okay? We haven't gotten to loops yet. I showed you in the last section that you could do a while loop here. So I could say something like while, and I could just check to see if the all students here, okay, the all students, if that guy dot length, okay, if that is not equal to 0. So this is basically the condition. So if this is true, then basically I want to keep doing this, okay? So we can paste this in here, and this is going to run through all of them. So if I clear this and run this, you get all of them. So you get Mary is not on the honor roll, Jacob is, Beth is, you see David is not, Harry is, and then you get a list of a lot of people that aren't. So you get Steve is not, Gary is not, Allison is not, Ned is not, and then Jennifer is, and Jessica is. Okay, so that's one way to do this. Let me show you an alternative approach. So in some cases, and this is not efficient at all in this case, but in some cases you'll want a function to call another function until a certain condition is met, okay? This is called recursion, and we're going to talk about this way later on. It's very advanced, but we can do a simple example here. So function, I'm just going to call this myCaller because all it's going to do is call a function, okay? So I'm going to put in the function name as a parameter. I'm going to put in a big array, okay? So we're going to need that and a subarray, okay? So all this guy is going to do is call a function for me as long as this big array here, which eventually is going to be all students, that's going to replace that. If that guy, if the length is not 0. So I'm going to first put a condition here. So if the big array dot length, okay, if that guy is not equal to 0, again, I just want to do something. And in this particular case, what I want to do is I want to call my function. Okay, so I'm going to go console.log. And in this particular case, I'm going to use this function name here. Okay, so function name. Okay, so this is going to be passed in. And I'm going to use parentheses here because I want to actually call this function with this function name. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in two guys. So I'm going to pass in the big array and the subarray. So this guy right here. Okay, so right now this is going to work, but it's only going to call the function one time. So in other words, if I come down here and let's say I get some space going. So I go something like myCaller and I pass in for the function name, we want honor roll checker. So we want honor roll checker. And then for the big array, we want all students. And for the subarray, we want honor roll. So we want all students, and then we want honor roll. Okay, so right now this will call the function once. So basically what's going to happen is honor roll checker is going to replace function name, all students is going to replace big array, and honor roll is going to replace subarray. So if the big array, in this case, the all students dot length is not equal to 0, which it isn't in this case, then this is going to run. It's going to console.log the function name, okay, which in this case is honor roll checker. It's just like you're saying honor roll checker with all students and honor roll. It's just calling it for you. But in this case, it's only going to call it once. All right, so we'll pop this open, clear this, and run this, and you just get Mary is not on the honor roll. So what I want to do here might be extremely confusing, but basically I want to call the function again, but I want to call this function. So in other words, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically do this right here. So let's just copy that and paste that in. So what's going to happen is this guy right here is basically going to call this function with the function name that was passed in, the big array that was passed in, and the subarray that passed in, okay? And again, this is confusing at first. It's okay. We're going to cover it later on. Just type it as I'm typing it. You'll see it work. And again, if you don't understand it at first, it's okay. It's not a big deal, okay? So basically, this is going to keep happening as long as the big array, which in this case is all students, if the length is not 0, okay? So if we run this now, essentially on the first guy, it's going to console.log this guy just like it did, but then it's going to go to this one and it's going to start the process over. So it's going to just keep doing this until the length of that guy is 0, okay? So if we pop this open and clear this and run this, you see it runs through them again, right? So Mary's not on the honor roll. You get the exact same thing as using the while loop, just another way to kind of do this. Again, if this is confusing for you, it's not that big of a deal. We're going to get to this way later on in the course when we talk about recursion. All right, so what we're going to do here is another little coding challenge, and this will just be based on the previous few videos. So we're going to create an array of foods that's going to be available at a local diner. I don't have it here because it's going to be kind of long. I've posted this in the description, along with we're going to create an array of foods that you'd like to eat. I posted that as well. Now, if you want to use your own array, if you want to make that up on your own, that's fine. It doesn't matter. This is for you to learn. It's not for me, okay? The next thing you want to do is create a function that checks each item of the food you want to eat and tells you if it's available. How you do this is up to you. You can use indexOf, you can use the includes, whatever you want to do. And then basically you need to call the function enough times to where you can run through your whole array. So you can just do a bunch of console.log statements, or you can use, we briefly talked about the while loop, or you can have a function that calls itself until basically there's no more items in the array, okay? So however you want to execute this, go ahead and pause the video, give it an honest try on your own, and then I'll see you here for the solution. All right, so let's go ahead and start with our diner foods. Okay, so I'm just gonna go const diner foods. And again, this is posted in the description if you just wanna grab it, or you can type it along with me if you didn't do the challenge. So I'm gonna go hamburgers, okay? Hamburgers, make sure I spell that correctly. We've got pizza, we've got fried chicken, so fried chicken, and then we've got lamb, and then we've also got pancakes, and then we've also got bacon, and then waffles, and then what else do we have? Meatballs, and we have a couple more. So pasta, and then we have fried rice, and then lastly we have mashed potatoes. Okay, so that's going to be our array. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this. We don't need this anymore, and move this up. So the next thing we wanted to do was create an array of foods that you like to eat. So again, this could have been done with whatever you pick. I'm just going to go const my foods. The idea here is to at least put some of these in so you get different results when you call your function. So let's go ahead and put something like lamb. We'll put that in there. Let's put pasta. Let's do bagels. Okay. Let's do smoked. So smoked. And then pork. And then what else do we want? Let's do fried rice. So fried rice, let's do pasta, and let's do orange, okay, chicken. All right, so let's stop and think about what we have for now. And I'm just going to delete this also because all we have left to do is to make the function. So let's go ahead and move this guy up. So if we think about the my foods here, or the foods I want to eat, lamb is available at the diner, right? You see pasta is also available. Bagels, not available. Smoked pork, not available. Fried rice, I don't think I see it. Oh, it is in there. So fried rice is available, pasta is available, but orange chicken is not available. So what I want to do is just set up the function. So let's just get rid of this guy. We don't need it anymore. And let's go down here. And you can call the function whatever you want. I'm just going to say function what to eat. Or maybe you could say what's available to eat. Let's just do what's to eat. Okay, and we'll do something like that. And then I'm going to pass in two arrays here. So the first one is going to be a foods list. Okay, so this is what's available. And then a cravings list. Okay, so this is what you want. All right, so the first thing is every time you call the function, the way I'm going to do this, I'm basically going to remove an item from my food. So I'm basically going to be checking these one at a time. So I'm going to go through and remove lamb. Then next time I call the function, I'm going to remove pasta, then bagels, then smoked pork, so on and so forth until the point where the array doesn't have anything in it anymore. Okay, so I want to check the cravings list because this guy right here, this is what I'm going to end up replacing with my foods, okay, in the end. So I'm going to say if the cravings list dot length, okay, I'm going to use that property. So length does not equal 0, then I want to do some stuff. Okay, so what do I want to do? Well, there's a lot of different ways to do this. I'm going to do it in a kind of slower way where we can show every step. So I'm going to set up some variables. I'm going to go const. I'm just going to say current food, okay, and I'm going to set this equal to. I'm basically going to grab the first item or the first element from the cravings list. So from the, in this case, my foods, which we're passing in. So in this case, I would want lamb. So I'm just going to use shift for that method. So I'm going to go cravings list, okay, dot shift. And that's going to, again, in current food, what's going to be stored there in this case would be lamb. Call the function again, you get pasta, then bagels, so on and so forth. Then what I want to do is I just want to check this diner foods array here to see if that's available. So you could use indexOf and see if it's not -1, okay, or you can use includes. That just gives you a true or false. I think includes is probably a little bit better here. So let's do something like const, and we'll say at diner, okay, just to check and see if it's at the diner. And I'm going to use this foods list, okay, remember I'm going to replace that with this bigger array, diner foods, and I'm going to say dot includes, and I'm going to be looking for the current food. Okay, so this is going to be a true or false based on if the diner, okay, is going to have the food that I'm looking for. Okay, so let's keep going now. I'm just going to make a little simple if statement, and I'm going to say if at diner, if that's true, then I want to return a simple little string, and I'll just say we have your, or actually we'll say we have, and then the current food, okay, at our diner. And you can put a little emoji. I'm just going to do the sunglass guy. I like him a lot. So let's use that. And then we're going to do a little else. And basically, I'm just going to return something like we, or you say sorry. So sorry, we don't have, $ curly braces, your current food, okay, at our diner, okay? And maybe you're sorry that you're telling that person that, or maybe you're annoyed. Let's use this one. I seem to like that one, okay? So right now, if we call this function, okay, and we put in here for the foods list, diner foods, and for the cravings list, my foods, what we're going to get is basically this one right here. We have lamb at our diner, okay, because it's going to take this guy right here and it's going to search through and find it. So this is going to be true right here, okay? And then basically we're going to have, we have lamb at our diner. So let's go ahead and call this guy. I'm going to go console.log, not console.length, so console.log. And then I want to call the function. I already forgot the name of it. So it's what to eat, and then we need diner foods and my foods. So what to eat, we need diner foods and my foods. Okay, let's put those in there, and let's go ahead and pop open the terminal, and we'll run this guy, and we have lamb at our diner as expected. Now, you want to call this guy until you've run through all these guys. Here shortly, we're going to talk about loops. I briefly talked about while loops. So if you want to do it that way, you can. You can basically just specify in this case, you can say while, okay, I'm going to just take this array in this case. I know this is not an efficient way to do this, but I'm just going to check my foods. So while my foods dot length is not equal to 0, then basically I want to keep doing this. So I'm just going to keep running this guy right here, okay? So this will continually call the function until this my foods here, till I've gone through all of them, and basically it gets to 0. So if you pop this open and clear this and run this, you go through all of them, right? So we have lamb, we have pasta, we don't have bagels, we don't have smoked pork, we have fried rice, we have pasta, and then we don't have orange chicken. If we wanted to do this where the function is just calling itself until the basically my foods array is at 0, right, in terms of its length, I could do something like function, let's go my caller, and I'm going to have 3 parameters here. One is going to be the function name, basically what I want to call. The other one is based on what we're going to put in there. So I need a bigger array and a smaller array. So let's just call this big array. Let's call this sub array, okay, to keep it simple. And right now, let's just keep it really, really simple. I'm not going to check for the length or anything like that. I'm just going to console.log. And what I want to console.log is I'm going to call the function, so function name. I need parentheses to call the function. And I'm going to be putting in here the big array, so the big array and then the sub array. Okay, so let's come down here and I'm going to call my caller. And I'm going to pass in the function name, which was what to eat. I'm going to pass in the diner foods, okay, which is the bigger array. And then I'm going to pass in the my foods, which was the smaller array. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this real quick. And then I'm going to show you exactly why it's doing what it's doing. Again, this is just going to run one of these. Okay, so it's going to come up here. It's going to grab lamb. It's going to check it. It's going to get a match, right? So it's there. So it's going to say we have lamb at our diner. So let's pop this open, run this. We have lamb at our diner. Okay, so why does this work? Again, when I set this up, I have a function name, a big array, and a subarray. And all I'm doing is I'm console.logging the function name. So what got passed in there was what to eat. So basically you can think about this as having what to eat. And then inside of here, you have diner foods and my foods. So if I called what to eat with diner foods and my foods, you would get exactly what we got, right? Where we pop open this guy and we see we have lamb in our diner, okay? So I know this is a bit confusing when you first see it like this, but you will get used to it. So the first thing I would want to do actually here is put up a little if statement and say, if the sub array dot length, okay, does not equal to 0, then I want to run this guy. I want to console.log this guy, okay? So we can do this, pop this back open and clear this and run this. Still works, right? But we're not calling the function continuously. So to do that, all I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this guy right here, okay? And I basically just want to put that in here, and it's going to keep running the function over and over again until this guy right here is 0. Okay, so when the subarray, when the length of that guy is 0, then basically it's going to stop. Okay, so if we pop this back open and we clear this and we run this, we go through all of them again, just like we saw with the while loop. So we have lamb, we have pasta, no bagels, smoked pork, we have fried rice, we have pasta, and no orange chicken. All right, so before we go any further in the course, it's really important that we stop and talk about loops. I'm going to start here by talking about the while loop. Really easy to understand. I'm just going to start off with a very, very simple example, and I'm going to go something like let number, okay? And I'm just going to set this equal to 0. You'll understand what this is for in a moment. Basically, now I'm going to type the keyword while, okay, with some parentheses, and then I'm going to open up a code block. So remember, we just make some curly braces for this, okay? So what I want to do inside of the parentheses, just like if you're working with an if statement, inside the parentheses, you want to put something that's going to evaluate to true or false. Okay, it's going to be the same thing here. So right now I'm going to type something like number is less than 5. Okay, so right now the number is 0. So what's going to happen is as long as the number is less than 5, whatever I put in here is going to continually run. Okay, so it's going to run over and over and over. So let's say I do something like console.log the number. Okay, what do you think is going to happen? Well, the problem here is that it's basically going to break JavaScript because this is going to just keep running this guy over and over and over again. It's never going to stop. This is called an infinite loop, okay? So basically it would keep console.logging at this point 0, right? Because number is just hard-coded to be 0. We can fix this by, at the end of this guy, just going number plus plus, okay? So basically, when it gets here the first time, number is 0, right? So it checks that, says, hey, is the number, which is 0, less than 5? Yes. So I'm going to execute this. I'm going to console.log the number, which in this case is 0. Then I'm going to add 1. This is the increment operator, just adds 1 to that number variable, okay? So now, instead of 0, it's 1. Then it does it again. Is 1 less than 5? Yes, 1 is less than 5, so it runs it again. And it keeps doing this until it gets to the point where you have 5 there. Is 5 less than 5? No, it's not. So this is now false, so this stops executing. So if we pop open the terminal and we run this guy, you see we get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, when number gets to 5, this is 5. 5 is not less than 5, so this doesn't execute anymore, okay? Now, in some cases, you might put a while loop there and it might not ever run. Let's say I change this to 6, for example. If I pop this back open and clear this and run this, nothing happens. And that's because initially this is 6. 6 is not less than 5, so nothing ever runs. All right, let's wipe this out and do a few examples. Some things we've been working with, we'll just kind of spruce things up a little bit. Let's say we make an array of some popular films. So I'm going to go const films, and let's make an array. So we're going to do something like, let's say Matrix, and then let's do Jaws. Let's do the Titanic. So if I can spell that. Let's do alien. So alien. Let's think about some other ones. So Aladdin. So Aladdin. And then also let's do Batman. And we can do Inception. And let's do a few more. So let's do Rocky. And then let's do Scarface. Okay, so that's enough. And let's come down here. And again, I'm just going to set up a variable that's basically going to be a counter. So a lot of people will say let counter, or they'll say let I. Okay, so you can say let I. You'll see this a lot in programming. So let I equals 0. Sometimes it's j equals 0. Whatever you want to use, it doesn't matter. But I is short and sweet, right? So let I equals 0. Then I'm going to go while. I'm going to say I is less than films. So films.length, okay? And then I want to do something. So let's think about this for a second. Remember, if we work with an array, if I want to get this guy right here, it's 0, right? That's the index. Then this guy right here is 1. Then this guy is 2, so on and so forth. So I can basically use that I equals to 0 to get an item out of that array. So I can do something like console.log, and I'm going to say films, and I'm going to put the I here, okay? So in this case, since I is 0, when this comes in here, it's going to go films 0, which is matrix, okay? But again, I run into the problem, if I don't change this guy, it's going to keep running forever. It's going to break the computer, right? You're going to have an infinite loop. So I want to go I++ so I can get to the next guy. Now, what's going to happen here again? It starts at 0, so 0 is less than films.length, which in this case, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this guy is basically 9, but it helps to put in films.length because later on, if I want to add things to the array, it's not going to break anything, right? So you don't want to hard code the length because it could change. So right now we're asked, is 0 less than 9? Yes. Then it would increment after it does this, right? So is 1 less than 9? Yes. So on and so forth until it gets to this point right here, okay? When it gets to this guy, that's going to be the last guy that it prints out because essentially this is going to happen when you get to 8. Okay, so when I equals 8, it's going to say 8 is less than basically 9 in this case. You'll console.log films with 8 there because, again, the index here is 8 because it's the 9th item. And so then when you're going to increase there, so you get to 9. So now 9, is that less than 9? No, it's not, right? So this is going to not run anymore. So let's go ahead and pop this open and we'll clear this and we'll run this. And you see you get all of these, right? So you get the matrix, you get Jaws, Titanic, Alien, Aladdin, Batman, Inception, Rocky, and then Scarface. All right, let's do another little example. So we've messed around with calculating averages in our course. And basically, we were always constrained because it was very inefficient the way we did it. So let's make a little function now. Let's go function. Let's call it calc, average. And I'm going to pass in a scores array. And basically, I'm going to do this with a while loop. So I'm going to start out with let. So let I. And I'm going to set this equal to 0. And I'm also going to do sum scores, okay, equal to 0. Now, later on, we'll talk about some array methods that allow us to basically get the sum of all the elements in an array. But for right now, we're going to do it this way. Okay, so I'm going to go while. And basically, I'm going to say I is less than. Your array here that you're working with is scores. So this is what I'm passing in here. So I want to go scores.length, okay, because I want to go through all of those guys. What I want to do here is I want to go sum scores, okay, which right now is starting at 0. I want to go plus equals, and I want to go scores, and then I want to put I here, okay? And then I want to increment. So I want to go I plus plus. So let's stop for a minute because I know some of you are probably confused. So when we start this guy right here is going to be an array, okay? This guy right here, the I is just a counter, okay? So it's just basically there for us to go through the loop a set number of times, once for each element in the array. So it starts out at 0 so we can get the first element, okay? Then we have this sum scores, which is starting out at 0. And the reason it's starting out at 0 and not undefined, if you try to do math with something that's undefined, remember you get not a number, okay? So you want to start this out with 0 so that when you do plus equals here, you don't end up with not a number, okay? So now we're saying while I, which in this case is 0, is less than scores.length, we haven't passed an array in yet, so we don't even know what this is going to be. Let's just say it was 5. So we would say 0 is less than 5. Yes, that's true. So I would take sum scores, which is 0 right now, plus equals, so I'm adding on to that, scores, in this case, this would be 0. So it's going to take the first score you gave it in that array, okay, and it's going to add it. So let's say the first score was 95. You would get 0 plus 95, which is 95. So that's going to be held now in the sum scores. Then it's going to go through again. It's going to get the next score and add it on, okay? So you're basically using this to get a sum. And then once this is done, I want to return, okay? I'm going to do the sum scores, and then I'm going to divide it by what? Well, I need to divide by the number of elements in the array, and we can get that from the length property. So I can go scores.length, okay, so .length. And basically right now, if you pass in an array, you're going to be good to go. You can get the person's average. So let's just do a little variable here to hold that. I'm going to go const. Let's say you're a teacher and you have a student named Jenny. So Jenny's score, for example, and this equals calc average. Okay. And again, I'm just going to pass in an array. We can just pass the array in here. We don't have to set a variable to this array or whatever. Like we can just pass it in like this. So let's just say we put some scores in here. So something like 99. Let's say 75, let's say 83, let's say 93, or I put 98, but let's say 93. And then let's console.log this guy. So console.log the Jenny's score, okay? So basically, again, this guy right here is going to end up being a value. So it's going to take 99 plus 75 plus 83 plus 93, and then it's going to divide it by, in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these guys. So it's going to give us that average, okay? So that's going to be held in this variable, Jenny's score, and then we console.log that Jenny's score, so we're going to get that. So let's pop this guy open, clear this, and run this guy, and we get 87.5, which is the correct answer. And then let's say later on you decided to add another test in. So let's say we put in like 100 there. So let's clear this and run this now, and you're up to a 90, okay? So you can see that's pretty dynamic, much more dynamic than what we've been doing before. And I'll show you how to get this even better using some more array methods as we progress. All right, so let's look at one more example just to drive the point home. I'm gonna look for some TV shows. I have it pulled up on my browser here. And basically I'm gonna look at some Netflix shows right now. So I'm gonna do const shows. I'm just going to use an array for this. So let's do something like, we have Bridgerton, whatever that is. We have Fate, which is a magic show. Alone, never heard of that. Lupin, I guess that's about some thief guy. Spycraft, haven't seen that. 3%, which I did like, it was from Brazil. Let's see. The Society, which is canceled. Society, thought it was good, they should have brought it back. And then let's say The Rain, which was good, that's over. And then let's do You. Okay, so we have enough in here. So basically what I'm going to do is just put a little message to the console saying that I want to watch all these shows. So I'm going to show you some issues that might come up. So let's do something like let my list. Okay, so this is going to be a string that's going to contain all of these guys. And I'm going to set this equal to, right now it's just going to be an empty string. Then I'm also going to declare my counter with I equals 0. So remember, you can put a comma here to separate this. So I'm going let my list, and this is equal to an empty string right now. I put a comma, and then I equals 0. I could have just as easily just said let I equal 0, and I could get rid of this comma if you want to. Okay, it's the same thing, but I'm going to get rid of this, just save some space. And then what I'm going to do down here, I'm going to set up a little while loop, okay? And I'm going to go I is less than shows.length, okay? But I actually don't want the dot length. I want dot length minus 1, okay? And I'll make this clear in a moment why. I've already set this up. So I want to do something like my list plus equals shows I, okay? Plus, and then I want to do a little comma here and a space, okay? Then I want to increment this guy. So I want to go I++, so I++. And I want you to think about what's going to happen right now. So first off, I start off with my list, and it just basically contains an empty string, okay? And you have I that's 0. So the first thing is, this is 0, shows.length right now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, okay? So this right here is 9. 9 minus 1 is 8, okay? So when it's I is less than 8, so for example, 7. So if you count backwards, this is 8, this is 7, okay? So it's going to stop here, right? Because when I gets to 7, it's still going to be less than 8, okay? But when I gets to 8, it's not going to be less than 8. So I want it to stop here because I want to put something like and, okay? And I'll show you why I'm doing this in a moment. It'll make more sense. So basically I want to stop there, okay? So I want to come down here. And then after this loop is done, I want to go my list plus equals, and I'm going to put some backticks here, and $sign shows. And in this case, I just want the last element of the array. So whatever that is, in this case, it's going to be the number 8 there, but I don't want to hard code it. So I just want to do shows.length, and then I want to subtract away 1. Because again, if you add something in later on, you want it to still work, right? You don't want your code to break. So then what am I doing here? I'm just grabbing the last guy. I'm just grabbing you, right? So it's going to have all of these, and then it's going to say and you, okay? So let's put a period here, and then let's set up our console.log. So console.log, I'm going to go, I really want to watch, okay? And then you can just drop this my list guy in here, okay? And then that's pretty much it. Let me go ahead and run this and I'll come back and explain it in case you're confused. So we get, I really want to watch and you. So obviously there's a mistake here and it's because I didn't put a G there for length. Let's pop this back open and let's run it again. And now you get the correct result. So I really want to watch Bridgerton, Fate, Alone, Lupin, Spycraft, 3%, The Society, The Rain, and You. Okay. So realize what I did here. So I started off again with my list. It's just an empty string and I is 0. So first it's 0. So 0 is at less than, in this particular case, again, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this right here, you basically could say is 8. Okay. Shows that length is 9 minus 1 is 8. So is 0 less than 8? Yes, it is. So we basically add on shows at this 0. Okay. We're taking Bridgerton plus this. Okay. So that gets added to your list. So first it starts with Bridgerton with a comma. Then it goes to the next one. So it's Fate with a comma, so on and so forth until it gets to this guy right here, okay, which is going to be 7. So the length is 9. 9 minus 1 is 8. So 7 is less than 8, but 8 is not 8 less than 8. So if you get here, it's not going to run, okay? So basically, this is the last one it puts in there. Then when we get outside of this while loop, we're going to put the final one in by going and then we have shows with this guy right here, which is always going to give me the last item of the array. So the array, whatever the name is, dot length minus 1, okay? And then you basically pop it open, clear this and run this, and you get, I really want to watch Bridgerton, Fate, Alone, Lupin, Spycraft, 3%, The Society, The Rain, and You. All right, so we've been talking about these while loops, and they allow us to continuously execute some code while the condition is true. Okay, so it's going to keep checking to see, is this condition true? If it is, I'm going to keep running some code. We also have something called a do while loop, which is very similar. So let me start off with a while loop, just so we can get reacquainted with that. So let number be equal to 0. This is just a counter. You can call it counter, you can call it I, you can call it number, whatever you want. Okay. And I'm going to go while, and then this is my condition here. So let's just say, as long as the number is less than 5, I want to do some stuff. So inside the code block here, let's just console.log the number. Okay. So in this particular case, right now number is 0, right? So we come in here, is 0 less than 5? Yes. So this is going to run. And right now it's just running 0. Okay. It's going to log that to the console forever and ever and ever. Okay. So this is an infinite loop at this point because I haven't told JavaScript this is how you're going to break out of this guy. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is just increase number by 1. So I'm going to go number plus plus. Okay. And basically once it comes through here, now it's going to increment by 1 each time. So it'll start off as 0, then it'll be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Then when it gets to 5, it's going to say, is 5 less than 5? No. Okay. So it's going to stop executing. So we're going to get 0 through 4 in the console. So let's pop that open. Run this guy, and we get 0 through 4. Okay, as expected. Now, the main thing with a while loop that you need to understand is that in some cases it won't run, right? So if I put this to something like 7, well, it's going to check this guy and say, okay, well, 7 is not less than 5, so I'm not going to execute anything, right? So if I pop this open and clear this out and run this, I don't get anything, right? Nothing happens. Now, we can change this up a little bit and get it to run at least once by using something called a do while loop, okay? So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this part right here, this while part, I'm going to cut it away, I'm going to put it here after my code block, okay? And then what I want to do up here is just type the keyword do, okay? That's it. You don't have to make any other changes. And now what's going to happen is before it checks the condition, it's going to do this, right? So it's going to do console.log number, which in this case is 7. Then it's going to increase number by 1. So number is really going to change to 8. But that doesn't really matter because when it checks this, this will be 8 and 8 is not less than 5. And because this ends up being false right here, it's not going to run anymore. So if I pop this open and clear this and I run this, I just get 7, right? Because it does it once and then it checks. In this case, it's 8. 8 is not less than 5, so it doesn't run again. If I change this to something like 0, we're going to get the exact same result that we saw with the straight up while loop. So if I pull this back open and clear this and I run this, I go back to 0 through 4. Okay, so very easy to understand. In some cases, you're going to want to run something at least once. And then after you've run it once, you want to make a check. Hey, is this true? Is this false? Might want to run it again if it's true and not run it again if it's false. Okay, I want to show you one other simple thing, and then I'll show you a few different examples with this do while loop. So I want to make sure you understand that if I was to change this, let's say that I was to put this up here, this would affect your result, okay? Let's think about why for a second. We start off with the number being 0, okay? Then we increment the number. So right now the number is 1, and we console.log this, so this is 1, right? So the first guy is going to be 1, not 0. So then it checks, it says, hey, is 1 less than 5? Well, in this case, no, right? So this is true, so it runs again. You're going to keep getting this. So you'll get 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Now, what happens is when you get to 4 here, okay, when this is 4, 4 is less than 5. That's true, so it's going to run again. When it comes through here, you'll increase that by 1. So when you console.log the number here, it's going to be 5. So instead of getting 0 through 4, because of where I placed this number plus plus, now you're going to get 1 through 5. So if I pop this back open and clear this and run this, we get 1 through 5. And this works the same way if I was to change this back to a straight up while loop. So let's go ahead and cut this away and paste this back in here, okay, like this. And I'll get rid of this semicolon and pop this open and clear this and run this, and you still get 1 through 5. Okay, so it's very important to understand where you put this is going to change or modify what's being printed to the console here. Okay, so let's just set up 2 very simple examples for the do while loop. So this one's going to be pretty easy to do. I'm just going to do the first few prime numbers. So I'll go const prime numbers, and I'm going to set this up in an array. Okay, so a prime number is a number that's only divisible by itself or 1. Okay, so the only even prime number is 2, and then you have 3, you have 5, you have 7, you have 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, and 29. And I'm going to stop there. There's an infinite number of prime numbers, but I'm going to stop there. So I'm going to just say, I'm going to let I equal 0. Again, I talked about the fact that I is used as a counter all the time. You'll see I or you'll see J. And then I'm going to set up a do while loop. So I'm going to go do. I'm going to go console.log. And I just want to make a little message here. So I'm going to go prime number, okay, and then number, and then $ curly braces. I want to get the number. So in this particular case, if I'm thinking about this, the index is 0, okay? And I'm starting out at 0 here. So what I want really to say it's the first prime number, so I want to add 1 to that, right? Because this would be the first one, the second one, the third one, you know, so on and so forth. So I want to take this value of I, and I want to increase by 1, okay? So this is going to basically say prime number, in this case 1, and I'll just say is, maybe put like a colon here, $ curly braces, and then prime numbers, okay? And then I'm going to put I. Okay, so let's stop for a minute in case you're confused to think about what this is going to do. All it's really going to do is go through each guy in this array, okay, and say prime number 1 is, in this case, 2. Then prime number 2 is, in this case, 3. Then prime number 3 is, in this case, 5. Okay, so on and so forth. So it gets this because this guy right here, it starts out at 0, okay? And then it's going to say 0 plus 1 is 1, so that's the first guy. And then this guy right here needs to actually be 0 because, again, this is 0 indexed. So the index here is 0, then 1, then 2, so on and so forth. Now, I don't want to keep doing this forever with I being 0, so I just want to go I plus plus here. Okay, I want to increment it by 1 each time so that I can go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you know, so on and so forth. Then I want to do this while, okay, you're going to see this a lot. If you're working with an array, remember you have that length property. So I'm going to say I is less than, I'm going to say prime numbers dot length, okay? And the reason we do prime numbers dot length, remember this is counted, it's not 0 indexed. So it's starting with 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, so this would give me 10, and it's going to stop basically when I is 9, right? So it's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Remember, this is 0 index, so you've got to keep that straight in your mind. I know when you first start counting arrays and going through them, it's a bit tough to remember because you don't often remember that we're starting from 0. So let's pop this open, clear this, and let's run this real quick. And we get exactly what we were expecting. So we see prime number 1 is 2, prime number 2 is 3, prime number 3 is 5, you know, so on and so forth until we get to prime number 10 is 29. Okay, so let's do another little example. That was a simple one. And for this one, basically what we're going to do, we're going to play a little dice game, okay? So this is pretty common, and basically I'm going to roll a dice, and if the dice is a 6, I'll say you win the game. Otherwise, I'll say you lose, okay? So I'm going to need 2 variables here. I'm going to start with let. I'm going to say my dice roll. Okay, so for right now, this is just going to be undefined. And then I'm going to do times played, and I'm going to set this equal to 0 initially. Okay, Now I'm going to set up a little function here, which might be a little confusing. I'm not going to explain this here. We're going to talk about this a little bit later on. This function is basically going to get you a random integer that's between two values, okay? And those two values will be inclusive. So in other words, if I put in 2 and 5, I could get 2, 3, 4, or 5 as a result, okay? So I'm going to go function. I'm going to say get random, let's just say integer, okay? And you want the min and the max. I'm going to drop this in the description, and I'll also give you a link of where you can find this code on MDN. So I'm just going to return, we're going to go math with a capital M dot floor, okay? And then inside of here is going to be a little bit long. We're going to go math dot random, okay? And then we're going to multiply this by, inside of parentheses, the max minus the min plus 1, okay? And then plus the min out here. Again, I will explain this later on. I think for right now, it's a little bit too deep for us, okay? There's a lot of things going on. Okay, so now what I want to do is set up a little function. So I'm going to go function, and I'm going to say winner, and I'm going to pass in the dice roll, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to say the times played plus equals 1. So in other words, it starts out at 0 here. The first time I roll the dice and I call this function, what I want to do is say, okay, I've played 1 time now, okay? And then I'm going to set up a little string. So I'm going to go const, and I'm going to go my string. And this is going to be equal to, I'm just going to notate the amount of times you played. So I'm going to say you have played a total of $ curly braces times played, okay? And then after this, I would want to say times, but really if it was 1 time, you'd want to take the S off. So we can really fix this here. We can put inside of the curly braces here, I can basically ask if the times played triple equals to 1. If it does, then I'm just going to put time. If it doesn't, then I'm going to put times. Okay, so let me make sure I put that inside of quotes, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so that part's done. And then what we want to do here is return a little string. So I'm going to check to see if the dice roll that we passed in, does that equal to 6? Because that means we won. Okay, so if we did, then I want to put in here you win, okay, with a little exclamation point. And let's do a little trophy emoji. And then also I'll put the my string here. And I didn't mean to do my dice roll. So my string, okay. So right now, if it was 6, then we would get you win, and then we would say you have played a total of, in this case, if I just rolled once, 1 time, okay. Then out here, I'll just change this up a little bit. This means it wasn't a 6, so I lost. So I'll put you lost. And let's do like a frowning face emoji. Let's look for one of those. I guess we can do this one. That'll work. And then I'll also put the my string guy in here. Okay. So let's pause for a minute and just think about what's going to happen. If I call this function, it's going to tell me, again, the amount of times I've played. Right now it starts out at 0. Okay. But the first time I call the function, it's going to go to 1. So it'll say you have played a total of 1 time. Okay. But that's going to be added on here after we decide if you've won or not. So if you roll a 6, basically you get a string that says you win and then the amount of times you've played. If you didn't roll a 6, it'll say you lost. And again, the amount of times you played. All right. So we're going to set this up in a little do while loop. The reason I'm doing this is I'm just showing you that we're going to go through this as many times as it takes for you to win the game. So we're going to go do, okay, we want to do it at least once. If you did this with just a while loop, the problem is the way we're going to set this up, you might win initially. You might initially roll a 6, okay, and it's never going to actually call the function like I want it to do, okay. So for this particular case, I'm going to go my dice roll, and I'm going to set this equal to, remember we have our function up here, which is get random integer. So I'm going to go from 1 to 6, okay, so I'm going to call get random integer. So get random integer with 1 and 6 in here, okay? So that's going to hold a value between 1 and 6, with 1 and 6 inclusive. And then I'm going to console.log. I'm going to call this function here. So in this case, it's winner, and I'm going to pass in the my dice roll. So I'm going to call winner, and I'm going to pass in the my dice roll. Okay. So in this particular case, again, it's going to do it at least once. So it's going to get the value from my dice roll from this function. Again, it'll be a value from 1 to 6, including 1 and 6. And then it's going to call this function winner. It's going to pass in the value from my dice roll. So again, if you rolled a 6, you're going to get you win, followed by, in this particular case, you played a total of 1 time. If you lost, it'll say you lost, right? You didn't roll a 6. So basically, you lost, and then you have played a total of, again, 1 time. All right, so down here for the while, what I want to do is say my dice roll, okay, is not equal to 6. So again, you think about the fact that if you just had a while loop and you said my dice roll is not equal to 6, well, what if it was? Well, if it was 6, you would never get to call this. And I know what you're going to say. You can just put it outside of that. And of course you can. I'm just showing you a use for this do while loop. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this and run this guy. And so we ended up playing 5 times before we won. And this is going to be different for everybody, right? So it might be different for you. You might have gotten 5 times exactly, or you might have gotten 10 times, whatever it is. And let me come back up here and let me put on this particular case, I'm going to put a period here. Okay. So I'm going to clean this up and clear this and run this. And you see now you get 2 times. Clear this and run this and you get 2 times again. Clear this and run this. Now you get 5 times again. Clear this and run this 3 times. Let's just do it a few more times. So now we got 8 times. And again, every time you do this, it's going to be different because what's happening here is you're calling this function here and you're getting a random integer. So it's between 1 and 6. So it might take a while for you to actually run a 6. And for this guy right here, when it becomes 6, 6 is equal to 6. So that will stop this guy from running. And so it'll stop calling the function, right? Because you've won. All right. So what I want to do here is talk about the concept of a for loop in JavaScript. So this is basically going to follow the same logic of a while loop. It's just that we're going to bundle the counter, the condition, and the increment operation into one set of parentheses. Okay. So let's start off with what we know. We know how to use a while loop. I'm going to start off with a counter. So I'm going to go let I equal 0. Again, I is traditionally used with loops. You could use J, you could use counter, you could use number, you can use whatever you want. Then I'm basically going to set up the while guy here. So type the keyword while with some parentheses. And inside the parentheses, you want to put your condition. So as long as this condition is true, so I'm going to say I is less than 5. As long as that's true, I want to perform the tasks or run the statements inside of this code block, right? Inside of the curly brackets. So I'm just going to console.log I in this particular case. You can put whatever you want in there. Basically, this is going to keep running as long as I is less than 5. So right now I is 0, okay? And if we don't do anything, we're creating an infinite loop, right? Because this is always 0. So every time it prints 0, it comes back up here and checks this. Is 0 less than 5? Yes. So it'll keep doing that forever and ever and ever. So to eventually break out of this, I'm just going to go I++. You can do this different ways. You could add 2 each time or 4 or 10, whatever you want to do, okay? Right now, I'm just going to keep it simple, and we're going to add 1 each time, all right? So basically what happens is first I is 0. So it checks and says, hey, is 0 less than 5? Yes. So this is true. So this is going to get run. First, we're going to console.log. In this case, it's going to be 0, right? That's the value for I. And then we're going to increment by 1. So now it's 1. So we say, is 1 less than 5? Yes, 1 is less than 5. So this is going to run. It's going to get incremented again, so on and so forth until a point where we basically have increased this to 5. And we say, is 5 less than 5? No. So this is false. So we're no longer going to execute the code here. Okay. So if we run this in the console, we know we would get 0 through 4. So let's pop open the terminal and run this. And we get 0 through 4. Okay. There's another way to do this that's a little bit better. So I'm going to type the keyword for, and I'm going to put my parentheses here, okay? And I'm first going to declare a variable using let. So I'm going to go let I equal to 0, okay? Now you might be saying, well, you have let I equal to 0 up here. This guy is going to be local to this block that I'm going to set up. So I'm going to end up with these curly braces. And basically this guy right here is not going to affect this guy. This is on a global, okay? And this one is not. This is local because I'm setting up a block. So let I equal 0. And then the next thing I'm going to do is put my condition. So we have this I is less than 5. So I'm just going to do that again. So I is less than 5. Okay. Notice you have a semicolon after each of these guys. And lastly, I'm going to do my increment operation. So I'm going to go I++. So basically this part right here is what do you want to do once you've executed what's inside of the code block here. Okay. So it's basically going to do the exact same thing as this. It's a more, I would say, compact way or an easier way to manage the parts of a loop. So that's why the for loop is so popular. So first, again, we declare the variable I, we set the initial value to 0. So that's done first. Then we check. So we say, is 0 less than 5? Yes. So we're going to run these statements inside of here. Okay. And then when that's done, we're going to do this operation. In this case, it's going to be, we're going to add 1 to our variable I. So let's go ahead and just console.log I, okay? And again, we're just going to see 0 through 4. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. And we get 0 through 4 from the first while loop and then 0 through 4 from the for loop. Now, there's a couple things you need to know, and we'll get deeper into this as we go along. Let me get rid of this real quick. First and foremost, you don't want to use const here, okay? So if you use const here, you're going to have an issue. So if we pop this open and clear this and run this, you have a problem, right? So basically, it's going to tell you that you have assignment to a constant variable. So you can use var if you want to, but I suggest you use let. And then basically, you will not be able to access this I guy outside of this. Remember, this is a block level scope. So if I go console.log, let's say the I variable here, you're going to have a problem. It's going to say I is not defined. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And you're going to see reference error, I is not defined. Okay, so let's get rid of this. You can use const inside of here, okay? I'll have to explain this later on because it's a bit detailed, but let's say I did something like const, and I'll say my current I, something like that, or maybe I'll capitalize it. Let me keep it lowercase like this, and I'm just gonna set that to the current value of I, okay? And then I just console.log my current I, you're gonna get 0 through 4 again. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get 0 through 4. So some of you might be thinking, why can't I use const here, but I can use const here? This is a bit advanced for this at this point. Just understand that you can do it. You can use const inside, but you can't use const here. Okay, I just want you to know that. And then when we get to advanced JavaScript, I'll start explaining the details. Okay, so let's wipe this out and do just a few examples, some simple stuff. I'm just going to focus on some simple math stuff, and then the last example, I'll loop through an array. Okay. So I'm going to start with basically determining if a number is even or not, okay? So you should know from math class that a number is even if it's divisible by 2, meaning I take the number, I divide it by 2, and there's no remainder. So let's say I did something like 10 divided by 2, that's 5, no remainder, okay? If I did 9 divided by 2, that's 4 with a remainder of 1. So 10 is an even number because it's divisible by 2, and 9 is not an even number because it's not divisible by 2, so 9 is an odd number. So let's go ahead and say 4, okay? We're going to go let, I'm going to stick with the I equals 0, okay? I'm going to do I is less than, let's just go ahead and do 11, okay? So this is going to go through the first 10 numbers. Well, actually the first 11 numbers because it's going to start at 0 and go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you can also do I is less than or equal to 10 if you wanted to do it that way, but I typically do it this way, so I'll do I is less than 11. Okay, so then I want my semicolon here, and then I just want to go I++ here. We'll talk about other ways to change this after the loop is run. For right now, we're just basically increasing by 1 each time. Okay, so I want to do a little if statement, and I'm just going to ask if I basically divided by 2, if the result of that, if there's a remainder, right? So I can say with my remainder operator, the I with the remainder operator and then 2, does that triple equal to 0? So basically, if I'm dividing it by 2, is there a remainder or not, right? If there's not a remainder, you just get 0, right? Because there's no remainder. So in this case, I know that the number is even, so I'm just going to console.log. I'll use my backticks here and say the number, and then $ curly braces, I'll just do I, is an even number. Okay, so let's just stop for a moment and run this with what we have. Clear this. And let's run this, and you get 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Remember, it just goes by 2. So 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 0 is an even number, so is 2, so is 4, so is 6, so is 8, so is 10. Again, because if you divide any of these numbers by 2, you don't get a remainder. Okay, so let's pop this open, and let's go ahead and do else. I'm just going to say console.log, basically, the number, and then $ curly braces with the I inside, is an odd number. Okay, that's all we want to do. We put my semicolon there to be consistent. So clear this and run this. So now basically you start with 0, it's even, 1 is odd, and again, it's just going to alternate. You get even and then odd and then even and odd, so on and so forth. Okay, let's talk about another concept, and I'm just going to wipe this out each time, even though we keep typing the same thing, just to get a little practice. But I want to talk more about this remainder operator because I feel like a lot of people do not fully understand it. So you should understand that if you divide a number, let's say an integer, something like just 5, or even if you did 5.0, okay, with just straight after the decimal point, just all zeros, if you divide that by 1, you just get 5. There's no remainder. So if I do something like console.log, let's say 5, and then I'm going to use my remainder operator with 1, the remainder from this division is 0, right? 5 divided by 1 is 5, no remainder. So let's pop this open and run this, we get 0, right? Even if I did 5.000 like this, it's still going to be 0 as a result, right? There's no remainder. JavaScript does not have a distinction between a decimal number and an integer. Everything's just number, okay? So this, in the end, is just 5, okay? So let's get rid of this, and let's put something like 5.359. So what do you think is going to happen now? Well, basically, even though you divide a number by 1, you say basically the number's unchanged, JavaScript is going to consider this decimal part, this 0.359 as the remainder, okay? So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, I get 0.359. So what I'm getting at here is we can use this to decide if a number is basically an integer or a decimal number, basically a decimal number in the terms of having something after the decimal point that's not 0. Okay, if I put 5.0000, that's really just 5. It's just an integer, okay? So this is one way you could do this. Another way that you can do this, let me get rid of this part right here. Well, I need the console.log, so let's put console.log in again. You can type number.isInteger, okay? And inside of there, you can type what you want to see. So if I do the 5.359, this is going to be false. If I do console.log, number.isInteger, let's do 5.00 like this, that's going to be yes or true. And let's do console.log, let's do number.isInteger again, and let's do straight up 5, okay? So this one's going to be false, right? Because you have not an integer, but basically a decimal number. This one, the 5.00, again, if the numbers after the decimal point are all zeros, it's really just 5. And this guy is straight up 5. So let's go ahead and pop this open, clear this, run this. You get false, true, and true. Okay, so let's use this and do a little exercise here. Basically, we're going to think about a perfect square and a perfect cube. So this is more math that we have to think about. So if I square a number, let's say I squared 2, the result is 4. 4 is considered a perfect square, okay, because it's the result of squaring some integer. Now, if you take something like, let's say 2, and you cube it, that's going to be 8, right? 2 times 2 times 2 is 8. So 8 is known as a perfect cube because it's the result of cubing a number. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to set up my for loop. So for let I equals 0. I'm going to go I is less than, let's do something big. Let's do 1,000, okay? And then I'm going to go I plus plus. So what I want to know is I want to know which numbers, basically starting with 0 and going up to 999, are perfect squares and perfect cubes. Okay, so both. So something like 64, where 64 is 8 squared and it's also 4 cubed. And then also, I want to know if it's not a perfect square and a perfect cube, is it just a perfect square or is it just a perfect cube? Okay, so let's go ahead and do something like if. I'm going to first ask if math.square root, okay, of this I. So basically, I'm taking the square root of, in the first case, it would be 0, okay. I want to put the remainder operator with 1. Does that triple equal to 0? Again, that just tells me that the result here is going to be an integer, okay. If it is, then I know it's a perfect square. Then I can go and, okay, I can go math.cubeRoot, okay, and then the I, I'm going to do the same thing. So the remainder operator with 1, triple equals 0. Now you can use the number.isInteger. I'll mix that in a second. I'll show you both ways. So what I want to do here is just console.log, and I messed that up. So console.log, and then some backticks here, and I'll say the number, $ curly braces I, is a perfect square and a perfect cube. Okay, so that's all we want to say. So let's pop this open and run this guy. So you get 0, 1, 64, and 729. So 0 you could get from 0 squared is 0, 0 cubed is 0. 1, the same thing. 1 squared is 1, 1 cubed is 1. 64, you got 4. That's cubed, that gets you 64. And then 8 squared is 64. And then 729 is 27 squared. And it's also 9 cubed. Okay? So that's those guys. So let me go ahead and clear this now. And let me minimize this. Let's put some other guys in here. So basically what I would do is an else if. So I know it's not a perfect square and not a perfect cube at this point. So let me check to see if it's just a perfect square. So I did my else if. I'm going to go math.square root of I now. And let me use the other way. So let me go ahead and say number with a capital N dot is integer. So let's wrap that guy. Okay. And if this is true, that this is an integer, the number here is going to be a perfect square. Okay, so what I want to do here is just console.log with some backticks, the number, $ curly braces I, is a perfect square. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to go else if. I'm not going to do else because there's numbers that obviously would not be a perfect square, would not be a perfect cube, and would not be a perfect square and a perfect cube. So something like 7, right? It's not a perfect square, not a perfect cube. Okay, so else if, I'm going to go math.cubeRoot, okay, of I. And again, we can do the remainder operator with 1. Does that triple equal to 0? If it does, then I know I've got a perfect cube. If it doesn't, then I don't. Okay, so basically here, I would console.log. I would go the number, $curly braces I is a perfect cube. Okay, so that's all we want to do there. So let's go ahead and pop this back open, clear this and run this, and you get all of these. And it does it instantaneously, but you have to go through all of them. So I'll let you read this on your own. Basically, you have 0 and 1, and I think it was 64 and then 729. That's both a perfect square and a perfect cube. And then the other ones you should be familiar with, at least the perfect squares. So 2 squared is 4, and then you get 3 squared is 9, you get 4 squared is 16, 5 squared is 25, so on and so forth. And the first few perfect cubes, if you get to 2, 2 cubed is 8, and then 3 cubed is 27, so you see that one there. And then 4 cubed is 64, but that's again going to be both. And then 5 cubed is 125, so you got that there. Okay, so on and so forth. I'll let you read those results on your own. Okay, let's do one more example. I think it's important for us to understand that we need to be able to loop through arrays and do things. Okay, so we've seen this with the while loop and the do while loop. We have something now, an array method called for each, which you're going to use a lot in place of this. But the old school JavaScript, this is how we went through arrays. So for, you're going to let I equal 0, okay? And I'm going to say I is less than. In this case, I'm going to call my array store inventory, okay? And I'm going to put dot length, okay? And basically I want to go I plus plus. So again, we have the for each method now that's going to do this in a much more efficient way. But there's still some times where you need to loop through arrays for certain things, and we'll get to that later on. So let's go ahead and put an array up here. I'm going to go const store inventory, and let's just put some items at the store. Let's just keep this really simple. I'm going to go bread, and I'm going to go rice, and I'm going to go chicken, and I'm going to go, let's say, corn. I didn't misspell that, so corn. And then what else do we have in our store? Let's go steak. Let's go cereal, okay? Let's go milk, and that's good enough. We have enough to see what we're going to do. So let's put this up here and put a little semicolon here. And all I want to do is loop through this guy. So again, starting I with 0 means if I did something like console.log, let's just say I did store inventory with I there. Well, again, I is 0 at this point. So just like if I said store inventory with 0, and that's going to give me bread, right? The index there is 0. Then we increment by 1, so we're going to get to rice, then chicken, then corn, so on and so forth. Now again, you see this length property here, this store inventory.length, it's used all the time. And we can say less than specifically there because, again, the length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the length is 7, but again, because this starts with 0 in terms of the index, the last item is going to be 6, right? So when I gets to 6, store inventory with 6 there, that's going to be my last item, right? This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 in terms of the index. So it's going to work out perfectly because when this gets to 7, we're done, right? If I did store inventory with 7 there, you would get undefined. So you don't want to do that. So let's go ahead and pop this open, clear this out, run this, and you get all your items, right? It just loops through it for you. Again, we'll see a better way to do this with for each. Let's just clean this up a little bit, make a little message. So we'll just use some backticks here and we'll say we sell, and then $curly braces. I'll put this guy in here at our store. Okay, just to make it a little bit better. So let's pop this open, and I forgot my period, so let me put that in. And let's clear this and run this, and we just get, we sell bread at our store, we sell rice, you know, so on and so forth. It's just another way to kind of loop through an array. We saw this with the while loop and the do while loop, and now you can use the for loop. And here shortly, I'll show you how to use the for each method. All right, what I want to talk about here is the concept of breaking and continuing in a loop. We've already seen the break statement when we work with the switch statement, but let's start off with continue. Basically what this is going to do is it's going to exit the current iteration of the loop. So I'm going to set up a little example here. I'm going to go const, and I'm going to go just people, and I'm going to have basically an array, and I'm going to have a nested array in here. So I'm just going to put, as the first person, let's put Jason, and we're just going to put the year of birth, so 1991, and then let's go something like Megan, and didn't put the N there, missed that. And then let's say she's born in 2008. Let's go ahead and do something like Raul, or maybe that would be Raul. And let's go 2005, and then let's go a couple other people. Let's do Ralph to stay consistent with some R names, and let's go 1965. And then maybe let's do Jessica, okay? And maybe she's born in 1940, so 1940. And then let's do one more. Let's do Kelly, and let's say she was just born. So let's say something like 2020, okay? So something like last year. Okay, So right now, I can go through, we know how we use a for loop. I can go through and basically print out the name or the birth year, whatever I want to do. But basically what I want to do is decide if this person can drink or not, okay? And I know that the month plays a role in your age, but I'm just going to do it based on the year. So let's go const year. Just going to get this from JavaScript. I'm going to go new date with a capital D, parentheses dot get full year, okay? And then basically from here, I'm just going to set up my for loop, and I'm going to go let I equal 0. Okay, I'm going to go I is less than. In this case, the array we're working with is people. So I'm going to go people.length, okay? And then I'm going to go I++, okay? So let's get that in there. And then basically, what I'm going to do is set up a little variable. Remember, I can use const inside of here. It's not going to be an issue. So I'm going to go current age is equal to year, okay? Which is global. It's going to be the same all the time. And I'm going to basically go minus people, okay? But I basically want to think about the fact that if I put people I here, what is that going to give me? Let's think about that for a second. The first time through, if this is 0, then it's getting me this whole thing, right? So basically it's giving me Jason and 1991 as an array. So I want to get the person's age, so I need to get this right here. So it's going to be I, and then it's going to be 1. Okay, so this is going to give me the person's current age. Again, I know it's not perfect. We're not using the month. We're not using the day, but it's just a rough estimate based on the year. Okay, so I'm just going to console.log, and I'm going to put something like this. Let's say $ curly braces people, and then I'm going to use I, okay, and then I'm going to use 0 because it's the first guy there. Again, think about this. If I'm grabbing this whole thing, then in this inner array here, I want this as 0 to get the person's name. And I'll put is, $ curly braces, current age, I'm going to use that, years old, and can drink. Okay, now obviously everyone can't drink, but I'm going to show you how to fix this in a moment. Let's do a little wine emoji. So that brought up a trophy. I want the wine guy. Okay, let's put that in there. And then basically if we pop this open and clear this and run this, we get everyone, okay, even the 1-year-old that can basically drink. Okay, so we don't want that. So basically what I want to do here is I'm going to set up a little if statement here. And I'm just going to go if, and obviously there's other ways you could do this, but I'm just going to show you using continue. So I'm going to go if the current age, okay, is let's say less than 21, well then I don't want to print that this person can basically drink. So to get around that, I'm just going to type the keyword continue and not console, so continue. Okay, so what this does is basically if I get to this point, let's say the current age was 15, for example. Well, this is true, right? So inside of here is going to run, continue skips the current iteration of the loop. So from here, it just removes itself and comes back up and basically says, okay, what do I want to do next? Okay, so if we see this now, if I pop this open, clear this and run this, you're only going to get the people that can drink. So you get Jason is 30 years old, Ralph is 56, Jessica's 81, right? If we go back, it's only Jason, Ralph, and Jessica that can drink. Megan is too young, Raul is too young, and so is Kelly. Now, of course, you could have done this with just an if-else statement. I could just go through and say, well, if the person is this, then print to the console, they can drink. If it's not, print they can't drink. Obviously, we've seen that before. We know how to do that. I just wanted to show you with continue. Now, if you use the break statement, okay, it's going to exit the loop entirely. It's not going to go to the next iteration. It's just going to get out. So basically, if we look at this, Jason would get accepted, right? Because that person can drink, but Megan can't. So you will only see Jason in the console. You'll only see that Jason is 30 years old and can drink, okay? So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. And you just get that Jason is 30 years old and can drink. Basically, when it got to Megan, because she's too young, we hit this break statement, okay? And it exits out of the loop entirely. Again, we saw this with the switch statement. We would use break to exit the switch statement. Now we're using break if we want to exit the loop. All right, it's a pretty simple concept overall. Let's just do one more example. We'll see this a lot when we get to projects. I'm just going to set up a little lottery. So I'm going to go const lottery, and basically it's going to have 6 people, and each person is going to pick a number. And so everyone's just going to pick, we'll go in order. The first person will pick 1, then 2, then 3, up to 6. So let's go John, and let's say I'm going to pick 1. And then let's say we have Jamie, and she is going to pick 2. And let's say we have Betty, and let's say she's going to pick 3. And then let's go with Jennifer. So Jennifer, if I can spell that correctly. And then let's go with 4. And then we'll do, I need my brackets there. So we need Jessica. And then let's go 5. And then let's go Larry. And then let's let him go with 6. Okay, so we have 1 through 6 covered. So basically there's always going to be a winner. And I'm going to come back with my function to get a random integer between two integers. And again, this is going to be inclusive. So I'll go function, and I'm going to go get random integer. I want to put the min and the max. Okay, so those are my two values. In this case, it's going to be 1 and 6. So I'm going to return math.floor. This is with a capital M. I'm going to drop this in the description so you don't have to worry about typing this out. Again, I'll cover this, what it does specifically later on. I'm going to go math.random with some parentheses, and then times, you're going to have your max minus your min plus 1, okay? And then outside of here, you need plus your min. Okay, didn't do that right. Okay, so here, we're going to come out, and I'm just going to grab a random integer, so const, let's say winning number. And let's set this equal to get random integer 1 through 6. And you can play around with this. Just go ahead and console.log. So console.log this winning number. And let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this. And we'll just run it a few times. So you get 6. Every time it's going to be different. So you get 1, you get 6, you get 3. You know, you just go through, you get 4, you get 5, you know, so on and so forth. So you're going to get a number between 1 and 6 inclusive. And basically, we're going to use this to decide who's the winner. So let's go ahead and go through here. And let's set up a little for loop. So let's go for, and then I'm going to go let I equal 0. And then I is less than lottery.length, because I'm going to be working with that lottery array. And then I plus plus here. Okay, so what do I want to do? Well, basically, I want to log to the console. So console.log, I'm going to set up my little backticks there and go the lottery array. I'm going to put I and then 0. So again, remember what I'm doing here. When I come up here, this is, if I put lottery 0, I'm getting this whole thing, okay? So then I need the 0 behind that to just get John, or in other words, to get Jamie or Betty, just to get the name, to get the first position of that subarray. Then I'm going to put has won the lottery, okay, like this. And then basically, I'm going to go the winning number was, and then $ curly braces, winning number. Okay, so right now we really haven't done anything to say that this specific person won, right? This is going to go through everybody and basically put their name down as the winner. So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, everybody basically won, okay? And the only person that actually won was Jessica because she's the one that picked 5. Everybody else, John picked 1, Jamie picked 2, you know, so on and so forth. So to fix this, I can put a little if statement in here. So I can put if the winning number triple equals to the lottery, okay? Again, you're using that I, but that's giving you the subarray. So to get this number that they chose, again, if this is position 0, this is going to be position 1. So I want this guy as 1, okay? If those are equal, then basically I want to do this. I want to grab this guy, okay, and put this in here, and then I can break, okay? So we'll come out here. Now, obviously, if you think about this, it's only going to print one winner to the console. If I take the break out, if I pop this open and clear this and run this, it's just going to give me Betty won the lottery. The winning number was 3. But I'm going to put the break in here just to, again, demonstrate what it does. And I'm going to put else here. So basically, it's going to go through these people, okay, until it gets to a winner. So I'm going to console.log. In this particular case, $ curly braces, lottery, and then I want this I, and then I want 0. And then we'll put something like has lost the lottery, okay? And you can even put some emojis in here. Let's do sad. So something like this. Oh, you lost, okay? Something like this. And then up here, if you want to put, I don't know, maybe like a money emoji or something. I'm not sure what you would do there. So let's look for money. So something like this. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay, so let's pop this open now and clear this and run this. And we can see I misspelled that. So I misspelled lottery. So let's fix that. And then let's pop this back open, clear it, and run it again. So we get John lost, Jamie lost, Betty lost, Jennifer lost, and then Jessica won. So you see it doesn't print for the 6th person because basically once it encountered somebody who won, we got that break statement. So it broke us out of there, okay? So we can clear this again and run this, and it'll be a different thing, right? So now basically I lost and then Jamie won, and all the people after it doesn't do anything because we did the break, right? So clear it and run it. Every time you get a different result. There's 3 people. So clear it and run it. 2 people. So let's clear it and run it. And you get 3 people. Let's clear it and run it. 2 people. Clear it and run it. And you can play around with this. Now I finally won. So John won. The winning number was 1. So you can play around with this as much as you want. You can put continue in here and you would never get a winner. So let's say I got this and I put it before this. So let's say I put continue like this. Well, you see it's lighting up on me telling me, hey, this is never going to run. And the reason is because if this guy ends up being true, I'm going to hit continue. So I'm going to skip this iteration. So all I'm going to get is the losers, right? So if I did that, let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this and run this. And you see that we get all the losers. So John lost, Jamie lost, Betty lost, Jennifer lost, Jessica won. Have to go back up here and see. Oh, so it must be Larry that won. So in this particular case, yeah, so Larry won. So basically it was a 6 in this particular case, right? Now, if you put continue after, so if you get rid of this and you put continue here, it's not going to make a difference at all, right? You would still get the winner. You're skipping the current iteration of the loop, but there's only one winner, so it really wouldn't matter. Wouldn't do anything. So let's go ahead and clear it and run it, and you get the same thing. So basically you come through here and you see that Jamie won the lottery. The winning number was a 2. Again, you have continue after that, but it doesn't matter because you're never going to get in there again. So everything else is just the people that lost. All right, so in some cases, you're going to want to loop through an array backwards. And basically, I'm just going to start off with a very simple example. I'm just going to go 4, okay? And I'm going to say let I equal, let's just start with 10, and we're going to work our way backwards to, let's say 0. So for my condition here, I'm going to say I is greater than -1. You could also do I is greater than or equal to 0, whatever you want to do there. And then basically now I'm just going to go I'm going to go I minus minus. And then let me open up this little code block here, and I'm just going to console.log this I variable. So let's stop for a minute and think about what's going to happen. Initially, I is 10, right? And we're going to do this as long as I, which right now it's 10, is greater than -1. So 10 is greater than -1, so we're going to run this. We're going to console.log, in this case, 10. Right? So once that's done, we're going to take 1 off or take 1 away. This is the decrement operator, so it takes 1 away. So it goes down to 9. Okay, so then we check again. Is 9 greater than -1? Yes. So we do this again. And this keeps going until we basically get to the point where we're at -1. Is -1 greater than -1? No. So this guy stops. So let's pop this open. We'll see 10 through 0 in our terminal. So we run this guy, and of course we start at 10, then we go to 9, 8, 7. Basically, we're looping backwards. So let me give you an example of this. You'll see this as you're coding more and more, but I'm going to start off with an example with some race winners. So we know typically, if you're in some kind of contest, let's say it's a race, it could really be any contest. Basically, they normally announce the winners in reverse, right? You'll go like 3rd place, then 2nd place, and there's a little pause and say 1st place is this. So let me do something like, let's say 5 places. So I'm going to go const race winners, and I'm going to make this an array, and we're basically going to have some sub arrays here. So let me put my little semicolon here. And let's just start off with Jamie, and let's say that she gets 1st place. Okay, so she's 1st, and then we're going to have Jessica, and basically she's going to be 2nd. Okay, so that's her place. And then let's say we have Mark. So let's do Mark, and I forgot my quotes there, so Mark. And then let's say this guy is going to be obviously in 3rd place. And then let's go with Steven, okay, and he's going to be in 4th place. And then lastly, let's do Clyde. Okay, so Clyde is going to be our 5th place winner. So Clyde, and then we'll do 5th for 5th place. Okay, so basically what I can do here is just loop through backwards and make a little message basically saying in this case, let's start with the 5th place winner is, let's say, Clyde, okay? And then if we encounter the 1st place winner, let's put a little emoji there showing that that person is number 1, basically. So let's set up our little for loop. So we're going to go 4. We're going to say let I equal. So normally we start with 0 because we want to start with this first guy here. But in this particular case, we don't want 0, right? So we want, if you think about this, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. But how can we get 4 dynamically? We don't want to hard code 4 in there because what if we have to add something to the array later? So remember you have your length property, which in this case, it's counted normally, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I subtract away 1 to get to 4. So you can always just do race winners dot length, okay, and then minus 1. Okay, so that part's done. So now we need our condition. And basically, because we want to go down until we get to the first guy here, which is 0, we want to go until I is greater than or equal to 0. Or again, like I like to do, I would put I is greater than -1. Okay, so if you put 0 here and you put greater than or equal to, it's going to work the same. But I like to do it this way. That's just how I've always done it. Okay, so I'm gonna put my semicolon there, and then basically I want to use the decrement operator. So I wanna go I minus minus. This is just taking 1 off of I each time. Okay, so let's pause for a minute and think about what we have for I. It's gonna start out with, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the length, it's gonna start off with 5 minus 1, which is 4. So that's the value for I. Then we're gonna say is 4 greater than -1? Yes. So we're gonna do some stuff in here. Okay, when that stuff is done, we're gonna take 1 off of I. And so now instead of 4, it's 3. Okay, so now I will be 3. So it's 3 greater than -1. Yeah, so it's gonna keep going until you get to the point where I is -1 and it's no longer greater than -1, and it's gonna stop. So in here, I'm gonna console.log, and I'm gonna use some backticks here. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna put $, and then curly braces. I'm gonna reference this race winners. So race winners. And then remember, you have some subarrays here. So if I put my I here, in this particular case, because it's 4, it's gonna start off with this whole thing, okay? And if I want their place, I wanna use this guy right here. So this is 0 and this is 1. So let's start off with 1 here, basically telling me that I have the 5th place. So in this case, this would say the 5th, and then outside of here, I'll put place winner is, and now I want the person's name. So $ curly braces, I'll do race winners again, but now I want I, and then I want 0 here. Now let me put a little exclamation point here, and I'll put something added in here. So I'm gonna go $ curly braces, I'm gonna go race winners, basically I, and then I'm going to do 1. I'm gonna check to see if this triple equals to first, okay? If it does, then what I wanna do here is add a little emoji. So let me pull this up and see if we have a first place. There we go. So I want that guy. And then otherwise, you can just put an empty string here. Okay, so that's how you can deal with that. So basically for the first guy, if we think about this, right now I, the first time through, is gonna be 4. Okay, so what's gonna happen is it's got this guy, race winners, with 4 put in here. So that gives me this whole thing, okay? And then I want 1, so that gives me 5th. So the 5th place winner is, in this case, if this is 4 and this is 0, it's going to give me Clyde. And then this part right here is going to be false, so you're not going to get this. It's just an empty string, right? So you're just going to say the 5th place winner is, in this case, Claude, okay? Now this is going to keep going until, again, I becomes -1 and it's no longer going to do anything, right? You're going to stop with this array here because this will be 0, okay, for the bigger array in terms of the index. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop open the terminal, and we'll just run this guy real quick. And we see it works as expected. So the 5th place winner is Clyde, the 4th place winner is Steven, the 3rd place winner is Mark, the 2nd place winner is Jessica, and the 1st place winner is Jamie. Okay, so that works pretty well. Let's do one more example, and I'm gonna tie one other concept in here. So I'm gonna do 2 little arrays. One's gonna be a grocery array. We've been doing this so far, so const groceries. And let's just get some items you would get at the grocery store. So something like corn, let's do chicken, let's say steak, and let's say rice, and let's say, I don't know, we could do pasta and a few more just to get things going. So let's do tomatoes, let's do maybe some beans, and then let's do some ice cream. Okay, so ice cream. Okay, so that's it for our groceries. Let's do some Amazon shopping. So const, let's do Amazon shopping, something like this. And we'll just do some basic things. So remote, so like a remote control. Let's say you got some headphones. Let's say you got some paper. Let's say you got some pens. Let's say you got some frames. You're hanging some pictures. Let's say you got some plates. And let's say you got some forks. Okay, so it's just a basic shopping list. Now, what I'm going to do here is set up a little function, okay? So I'm going to go function, and I'm going to call this unpack items, and I'm going to take in an array here, okay? And basically, I know this isn't 100% realistic, but let's consider that when you buy groceries or if you buy something from Amazon, basically they fulfill the order by taking the first item and putting it in the box. So the first item would be the lowest or the last one you're going to get to, whereas the last item is going to be the first one you're going to get to, right? So it basically reversed it. And I know this isn't realistic, especially with groceries. Something like if you bought bread, usually that goes on the top no matter the order that you bought it. But let's just pretend that that's realistic for a moment. So I'm going to go something like 4. I'm going to let I be equal to the array.length, okay, the array.length. And then I'm going to go -1, because again, that's how I'm always going to get the last position, okay? Now, instead of putting the semicolon here, I'm going to declare another variable here, and you can do this by just putting a comma, okay? So I'm now going to use j, which is also common with loops, and I'm going to put is equal to 1. And I'll show you why I need this in a moment. Then I'm going to put I is greater than -1. That's how long I want this to run to, because again, if I is 0, I want to grab this guy, or in this case, this guy. If I is -1, I want to stop. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to basically tell JavaScript what I want to do at the end of each iteration of the loop. Normally we just put something like I++ or I minus, but here you have two variables. So I'm going to go I minus, and then I'm also going to put a comma here and put J++. Okay, so this is allowed. All right, so inside the body here, what do I want to do? Well, basically, I'm just going to go console.log, okay? We're not going to return anything here because if you return something when you're in a function, again, that exits the function. You get the return value and you're done. So I'm just going to do this really simply by just doing a console.log statement. And again, as we move forward, we'll see better ways to do things. So I'm just going to go console.log, some backticks here, unpacking, and I'm going to go item, and the item number is going to be J. Remember, I started this with 1, and each time through, it's going to increase it by 1. So it would be unpacking item 1, then unpacking item 2, then so on and so forth. So unpacking item J, and then to get the actual item, then I want to do my array that I passed in with the I here inside of the brackets. Again, this is going in reverse, so this is going to start with, let's say we take the groceries, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so this is the position 7 here. So it's going to start with this being replaced with 7, okay, and it's going to be ice cream, and the item number will be 1. So it'll say unpacking item 1, which is ice cream. Okay, so let me put my period here, and basically we can just call the function. We call it once, it's going to run through whatever we put in for the array. It's going to go through the whole thing because of the for loop. So let's start with groceries. So I'm going to call the unpack items, and I'm going to pass in the groceries array. Let's pop open the terminal, clear this, and let's run this guy. And you see you get everything in reverse, right? So unpacking item 1 is ice cream, then item 2 is beans, then tomatoes, pasta, rice, steak, chicken, corn. And again, I don't know, this is not completely realistic in terms of bagging, but let's just pretend that it is. So let's clear this out. Let's go back over here. And now let's pass in our Amazon shopping, and we'll see the same thing. So let's go Amazon shopping, pop this open, and run this. And again, it just does it in reverse. So we start with item 1, which is forks, then plates, then frames, then pens, then paper, headphones, and finally remote. So the main idea here is to understand that, number one, you can go through an array backwards. Sometimes you're going to need to do this. And then also, when you're working with a for loop, notice that you can use more than one variable here. We're separating this stuff with a comma. So that's going to be important when you get to tougher projects. All right, so in some cases, we may need to use something called a nested loop. And this is basically where a loop is run inside of another loop. So let me start off with a very simple example here. So I'm just going to go a for loop here, and I'm going to let I equal 0. I'm going to go I is less than, let's say 5, and then I++. Okay, so what I'm going to do to start, let's just do what we know. So I'm going to console.log. You could just console.log I, but let's use some backticks here. And I'm just going to put something like the current value of I is, and then we'll put a colon here. Or let me put this like this, $ curly braces, I, okay? So basically this is going to print the current value of I is 0. Then the current value of I is 1. And we're going to get this all the way till 4, right? When I gets updated to 5, this is no longer true, so it's going to stop running. So let's go ahead and pop open the terminal and run this. And you get this exactly as we expected. The current value of I is 0 through the current value of I is 4. Okay, so nothing new there. But let's say, for example, we wanted to introduce another little for loop. Okay, so a loop inside of a loop. So I'm going to go for, I'm going to let's use J. Okay, and I'm going to set that equal to 0. I'm going to say J is less than 5. And then I'm going to go J++. Okay, so all I'm going to do here is something simple. So console.log, I'll just say something like, let's just do J. $ curly braces with J, okay? So this guy is going to basically go 0 through 4, okay? So it's going to start at 0, then it's going to go 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. But basically you have to think about how this is working. The first time through, so when this guy comes through here, this is the inner part or the code block here associated with the outer for loop, okay? So when I is 0, all of this is going to run, okay, before it updates to 1, and then it all runs again. So let's think about how this works. First, going to console.log, the current value of I is, in this case, 0. Okay, then we're going to go through this entire for loop. So we're going to let j equal 0, j is less than 5, and we have the j++ here. So basically we're going to console.log, we have j here, right now it's 0, then it gets updated to 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, okay? When it gets to 5, this is false, so we're done here. So now we're coming back up, and we're updating I, instead of 0, now it's 1, so now we get the current value of I is 1, right? So on and so forth. It's going to keep doing this to where you get the current value of I is 0, okay? And then you get all the j's, j 0 through 4, then the current value of I is 1, then j 0 through 4. And it's going to just keep doing that until you get to the current value of I is 4, okay, with j 0 through 4. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. And you see that you get, if I come back up here, the current value of I is 0, then the current value of I is 1, the current value of I is 2, current value of I is 3, the current value of I is 4. And in each case, we're going through that kind of inner loop there to get the j 0 through 4. Okay. Now, one thing you could do if you wanted to make that more cleanly, when you're working with these things, you can put a little border at the end of stuff. So you could do something like console.log, and I'm just going to put some inside of quotes, just a little visible border. This is something that a lot of tutorials will show. This is completely optional. If you run this now, it makes it a little bit easier to see your different iterations of the loop, right? So this is basically the first iteration of the outer loop where the current value of I is 0. We go through all the j's, and you have your border, and then you have the second iteration, the third, the fourth, and then finally the fifth. Okay, so that's easy enough. Let's go ahead and clear this out. And another example I want to do here, we know how to make a little multiplication table. If we were to take a pen and a piece of paper and kind of write this out, you could do something like 0 times 0 equals 0. And then you could do something like, let's say 0 times 1 still equals 0, you know, so on and so forth. If you wanted to do this for the numbers from 0 up to 10, you could do this with some nested loops, right? So I'm just going to go 4. I'm going to let I equal 0. And I forgot my parentheses there. So 4. I'm going to let I equal 0. And then basically I want to go I is less than, let's go up to 10. So I'm going to go less than 11, or you could do less than or equal to 10, whatever you want to do there. And I'm just going to go I++. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go 4, and I'm going to let something like j equal 0. I'm going to go j is, again, less than 11, and then j++. Okay, so let's go ahead and come in here, and I'm just going to console.log. If you think about how the multiplication table works, again, I'm just going to use some backticks, and I'm going to go $ curly braces. I'm going to go I, okay, which is the current value for I, starts out at 0, and then times $ curly braces j. Okay, so this starts out at 0. So this is going to go 0 times 0 to start, okay? And then basically, j is going to keep updating while I stays the same at first, right? So I is stuck at 0 while we're going through this first loop of j. So it's going to be j is 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9, then 10, okay? Finally, when it gets to 11, this is done, and we come back up here, we're updating I to be 1. So then it's 1 here, and it starts over with 0 here. So 1 times 0, then 1 times 1, you know, so on and so forth. And I'm just going to put equals, $ curly braces. Again, you can do math inside of here. So I times j. Okay, so let's put this out here. And again, if you want to put a little border here between these guys, you can do that. I suggest it for readability, but again, it's up to you, personal preference. Pop this open and clear this, and let's go ahead and run this. And again, you get a little multiplication table. So you got to come all the way back up here to view it. But basically, we're starting with all the zeros. So 0 times 0, 0 times 1, 0 times 2, you know, so on and so forth. That's the result of that is always 0. Then you get your ones, right? So 1 times 0, 1 times 1, 1 times 2. 1 times any number is always itself, right? So that's why if you multiply something by 1, like 1 times 8, you just get 8. Okay. Then you get the 2s, then you get the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s, so on and so forth until you get to the 10s, right? So we're done with 10 times 10 is 100. Now, if you wanted to, you could extend this if you wanted to. And this sometimes takes a while. So let's just keep it to something like 100, right? So this will go up to 99. So let's go up to 100. Let's pop open the terminal. Let's see that real quick. So it's going to run through these guys. So it's already done. So basically, it went all the way up to 99 times 99. But if you scroll through these guys, and I mean, this is quite the output, right? I'll let you check this on your own, but basically you end up with all of these, right? So let's just take this one. So you have 98 times 0, then basically goes all the way through, right? All the way through, you get to the point where it's 98 times 99, right? So basically, I'll let you play with that on your own. And I'm just going to do another little example here. So let's wipe this out, and let's do a little store inventory example. So I'm going to go const store inventory, okay? And this is going to be an array, and I'm going to have basically sub-arrays inside of here. So again, we're working with nested arrays. So I'm going to have an array in here, and let me just start with something like the item. So the item, And then we're going to want something like, let's say the price. And then we're going to want something like, let's say the current inventory. Okay, so the amount of inventory that we have. So I'm just going to copy this real quick. Okay, so I don't have to keep typing that. And then I'm going to put a comma here. And let's just put a few of these in here. And we'll just type them till we get tired. I like to put a lot of stuff in the example. Okay, so let's start off with maybe like a computer. So a computer, let's say the price is going to be, I don't know, $1,500, $1,500. And let's say for the inventory, we have 25 on hand. Then for the next one, let's do maybe speakers. For the price, let's do, I don't know, $50. And then for the inventory, let's say we have 100 on hand. And then for the next item, let's go ahead and say we have some monitors. So like computer monitors, the price for those, let's say $200. And I forgot my dollar sign. And then for the inventory, let's go ahead and say that we have 27 of them. And then for the next item, let's go ahead and say we have headphones. So headphones, let's say they're fancy like Bose or something. So they're $400. And let's say the inventory for this, let's say we only have 7. And then another item could be maybe like printers. Let's say the price is going to be, let's say $100 for a printer. And then the inventory, let's say we have 90 of them. And then another item, let's say we have, I don't know, something like a USB cable, okay? And let's say the price for that is, I don't know, $9. And then the inventory for that, let's say we have 500 of them because they sell really quickly. Let's also do maybe like a router. So a router, let's say the price on this is maybe $350, something like that. And let's say the inventory that we have on hand, let's say there's 23. And then let's do 2 more of these. So let's think about this. If we're in like an electronics store, let's say we had something like a wireless keyboard, something like that. Let's let the price for that be, I don't know, $20, something simple. And then the inventory can be 55. For the last item, let's say we have some fans, and let's set the price for that to something like, I don't know, let's say $35. And let's say our inventory for that is, let's say 6. Okay, so that's nice and easy. We know that we can use a for loop to go through this guy, but basically if we're doing the standard with I, and let's say we start off with I being 0, I'm going to be grabbing this entire thing, right? But I might want to print these out individually. So we know we would need something like, let's say store inventory with the brackets, let's say 0, and then let's say 1, okay, another set of brackets after that to get this specific item, okay? And then I would do store inventory with brackets of 0, okay, and then brackets of 1 to get this item, so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and do something like a for loop, and I'm going to let I be equal to 0. Again, that's the starting point of any array. And then I want store inventory.length. So I'm going to say I is less than store inventory.length, okay? And then lastly, I want to do I++ because I want to increment by 1 each time. Now, if I just console.log, and I meant to hit console, so console.log, and I just do store inventory, and I use my brackets and I put I in there, again, the problem is it's going to grab this whole thing each time where I might want to just print the individual items, okay? So let's go ahead and see this really quickly. Let's clear this, and let's run this guy. And again, you get exactly what I said. So basically, let me kind of drag this up just a little bit. You have your items here, your computer, your price, your inventory, but it's all as an array, right? So you get all this stuff. Okay, so let's pop this back open, and let's see how we can fix this. Basically, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to make a little if statement, and I'm going to say if I is greater than 0, then I'm going to put my little border in. Okay, so I don't want it on the first guy, but after the first guy, I want it to make a little border each time. So console.log, I'll put a little border here. Okay, that's just for readability. That's completely optional. So I'm going to set up another little for loop, and now I'm going to do let j equal 0. Let's think about the condition here though. I want to loop through the individual parts of this array here that I'm getting. So how can I get that? Well, I get that with store inventory I. So I want store inventory with brackets with I inside dot length. That way later on, if I add something to one of these guys, but not the other ones, it's basically dynamic. It's going to keep up with that. So I want to do something like j is less than store inventory, let's say I, okay, dot length. Okay, so whatever that is. Again, we just saw that when we printed this to the console. So in this case right now, each one of these guys, the length is 3. So it's going to basically be like j is less than 3 here. Okay, so let me put a semicolon here and just do j++, okay? And then open up my code block. And let's come in here and let's put this in here. And so basically what I want to do now is console.log store inventory I, but then also j, okay? So let's pause for a minute because I know this can get quite confusing. So if you're lost, it's okay. So first, we're setting up our little for loop. This is the outer loop. I is 0. And basically, we set up this condition where I is less than storeInventory.length. Okay, so that's how long we want this guy to run for. And then basically, each time the loop is done, we're going to do I++. Okay, so we're starting off by just saying if I is greater than 0, so that's after the first iteration, we want to put a little border there. Again, that's optional. So inside of this for loop is where the magic happens. Basically with this console.log here where we have store inventory with I and then J, if this guy is 0 and this guy is 0, if we come back up here, you're going to get this is 0, right? For the bigger guy, and then this is 0 for the little guy. So you're basically going to get item computer, right? Then J is going to get updated and you're going to get price 1500. And then it's going to get updated and you're going to get inventory 25, okay? So basically once that's done its job, we're going to come back up here. We're going to update I. I is going to be 1 now. So when we come back down here, we're going to print our border, okay? And then we're basically going to say, when we're console.logging, you have I that's 1 and this guy that's 0. So if we go to 1, now we're here and this guy's 0, right? So we're going to get speakers. Then J is going to update. We're going to get $50 for the price. Then the inventory is going to be at 100, so on and so forth until we work our way through this entire array. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm just going to delete that for spacing and pop this open and clear this. And let's go ahead and run this. And you see it goes through all of these. So I'm going to go back up to the top. So you have your first item, which is a computer, the price $1,500, the inventory is 25, okay? And then you have your speakers, same thing for all of it. It just goes through the whole thing. And again, this isn't a perfect example. There's much better ways to do what I just did. We're going to see this when we get to objects, but basically for right now, this is the best we can do if we wanted to do something like this. And it's a good way to just practice going through these loops inside of other loops. All right, so what we want to do here is a quick little coding challenge, something to test your knowledge of loops before we move on and start talking about objects. So what we're going to do here is just create a little function that takes in a multi-dimensional array of the participants in a particular weightlifting contest along with the total amount lifted, okay? So I'm going to be posting these arrays in the description, so you have to worry about trying to copy them. But basically, you see how it's set up here. If I look at this nested array here, I have Jamie and 1050. So the person's name or the participant's name and basically the amount of weight that was lifted. Then you have something like Mark and then 1020, Steven and 990, so on and so forth. So that's just the first part, just announcing that you're creating a function. Again, it's going to take in this array. Okay. So then the function, what it should do here is print the name of the person, the amounts they lifted, and their place in the contest. Okay. You want the order to go backwards and give a trophy to the first place person. Okay. So this is typical when you're announcing a contest winner. You'll say, let's say this person got third. Then this person got second, then maybe like a dramatic pause or something, and then, drum roll, and then this person got first, so on and so forth. So we're basically going to do that and go backwards. Now, at this point, we've been kind of console.logging everything. Something that would be more realistic would maybe be to return a string. So I'm going to show you how to do this both ways. However you want to solve this is fine. It's just practice. It's just for yourself, okay? So the last thing we're going to do is just modify the array to have more people and show that it still works. Okay, so we're going to use a maximum of 10 participants. And the reason for this is you're going to notice when you try to do this that the ending, when you say like this person was first or this person was second or this person was third, you have to account for that change. Okay, so if they're first, you have ST. If you're second, you have ND. If you're third, you have RD. And then after that, up to 10, you're going to have TH, right? So fourth, fifth, sixth, so on and so forth. So go ahead and pause the video, give this guy an honest try on your own, and then I'll see you here for the solution. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a shot. I'm going to start by just creating a function, and I'm just going to call it show, and I misspelled that. So show place. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't matter. I'm going to put array here as a parameter. This is what I'm going to pass in. So right now I have two arrays that I can pass in, the male lifter or the female lifter. You can make your own array. It doesn't really matter, okay? So the idea here, if we go back up, it says that basically it should print the name of the person, the amounts they lifted, and their place in the contest. But the key here is that it's going to go backwards, okay? So we know how to loop through an array backwards. We're going to use a for loop, and we're going to let I be equal to, let's think about how we can get the final position of any array. Okay, so remember, if I count this with the length property, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so if I do the length, array.length, at this point, okay, if I'm thinking about female lifters, it would give me 7. But remember, this is 0 indexed, okay? So I've got to take one off in order to actually grab this. The length is 7, but in order to get the last element, I want to subtract away 1, okay? So that's where I'm going to start. Then I want to keep doing this as long as I is greater than, remember the first position here, since I'm looping backwards, the first position is going to be 0. So you can put greater than or equal to 0, or what I like to do is greater than -1. And then I'm going to go I minus minus just to take 1 off each time. And I know that looping through arrays backwards is kind of confusing at first, but you will definitely get used to it. We do this all the time in JavaScript. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to start with a very simple console.log statement. I'm going to show you how to do something more realistic where you return a string, but I'm going to get to that in a second. So I'm just going to console.log, and with some backticks here, I'm first going to talk about the person's name. So I'm going to go $ curly braces. I'm going to talk about the array that's been passed in, and then the position I. So let's think about this for a second. If I use the female lifters, the length is 7, take 1 away at 6, so it gives me this position here. It's giving me the entire array. I want the person's name, so now I want square brackets again, and I want the first position there, so it's going to be 0. So this would give me Candice, and then I'm going to go ahead and say has finished in $ curly braces. Now here is where you really have to think, because again, if I use I, it's not really going to give me what I want, right? Because I is the array.length, which is 7 minus 1. So it would be 6. I don't want to say she's in 6th place. I want to say she's in 7th place, right? So I need to account for this -1 here and put I basically plus 1 to get myself back to where I want to be. And so you can put let's go ahead and just put TH, right? So this would say right now 7th. But if you get to 1, 2, or 3, okay, it's not going to look right? It's going to be 3th or something like that, or I can't even pronounce it because it doesn't make any sense, right? So basically we'll account for that in a second. So the TH ending, and basically I'll put place with a total weight of, and then I'm going to go $ curly braces. I'll do the array, and for some reason I put my caps lock on, so array, and then I, and now I want the 1 here, okay? Because again, this is in position 0, this is in position 1. Okay, so now we have this set up, and I probably want to put something like maybe pounds after or something like that. And I put that inside of the curly braces, and I should have put it here. So pounds, or you could put kilograms, or whatever you're used to working with in your country. Okay, so if I print this out now, let's go ahead and just call the function. And it's going to be kind of interesting. So we'll go something like show place. And let's just use the malelifters to start. Let's pop open the terminal and run this guy. And you get Alex has finished in 7th place with a total weight of 920 pounds, so on and so forth. This is actually fine, okay? But the problem is when you get here, you're dealing with something where the person finished in 3rd place, which doesn't make any sense, 2th place, I guess, and 1st place. It doesn't make any sense. So you have to account for the fact that you should say 3rd and 2nd and 1st, okay? So let's fix that really quickly. So let's go ahead and declare a little variable using let. So I'm going to go let. And basically, I'm going to say something like maybe my place, okay? And I'm not going to give it a value just yet, okay? I'm going to do that based on the I, okay? Now, you might be thinking, well, each time through the loop, you're going to encounter a let declaration again. Won't that give you an error? No, because it's going to wipe this clean each time, okay? Again, I'll talk about this more when I get to advanced JavaScript. So I'm just going to go if, and I'm going to say if the I triple equals to 0, okay? That basically means that we're on the 1st place winner. Okay, so for the my place, I'm going to set this equal to, we'll say st, right, to say something like 1st, okay? Then the other scenario, we'll go ahead and say else if, we'll say I triple equals to, let's say 1. Okay, so this is the 2nd place person. So we'll say now my place, we'll set this equal to nd. Okay, that's the proper ending. And then we'll do else if. We'll say I triple equals to 2. So this is the 3rd place person. So we'll go ahead and say my place is equal to RD for 3rd, right? The RD part. And then else, everybody else, again, since we're limiting this to 10, we can go ahead and say my place is equal to, we'll say TH, okay? So now what I'm going to do down here, instead of having the TH, I'm going to replace this by putting $ curly braces, and I'm going to put my place in there. So now let's pop this back open. Let's clear this and let's run this. And it did fix our first problem, right? So we'll see that Steven now has finished in 3rd place, okay? And we have also that Mark has finished in 2nd place and Jamie has finished in 1st place. Okay. Now, additionally, it tells us, if we go back up here, that basically if the person is first, we want to give them a trophy, right? So you could use any trophy you want. The way I'm going to do this, basically, I'm going to put a trophy right here after place. So let me go ahead and put a $ curly braces, and I'm just going to ask the question, does I triple equal to 0? If it does, I'm going to basically add in here the little trophy emoji. So let's put maybe first. Let's use that guy. And then also, if it's not true, we could just put a little empty string there, okay? So let's pop this open and make sure this works. And you'll see that Jamie has finished in first place. You have your little trophy emoji here with the first place with a total weight of 1,050 pounds. Okay, so it looks like the width has an extra space that we probably don't want. So we can close that or collapse that down, clear this and run this, and that goes ahead and fixes that. For this one, it doesn't look too good. So let's go ahead and put a little space after there. So clear this and run this. And it looks like that's going to be pretty much good enough. Okay, so let's think about how we could use this with a real world application, because you really can't console.log something in the real world, right? You're going to want to display some output to your user, not in the console where nobody's looking, okay? So what I'm going to do is come up here outside of my for loop, and I'm going to go let my message, okay, equal, and I'm going to set this to an empty string, okay? You don't want it to be undefined, because the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to be doing plus equals. You don't want to end up with undefined as part of your string, okay? So we're going to come down here, and basically what I'm going to do now is instead of console.log, I'm going to go my message, okay, plus equals this guy, okay? And then what I'm going to do outside of here, remember, you want to return something with a function. So when the loop's done, I'm just going to return my message, okay? Right now, the problem is this is going to be really jumbled up, okay? With the console.log, it would run it and log it to the console each time so you get these new lines. Here, it's not going to do that because it's going to build one long string, and it's going to return that long string. So let's go ahead and console.log this. So console.log, and let's wrap this guy right here. And I'll show you the problem, and I'll show you how you can fix this. So we'll clear this and run this, and you see it just makes this one jumbled mess, okay? So to fix this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say basically that I want to put a new line into this guy, okay? Remember, you can do this with the \n, and I'm going to do that everywhere except for when I is 0. So I'm going to say if, and I'll say if I is greater than 0, I'm basically going to add on to my message. So my message, I'm going to go plus equals, and I'm basically just going to use this / with an n, okay? And that's going to fix that issue. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And you see it fixes the issue for us. So we have Alex has finished in 7th place with a total of 920 pounds. And then so on and so forth. You've got the correct thing for Steven, who's in 3rd place, Mark, who's in 2nd place, Jamie, who's in 1st place. Everything's on its own line. And we've done it professionally because we've returned a string, okay? So you could use this as an actual output if you were working with a web page. Okay, so the last part of this guy, if we go back up, was to modify the array, just the arrays that you're working with, to have more people and show that it still works. We're going to use a maximum of 10 people. So we didn't do female lifters. Let's just do that real quick. So let's do the female lifters. Go ahead and run this. And you get the same result here, okay? So let's pop this back open and let's go over here. Let's add a few female names. Let's go ahead and do something like, let's say Jessica, and let's say she did 250 pounds. And let's add, you could do a few more people. So let's do, let's say Mary, and let's say she did 220 pounds. And then we can do one more person because basically Mary is the 9th person. So if we do another person, it would be the 10th person. So let's just go ahead and do something like Linda. And then let's say she did 200 pounds even, okay? So let's pop this back open, clear this and run this and show that it still works. And let me try to drag this up so you can see everything. So we have Linda has finished in 10th place with a total weight of 200 pounds. And Mary has finished in 9th place with a total weight of 220 pounds. And Jessica has finished in 8th place with a total weight of 250 pounds, so on and so forth. I'm just showing you that it did add those guys in. So this guy is dynamic, okay? The only problem you're going to run if you wanted to use this in the real world, the fact that if you got to something like 22nd, right, or 23rd, you're back to that difference between the ND, the ST, the R, all those different things you'd have to account for that. That's a little bit too advanced for it at this point, so I'm just going to leave it for just basically saying this is for 10 places in the array. All right, so now it's time to talk about another very important data structure in JavaScript, we've already seen that arrays could be used to hold multiple values. And so basically when you're working with an array, the problem is you always have to reference things based on the order or the index. When we work with objects, we're going to be able to have names so we can reference something based on the name, okay? So let's start with a very simple example. I'm just going to have a person, let's say const, something like Jessica. So this will be in an array. So we'll just start with this. And we're just going to put some information about Jessica in there. Let's say we start with her first name, so Jessica. Let's say we put her last name, so Smith. Let's say we put her age, so 19. And let's say we put her state, so Florida. So Florida, something like that. Okay. So looking at this array, you might be able to determine that this guy right here would be the first name, this guy right here would be the last name, this guy would be the age, and this guy would be the state. But the 19 could really represent anything, okay? So from the outside person, it's really not a great use to use an array for this because you want something that's more descriptive, okay? So right now, let's just console.log this Jessica, okay? And let's see what it looks like. Let's pop this open and run this. And we just get an array, and that's fine. So what I want to do here is I'm going to go const, let's go maybe Jessica 2 or something like that. And I'm going to put equals. Instead of the square brackets, I'm going to use the curly brackets or the curly braces. This is how we basically set up an object. And so now what I'm going to have are these properties, and these are going to be an association between a name, or what some people call a key, and a value, okay? So what I'm going to do here first, since this entry here for Jessica describes her first name, I'm just going to write first name, okay? So this is going to be a name or a key, and then I'm going to put a colon, and then I'm going to put the value. So I'm going to put Jessica, and then I need a comma, and then I'm going to put last name, and then I'm going to put, let's say, Smith, and then another comma, and I'm going to put age, and let's say we put 19, and then let's go with her current state, and let's go with Florida. Okay, so this is just some information about her, and you can look at the first guy, which is in an array, and the second guy, which is in an object, and you can see that the object is much more descriptive, okay? If I wanted to find out some information about this person, and let's say I didn't know the order of the first name, well, with the object, I can reference it by the first name. With the array, I'm basically screwed, right? I don't know where it is. So what I can do here, let me just first console.log this Jessica 2, okay, this Jessica 2. I'll let you see what it looks like. So we'll clear this and run this. So basically you see inside of these curly braces, you have all the stuff, okay? Now, if you want to get something individually, let me kind of reference these two at the same time. So let me kind of get rid of this. Let's go ahead and say something like console.log. And with the array, I'm just going to say $ curly braces. If I want her first name, it's in the first position. So we use an index of 0. So I'm going to go Jessica with the square brackets in 0, and I'll say is currently. If I want her age, it's going to be, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, so I'll put $ curly braces, I'll go Jessica, and then I'll go with a 2 there, okay? And then let's go ahead and put years old. Okay, so we know if we run this in the terminal that basically I'm going to get that Jessica is currently 19 years old, okay? With the object, I'm going to go ahead and say console.log. Basically, now I'm going to reference this Jessica 2 to start. So $ curly braces, the Jessica 2, okay? Instead of using square brackets, which we'll be able to use, I'll show you that in a future lesson, I'm going to use the dot, okay? We've seen this a lot. And basically, this is going to allow me to get access to these guys here. So I'm going to put dot, and I'm going to put first name, okay? So you have the name of the object, and then the dot, and then you have the name or the key of what you're trying to get. So in this case, I'm trying to work with this property here where you have first name, and then the value is Jessica. So Jessica2.firstName will give me Jessica, and I'll put is currently, okay, $ curly braces. Again, I'm going to reference Jessica 2, and I'm going to put dot age, okay, because I'm trying to get that. And then that's basically it. So if we pop this open and we clear this and we run this guy, and I forgot the years old, so let me come down here and fix that. So let's put years old. I mean, the idea was basically just to show you that it's the same either way, right? So Jessica is currently 19 years old and Jessica is currently 19 years old, okay? So basically two different ways to do the same thing. I would argue in this particular case, the object is much better because it's so much more descriptive. Now let's wipe this real quick. Another way to work with an object, if you don't want to use the curly braces, you could say something like, let's say const Jessica is equal to, you could do the new keyword, and we're going to go object. So object, and we're going to put our parentheses here. And then basically you could add properties into this by using the dot notation. So I can say Jessica dot first name is equal to, let's go Jessica, okay? And then let's go Jessica dot last name is equal to, let's say Smith. And then let's go Jessica dot age is equal to, let's say 19. And then let's go Jessica dot, I think she was state we used. I can't remember. So state, that was Florida. So Florida, okay? And if I look at this Jessica in the console, it's going to look the same as when we built it before. I know it was named Jessica 2 before, but it's going to be the same. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And it's the same thing, right? So you have your object with basically the name, first name, Jessica, last name, Smith, age 19, and state, Florida. Okay, so that's another way you can do this. Typically, you will not see this. You will see the curly braces used all the time. So we're going to stick to that in this course. Now, let's go ahead and combine two things together. So what I'm going to do is just use a little store inventory example, something we've seen before. So let's go ahead and say something like we have const item 1 is equal to, I'm going to set up my curly braces, and let's just say we have an item. Let's say that item is butter, and let's say it has a price, and let's say the price is maybe $3, and let's say it has the stock level, so basically how many we have in the store. Let's say there's 50, and let's say on order, something like that. Maybe you want to know if it's on order or not. I'm just going to say false, okay? So basically, if I console.log item 1, I would have all this stuff, okay? So we know that at this point. So let's just do a few more of these. I'm going to go const item 2, and I'm basically going to just copy this real quick. There's going to be a way where JavaScript can do the heavy lifting for us. We don't have to keep typing out item and price and stock. We can just basically put in the values that we want for that, and it's going to build it for us, okay? But I'll get to that later on. So we're going to just paste this in. And for this guy, I'm going to put milk, and the price for milk, let's say it's $2. And let's say we have 500 because it's very, very popular. And let's just do two more. So let's go const item 3. And let's set this equal to, let's maybe go, I'm just going to paste this in. Let's maybe go something like cheese. And let's say the price for this is 5. And let's say we have 10 for the stock. And let's say it is on order. So we'll put true there. Okay. And let's just do one more. Okay. So I'm going to go const item 4. And I'm just going to paste this in one more time. And let's say this is steak, for example. Let's say the price is $11. And let's say we only have 3. Okay. And we'll say that this is on order. Okay. So this is true. All right. So at this point, if we wanted to go through all of these and we try to use like a for loop or something, we're going to run into a problem. Okay. So what I can do is I can basically come through here and I can say that I have const store inventory. Okay. And I can set this equal to, I'm going to use an array here. Okay. So I can loop through it. And I'm just going to put in here item 1, item 2, item 3, and item 4. Okay, so this is a way you can combine things. So basically what I have now is I have an array that basically contains these objects. Okay, so if I look at this guy, so let's just go ahead and console.log this store inventory, and let's pop this open. And let's run this guy. So basically you see you have your array, and the first guy right here is this object here, right? So it's the butter with the price of 3, the stock of 50, and the on order false. Okay, and then so on and so forth. So let's pop this back closed. And what I want to do now is I'm just going to use a little for loop, and I'm going to go through all of these real quick, just to give you a little idea of basically what you can do when you combine things. So let's say I is less than the store inventory dot length, okay? And then I plus plus, okay? And I'm going to show you the for each method here shortly, so we don't have to keep looping through arrays. So I'm going to start by saying const, I'm going to use this R thing again, and I'm going to say this is store inventory, okay? That's the one we're working with, I, okay? So that's the current iteration that we're working with, okay? So now what I want to do is I want to say console.log, and I'm going to go with some backticks here. Let's just give information about the price. What else is in there? Let's see, we have the price, we have the item, we have the stock, we have the on order. So let's put all this in one little sentence. We'll say the price for, we'll use $ curly braces. I'm going to use R. Again, this references the first guy. So store inventory, in the first case, it would be 0. So if I go up here, it's going to be item 1. So it's basically getting this entire thing. Okay. So all I want to do is if I want to get the item name, I could just put .item, okay? And I'll just show you this real quick. Let's go ahead and clear this and run this. So you get the price for butter, the price for milk, the price for cheese, and the price for steak. So just going through each one. So this is the first item. You put .item, so you got butter, then milk, then cheese, then steak. Okay, it's all its own. So the price for this guy right here, we'll put is, if I want to think about the price, $ curly braces r.price, okay? And then let's maybe put a new line in here. I could say something like, we currently have $ curly braces r.stock, okay? That's how much we have in stock. So let's say it was 50. We currently have 50. We'll put in stock. And the item, if we want to know if it's on order, we'll go $ curly braces. We're going to ask if r dot on order. We're going to see if that's true. If it is, we're going to say is currently, or we'll just say is on order. Okay, we'll put a colon here and we'll put is not on order. Okay, just something simple, just showing you the power of kind of combining things together. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. So you see the price for butter is 3, and I should probably put a $sign there. So the price for, we'll put a $sign there. So let's clear this and run this. So we get the price for butter is $3. We currently have 50 in stock, and the item is not on order. So then the price for milk is $2. We currently have 500 in stock, and the item is not on order. The price for cheese is $5. We currently have 10 in stock, and the item is on order. And then the price for steak is $11. We currently have 3 in stock, and the item is on order. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about objects and the ways that we can access a property. We already saw this using the dot notation, but I also want to introduce you to the bracket notation. So I'm going to start with a very simple example here. I'm just going to go const person1, and let's set up our little curly braces here. And what I want to do inside here, just go, let's say first name and a colon, and let's say Sarah. So remember what I'm doing here. This first name is called the name or the key, okay? And this guy right here, this is the value, okay? So together, the association between this name or the key and this value is called a property. So then I'm going to put a comma, and I can just keep putting these guys in here. So I'm going to go something like last name, and let's say this person is Davis, and let's go age. Let's say she's 27. Let's say the job. Let's say this is doctor. And then let's say something like her state, where she lives. Let's say she lives in Texas. Okay. So for right now, we have our little object. Again, we've already seen that we can console.log. So console.log, and I'll go person1. And it's just going to basically use these curly brackets here and give me all this information. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal, run this guy, and you get exactly what we have, right? So inside your curly braces, you have the first name with Sarah, the last name with Davis, the age of 27, the job with doctor, and the state of Texas. So again, a very good way to have something that's descriptive is to use an object, right? If we put this information in an array, then basically you have to get it by its index or its order. Here I can grab things based on the property name. So for example, if I wanted to just grab her first name, then what I can do is use the dot, okay? So I can put person1, which is the name of the object, and then a dot, okay? And you see it's telling you all these different property names you have. So you can use the age, the first name, the job, the last name, the state, whatever you want. So let's grab state. And basically it's going to look up this right here, and it's going to give you the value back, okay? So the value there is Texas, so that's what we're going to see. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this, and you get Texas, okay? And of course you could use this to make a nice little sentence. Let's just do something really quickly, and we'll move on to the bracket notation. So let's say you put some backticks here, and you just put something like, I don't know, hi, I am, $ curly braces. We'll go person1 dot, and I'm going to go first name, okay? And I work as a $ curly braces. We're going to go person1 dot, okay? And we're going to use the job, okay? So basically, again, I have the object name, which is person1, the dot, okay, which is going to be the member access, and then basically you have the property name, okay, that you want to obtain the value for. So in this case, person1.firstname is going to give me Sarah, okay? In this case, person1.job is going to give me doctor. So this is going to say, hi, I am Sarah, and I work as a doctor. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. We get, hi, I am Sarah, and I work as a doctor. And to make this complete, I should probably put a period here. We're going to be wiping this out in a second. So what I want to do now is talk a little bit about how you can do the same thing with the square brackets. There are cases where you're going to need to use the square brackets where you won't be able to use the basically dot there. So let me just get into this really quickly. So the first thing is I can replace, and let me just get rid of this altogether. I can replace this by going person1. I'm going to use square brackets here, and I want to put the property name in as a string. Okay, so using quotes, I want to put, let's say, job. Okay, so this is going to give me doctor again. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. You get doctor. Now, if I misspell something here, let's say I put a capital J, this is going to give me undefined, right? So it's just like when you're working with variables, they're case sensitive. So there isn't anything in there in terms of property names that's job with a capital J. You have job with a lowercase j, but not with a capital J. So this will give me undefined. So clear this and run this, you get undefined. So basically, if you're looking for a property, okay, and it doesn't exist, you're going to get undefined. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about adding properties in. We saw this in the last section, but basically I just want to recap this really quickly. Once you've created an object, you can always put more things into the object, more properties. So let's say I go person1 dot, let's say something like has degree, and let's just set this equal to true. Okay, so at this point, I have added a property here with a name of has degree and a value of true. Okay, so it's just like if I typed in here, has degree, okay, and then I put true here. It's the same, right? So I just added it in. So what I can show you here, let's come down here, and I'm just going to console.log, and I'm going to go person1.has degree, okay, because it's already been added in, and we're just going to see true. Okay, so we're going to clear this and run this. We get true. And if you want to just look at the entire object now, okay, just to see that it's been added in, we can clear this and run this, and you see that you have the has degree here with true. Now, in some cases, you might be searching for something, right, and you don't know if it's there or not. So you can use the fact that undefined is a falsy value. Okay, so you could do a little if statement. So you can go if, let's say you did something like person1.isMarried, okay. So basically right now, there isn't anything where we have a property name with is married. So it's basically going to be undefined here. So this is going to be converted into false because undefined is a falsy value. So whatever's in here is going to get skipped. So if I put something like console.log and I'll put person1.isMarried, okay, but this is going to be skipped. So I come down here and put else in here and I'll put person1.isMarried. We'll set it equal to, let's say, unknown. And let's go down here, just console.log. So console.log, and I'll put something like person1.isMarried, okay? And let's go ahead and see this in the console. We'll see unknown, okay? So if we pop this open and run this, we get unknown. Now, of course, if you change this, let's say you came up here and put person1, let's use the square brackets. We put is married like this as a string, okay? Now, what's gonna happen is if I set this equal to, let's say, true, well, this guy right here, it's going to be true, right? Because it does have a value. It also says exactly true. And then we're going to console.log person1.isMarried, which is just true, okay? So we can just put clear this and run this, and you just get true, right? And it works the same if I were to put something like a string and just put something like yes, okay? Basically, this is not an empty string, so this is going to be truthy, and then this is going to run, and it's just going to give us yes. So let's clear this and run this, and we just get yes. Okay, so let's clear this out. There's some other reasons where you might want to use the bracket notation over the dot notation. So when you use the bracket notation, you can basically use an expression, okay? So this might come in handy if you're trying to look something up, or maybe you don't know what you need in the first place, so you have to wait for that value to come back. So let's just do something like const, I'm gonna go my job, and I'm gonna set this equal to, or actually let me make this my value, and I'm going to set this equal to job, okay, lowercase. So notice that this string right here matches this guy right here, this property name. Okay, so let's say that I want to use the dot notation, and I go console.log, and I go person1.myValue, okay? Do you think that it's going to look up basically this guy right here with this? It's not, right? So this is basically going to give you undefined. Because we're using the dot there, it basically looks for a property name of my value. It doesn't exist in here, so it's going to give you undefined. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. You get undefined. If I was to change this over to the bracket notation, and let's say I put some quotes there, and I got to get rid of that dot, Now it's going to work. So basically what's going to happen is, and I did mean to do that, it shouldn't be in quotes, so my value like this. What's going to happen here is first, JavaScript is going to say, do you have a variable called my value? So it does, and the value inside of there is job as a string. So it basically replaces this with job as a string. And we already know that if I put person1 here with square brackets with job as a string, it's going to find this and it's going to give me doctor. So let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this and run this and you get doctor, okay? So another way you might want to use this, let's say you had all this information about all these people, and let's say somebody was searching through your app and you don't know what they're going to search for. So maybe you're grabbing the value that they're searching for, holding it in a variable, and then you're going to use it here to reference it, right? So let's say we change this and we put something like the state. Well, even though I'm not now looking for something like the job, I've changed this to state, it's still going to work, right? I don't have to update this. And maybe this is in multiple places in my program where I want to do something. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. You see it gives me Texas now. Now also, you're not confined to just one value like this. You could, let me just go ahead and wipe this out. You could do something like const, let's go my value, and let's set this to name, okay? And I'll put a capital N there because basically I want this part right here to match this part right here, right? So you see you have name with a capital N there and name with a capital N there. And basically what I'm going to do is build a little string, okay? So I'm going to go console.log. And let's do something like person1. I'm going to use my square brackets and let's do some backticks first. And I'm going to go first, followed by, I'm going to go $ curly braces, my value. Okay. So let's think about what this is going to do. So my value again has name stored in it. So this is just going to give me a string first name. Okay. So this is just going to pull up Sarah. If we pop this open, clear this and run this, we get Sarah. And then another thing you could do, you just put a comma here. I'm going to put person1. And now let's do this the old way. I'm going to use some quotes here and put last. And then I'll use the plus for the string concatenation. And then I'm going to go my value. Okay, so this will also produce a string. This is going to be like if I typed last name in there. So it'll be person1 with last name as a string inside of the brackets. So let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this. And let's go ahead and run this. And you get Sarah Davis. Okay, so let's get rid of this. So far we've seen that we can use the bracket notation and we can use the dot notation. And you're probably wondering which one is better. Well, generally speaking, if you have the property name available to you, you want to just use the dot because it's just a little bit simpler, okay? But there are going to be instances where, again, you have to use the bracket notation. Another one is going to be if your property name basically is a string where you have a space in it or a hyphen or it starts with a number, something that violates the rules of naming variables, right? So let's say I put something in here and I'll do something like my space favorite space foods, okay? If I collapse this down and basically remove the spaces, it would work fine. But as it is right now, if I want to name it this way, it's not going to work unless I put it inside of some quotes. So let's make this an array and let's just put some foods here. Let's do something like lasagna. Let's do maybe like pizza. And let's do, I don't know, let's something like tacos, okay? So again, it's lighting up on you. You already know this is not going to work. So the way to fix this is to wrap this inside of some quotes, and then it'll stop yelling at you. So let's come down here, and let's console.log. We're going to go person1, and then inside the square brackets, you want to type this string out exactly. You see you can highlight it in Visual Studio Code. So I'm just going to grab this guy right here. This is going to give me the entire array, right? So it's going to give me lasagna, pizza, and tacos. Let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this and run this. You get the whole thing. If you wanted an individual item here, you would just combine the square brackets here. So basically, if I have the whole array, if I want the first one, I would use 0. The second one, I'd use 1, you know, so on and so forth. So let's just put 0 there. That's going to give me lasagna. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this, and you get lasagna. Now, if you tried to do this with, let's say, the dot notation, so let's get rid of this, okay? And let's put a dot here. You're going to see that this is not going to work, right? So if you do this and you clear this and run this, you see you get a syntax error unexpected string, okay? So you can only do this when you're using the brackets. And some of you might think it's because I'm putting this here and that doesn't affect anything, right? It's still going to light up when you give you an error. So you want to make sure that basically you're using the brackets when you have an expression that you need to work with, or if it's some kind of string like this. So if I had started with this with a number, or maybe there was a dash or hyphen in there or something like that, you would have to use the bracket notation. Now let's just go through and play around a little bit, just get a little practice. So the first thing is, let's make a little for loop. So we'll just get a little practice with this. We're going to see the for each method here shortly, I promise. So for, we're going to go let I is equal to 0. We're going to say I is less than. So I want to go person1 dot, or actually here I actually need the brackets. So person1, and I need the my favorite foods, okay? So again, this is an array, and with an array, I have a length property. So I'm going to go dot length, okay? In this case, this is going to be 3. And then I'm going to go I++, and then all I want to do is just kind of loop through these guys and basically say something like console.log, some backticks, and I'll put my, let's go with a hashtag, and I'll go $ curly braces. I'm going to add 1 to I because it starts at 0. I want it to start at 1. So I plus 1. So we'll say something like my number 1 favorite food is, and then we'll go $ curly braces. We'll go person1, again with the brackets, and then my favorite foods. And then we're going to put I there. And I missed that. So we're going to put I right there. Okay, so let's stop and think about what this is going to do. So basically, this is going to loop through this array right here, right, where we have lasagna, pizza, and tacos. So we have my, in the first instance, I is 0, so it's going to be 1. So my number 1 favorite food is person1, okay? We're looking up this guy right here, which is this array that's highlighted, and we have I. So if it starts at 0, it's going to give me lasagna. Then it's going to say my number 2 favorite food is, in this case, pizza. Then my number 3 favorite food is tacos. Okay, so let's pop this open, and let's go ahead and clear this, and let's run this now. And you see we get exactly that. So my number 1 favorite food is lasagna, my number 2 favorite food is pizza, and my number 3 favorite food is tacos. Okay, so let's combine all these things together and just make one long string and basically just get some practice with what we're doing here. So I'm first going to maybe add something else in. So I could go person1 dot, let's say likes, and let's make this an array with 3 items. So let's do something like, I don't know, maybe she likes shopping. Maybe she likes running, and then let's do something like Netflix, okay? So let's just make a long little string here. I'm going to console.log, and I'm just going to put something in here like, hi, I am, and we'll reference her basically first name. So let's do person1.firstname. So person1.firstname. And then we'll go $ curly braces, person1. Let's use brackets, so we'll do last name. Just change things up so we get a little bit of practice working with each. And I'll put a period here, and maybe we start a new line. We'll say something like I am, we'll use the age now, so let's go $ curly braces, person1.age. So I am this many years old, and I live in, we'll go $ curly braces, person1. Let's use the brackets, and we'll go state. Okay, and then maybe we'll do another new line, and we'll talk about her favorite foods now, and I messed this up, so this should be outside of here. Let's do something like I'm going to use the length of the favorite foods, so I'm going to go person1, and then I needed the $ curly braces, so $ curly braces, person1, and I'm going to, inside of brackets, go my favorite foods. Again, this is an array, so I have dot length, so in this case, it would say I have 3, and I'll put favorite foods. My favorite is, you're going to do the same thing. So person1, let me scroll down a little bit. So person1, and then you have your inside of quotes, my favorite foods, and then I'm going to put 0. Okay. So basically at this point, the only other thing you would want to add in here would maybe be the likes that we just put up there. So I just put this in here, the person1.likes, and maybe we'll just start a new line for that and do something like my favorite activity is $ curly braces. We'll go person1, we'll go .likes, and then we'll use 0. Okay, and that's good enough. I mean, you can play around with this on your own if you want. Just trying to do something to give you some practice working with the dot notation and also the bracket notation. So let's go ahead and pop this open and clear this, and let's run this. We get, hi, I am Sarah Davis. I am 27 years old, and I live in Texas. I have 3 favorite foods. My favorite is lasagna. My favorite activity is shopping. So at this point, we understand the basics of working with objects. And so now we're ready to move on and talk about something a little bit more advanced. It's the concept of methods. When a function is attached to an object, this is what is known as a method. So it turns out we've already used tons of methods in JavaScript already. We just didn't know it. So one example would be the console.log. okay, that we use all the time in this course. That's a method. It's something that's a function that's built into JavaScript, and it's ready for us to use already without us doing any extra work, okay? So let's set up our own methods in this video. I'm going to start with a very simple example. Let's do something like const person1. And this is just going to be an object that contains some information about a person. We're just going to make this up as we go. So usually you'll have a first name, and let's set this to, let's say, Jennifer. So Jennifer, let's do last name, and let's set this to, let's say, Brown, and some other stuff. So we want the birth year because we're going to end up calculating her age. So let's do 1995 for now. We can change it later. Let's do has degree. So this is just basically a Boolean. Does she have a degree or not? And I'm just going to put true for right now, saying she has a degree. The state, like the current state she's living in, let's say it's Utah. And then let's put an array in here for likes. So I'm going to put like, or I guess you could do likes. And this will be an array. Let's put some stuff in here. So swimming. Let's say she likes dancing. Let's say she likes reading. Okay, so those are some things. So you notice in an object that basically you have these, again, name or key value pairs. So you have your name here, and then you have the value, okay? You even have the name here, and then basically you can have an array. Well, you can also have the name, and then you can have a function, right? You can use a function expression, because in the end, this is just going to end up being a value, okay? Just like I have a value here of true, or I have a value here of Utah, you know, so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and practice this. We're going to start off with something outside of the object. We're going to make a little calc age function, okay? We already know how to do this. Let's say we do something like function, and I'm going to go calc age. And let's say we pass in the object, okay? For this example here, we'd be passing in person1, but it would work on any object that we wanted to pass in, okay? And then I'm going to put in the birth year, okay, because it's something we're going to need. And if we're going to calculate the age, again, this isn't going to be perfect. I'm going to do it based on the year. Obviously, if you wanted to get the exact age, you would need the month and the day and things like that. But we're just going to keep this simple. So I'm going to get this from JavaScript. I'm going to go const year. And you've already seen this before. We're going to go new and then date with a capital D. And then you need parentheses and then dot get full year. Again, you need to capitalize the F in full and the Y in year. Okay, so it's camel case. Okay, so this is going to basically give me the year. Right now it's 2021. If you're watching this in the future, you might be thinking why the date is off. Well, it's basically because it's hard-coded to the date on my computer now. Okay, so I'm going to put something like const, let's go years old, okay? And I'm just going to make this the year, okay, which is right here. Again, that would be 2021 right now, minus the birth year. So that's something that's going to be passed in, okay? So then from here, I could simply just return the years old. And you might be asking, well, why didn't I just return year minus the birth year? You'll see that in a moment, okay? So let's go ahead and call this guy. I'm going to go console.log, and I'm going to go calc age. I'm going to pass in person1, okay, for the object. And for the birth year, I'm going to pass in person1 dot birth year. Okay, so basically think about what's going to happen. Person1 is going to take the place of object. I know we're not using it yet, but I'm just saying that it's taking the place of object, and person1.birth year is going to take the place of birth year. Okay, so this is basically going to go inside of here and look for birth year. It's going to get 1995. It's going to replace it here. So you're going to have 2021 minus 1995. So that's going to give you 26, right? So we're going to get a result in the console of 26. So let's go ahead and put a semicolon there, pop open the terminal. And we do, in fact, get 26 as expected. Okay, now let's say we wanted to change things up a little bit and use this parameter object. So what I'm going to do now, and the reason I didn't just return the year minus the birth year, I want this variable because what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a property into this object that was passed in, okay? So the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to say object.age, okay, is going to be equal to this years old, okay? So basically, after I've called this function, okay, and I've passed in person1, what's going to happen is it's going to replace this object right here with person1. So person1.age will now be equal to, in this case, whatever stored in years old, which is 26, okay? We can see this by console.logging. You could do person1.age if you wanted to, or you could just do the person1 object if you wanted to look at the whole thing. So let's do it both ways. We'll clear this and run this. You see 26 and 26 again, and let's just see the whole thing. Okay, so let's clear this and run this. And you see that it's been added in, right? So before we didn't have this age. This isn't something we typed in. We just put it in on the fly, right? So now we have age that's added in with a value of 26. Okay, so let's go even further, and I'll get rid of this. Instead of returning years old, why don't we return a little string, okay, that references this object here. So let's put a little backtick there, or backticks, and I'm just going to say the object that was passed in dot first name, so we know that's there, and then the object that was passed in dot last name, we know that's there. So in this particular case, that would give me Jennifer Brown, and then I'll just put is, and then we need the age, so I'll put $, the curly braces, I'll put object, okay, dot age, because we know at this point, I've already set it above. So remember, this is red top to going down. So object.age was set to years old. So right now this is 26. It's already in there. So now I can use it. So we have $ curly braces with object.age inside. And then I'll just put years old. Okay, so let's pop this open and clear this, and let's run this. We get Jennifer Brown is 26 years old. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy. I just want to make sure you understand how we could do this outside of this. Now, if I want to put this inside of the object, I'm really not going to have to change that much. What I would do here is just take this function name. So let's cut this away. I'm going to put a comma here, okay? And then for the name, I'm going to put this here. So calc age, and I missed the E, okay? And then I'm going to get rid of this and just kind of tighten this down. So right now it's going to highlight on you because basically the function doesn't have a name, right? But if you cut this away from here and you put it in here, it's not a big deal because remember, this is a function expression, okay? So basically, if I wanted to call this guy right now down here, it wouldn't work exactly the same because I would have to go, instead of calling calc age, I would want to do person1 dot calc age, and then I could pass those things in. Let's go ahead and clear this and run this, and you still get Jennifer Brown is 26 years old, okay? So we have just created our first method. Now, there's some things that we've done here that are quite inefficient. The first thing is here, I don't need to pass this object in here anymore. That's quite ridiculous because it's basically inside of the object itself. So let's get rid of that. And let's also get rid of the birth year. So we just need the parentheses there. We don't need any parameters. So we still need this year variable. And then basically we still have the years old. So that's still good. We still have the object.age. So this I'm going to change. I want to change all these places where there's object, okay, because I didn't pass that in anymore. And I'm just going to put this to person1, okay, because that's the object that I'm referencing. So again, this will work the same way. I've got to delete this from here, okay? And basically we can walk through what it's going to do. So again, we know about creating the year, we know about the years old, we know that calculation, but here I'm saying person1, which is this object up here, dot age, so I'm creating this property, again, with the value of years old, whatever that is, in this case it's going to be 26. Then I'm going to return, we have the person1 dot first name, the person1 dot last name, so in this case it's Jennifer Brown, and then is, in this case, person1 dot age is going to be 26, so 26 years old. So again, we pop this open and clear this and run this, and we get birth year is not defined. Okay, so I should have come up here, and I forgot about this. So we're going to have to put person1.birth year here, okay, because in this particular case, I'm not passing the birth year in anymore. So we need to reference the object and then dot and then the birth year. Okay, so now we can clear this and run this, and we get Jennifer Brown is 26 years old again. Okay, so that all works fine and dandy, but there's actually a better way. What happens is, let's say I was to change the name of this guy. Instead of it was person, let's say now I call this Jennifer, okay, or with a lowercase j. So Jennifer like this, okay. So if I come down here and I call, let's say Jennifer.calcAge, this is no longer going to work, okay. You're going to get all kinds of errors because everywhere in here, you have this person1 that you're referencing. So to fix this, you have a special keyword, okay. It's a variable called this. Now, when you talk about the this variable, it's quite extensive, okay? And I don't want to go too far into it. I want to just kind of put this a little bit at a time. But basically, when you talk about this, it refers to the object on which the method is called, okay? So in this particular case, let's say we're going Jennifer.calcAge, it refers to the object Jennifer, okay? So let's go ahead and change everywhere where we have person1. So I'm going to hit Control D for this, okay? And basically, I'm going to use this special keyword this, okay? So now by making this little change, our function is going to be back to working. So I can pop this open and clear this and run this, and I'm back to Jennifer Brown is 26 years old. The reason is because this is not specific to any name, okay? It just refers to the object on which called it. So if this is Jennifer, it refers to Jennifer. If I change this back to person 1, okay, and I come down here and I change this back to person 1, it still works, right? So I can go ahead and clear this and run this, and we get Jennifer Brown is 26 years old again. All right. So now that we know the basics, let me get rid of this right here. And I'm going to clean this up a little bit. We're going to be using this in a little while. So I'm going to change this to something more realistic. I'm going to get rid of all of this, and I'm just going to return something. So I'm going to be returning the year minus, I'm going to do this again, which is going to refer to the person 1, okay, this object, because in this case, that's what's calling it, dot birth year, okay? So that's all I'm going to return. So if I called this function now, I would get 26. Okay, and that's all I'm going to need for the next example. So let's go ahead and put another little method in here. Let's do a get full name. So I'm going to go get full name. Okay, so I can say something like return, let's say this dot first name, or actually I need to do this as a string. So let's set this up with some backticks and go this. So inside the curly braces, this dot first name. And then over here, $ curly braces, this dot last name, okay? So it's just gonna give me a string where it basically puts them together. Again, another thing you can do is you could add a property in. So you could say something like this, okay, dot, and you could say something like full name. And you could say this is equal to, and you can just say this dot first name. And then you could say something like plus a space and then plus the this dot last name. Or again, you can use the backticks. It doesn't matter. It's going to perform the same thing. So let's go ahead and pop this down. And I'm just going to console.log. So I'm going to console.log. In this case, I have person 1 dot. I want my get full name. And I want to use parentheses here to call the function. Okay. So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, I just get Jennifer Brown. Okay, so basically it's returning the first name and then the last name. That's all it's doing. And if you look at your object after this is called, if I go console.log and I go person 1, you're going to see that your full name is going to be in there. So if we clear this and run this, you have your full name that's been added as Jennifer Brown. Okay, so maybe let's do one more just to get some practice. I think this is such an important concept. So I'm going to put a comma here and do another one. Let's do something like can vote. So I'm going to do can vote. And basically, we're going to rely on some of the things that we've already done. So I'm going to do something like, let's say, function. And up here, I'm going to actually remove this. I just want to return stuff for right now. I don't want to complicate things. So I'm going to do function with my parentheses. And basically, I'm just going to say this dot can vote, okay, is equal to, I'm going to start with this, which again is referring to person 1 in this case. I'm going to say dot calc age, okay? So I'm calling this function, okay? So if I call this function, I'm going to be given back, I have a return here, the person's age. So I'm going to ask if this value here that gets returned to me is greater than or equal to 18. If it is, I'm going to say true. Otherwise, I'm going to say false, okay? So basically, I'm creating a property here that is named with can vote, okay? And it's either going to be true or false. Right now, this person is 26, so this should be true. So let's come down here, and I'm going to go person 1 dot. I'm going to go can vote. Again, you've got to use the parentheses there because you're calling a function, okay? And then we're also going to console.log the person 1 object so that we can see that we've added this property with a name of can vote and a value of true. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear this and run this. And so you see, you get undefined because the function didn't return anything. But if you come down here, you get can vote, okay, added in with a value of true, which is what we expected, okay? But I'm going to change this. I'm going to get rid of this. And all I'm going to do here is return a little string. And I'm going to say $ curly braces this dot get full name, okay? So basically, this is going to what? If I come up here and go to get full name, it's going to basically give me the person's first name and then their last name. Okay, so this is perfect. So then what we want to do is go $ curly braces. I will say this dot calc age, okay, is that greater than or equal to 18? Okay, I'm just setting this up as I would. Well, basically, if this is true, I want to say can vote, okay? Otherwise, I want to say can't vote. And I missed the quotes there. So can't vote like this, okay? So let's go ahead and put this out like this. And let's pop this open and clear this. And let's run this. And you get Jennifer Brown can't vote. Now, this is a mistake. And the reason that this is a mistake, if you notice here, I forgot my parentheses here. So you didn't end up calling the function there. So if we go back and we clear this and run this, you get Jennifer Brown can vote, which is as expected. Okay, so let's wrap up the lesson and just make one long string here. And so you can play around with this on your own. I'm just going to make my own string that basically includes everything. I'll say console.log and put some backticks here, and we'll start with the person's full name. So I'm going to go person1.getFullName. Okay, so that's one method that would give me Jennifer Brown. And then I'll say something like is, and then I'll use $ curly braces. I'll put person1.getFullAge, or actually it was calculate age, sorry. Use my parentheses, and then I'll put years old. And then maybe I want to start a new line. Let's go ahead and see what we got so far. Let's pop this open and run this. So right now we get Jennifer Brown is 26 years old, and you have a new line. Okay, let's do something like $ curly braces. Let's do person1.firstname only. We'll say lives in. We're going to use her state, so we'll say the person we'll use state, okay, to describe where she lives. And maybe we'll put a new line here, and we'll say this, again, person1.name or first name. We'll put really likes, and then we'll put the array from likes. We'll go through them one at a time. Again, there's all kinds of things you can do to kind of get all these values. I know there's 3 here, so I'm just going to basically go through the 3. So let's go ahead and say really likes, and then I'll say person, let's go ahead 1.likes. And then again, if I'm working with an array, if I want the first one, I'll put 0. And then I'll just basically do this again. So I'll go $ curly braces, person1.likes with 1 here. And then I'll put and I'll put $ curly braces, person1.likes with a 2 here in the braces. So let's just see what we have so far. More stuff to add, but let's just see what we got. Jennifer Brown is 26 years old. Jennifer lives in Utah. Jennifer really likes swimming, dancing, and reading. Okay, so far that sounds okay. So let's put a period and let's start another new line. And let's put $ curly braces, person1.firstname. And we'll just ask the question if she has a degree. So we'll put $ curly braces. We'll put person1.hasDegree. Okay, so if this is true, I want to basically say that has a degree. Okay, and then if it's not true, I'll put something like doesn't have a degree. Okay, so lastly, let me just put something in there about her voting. So, and we'll say $ curly braces, person1.canVote, okay? We'll call that guy, and we'll basically be done at this point. So I know this is quite long, but this is something you should basically practice on your own. You should make your own object, make your own methods that do various things, okay? And then just practice going through and console.logging things and just seeing how things work, working with the this keyword. I'm gonna go ahead and open this up real quick, and let's see what we got. So let's print this out, and we got Jennifer Brown is 26 years old. Jennifer lives in Utah. Jennifer really likes swimming, dancing, and reading. Jennifer has a degree, and Jennifer Brown can vote, okay? And again, you can play around with this stuff. You can maybe change this to false, and let's say we switch this to something like Florida, and let's say we switch something like, I don't know, the birth year, let's say we go to 2010, so for sure she can't vote. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. So Jennifer Brown is 11 years old now. Jennifer lives in Florida. Jennifer still really likes swimming, dancing, and reading. And Jennifer doesn't have a degree, and Jennifer Brown can't vote. All right, so before we move on, let's talk a little bit about something called constructor functions. We're going to go deeper into this topic and into the topic of classes later on, but I just want to introduce this to you here while we're talking about objects. So the first thing is we've already seen these constructor functions. We just didn't know it. Let's start off with something that we already know. I'm going to go const, and I'm going to go date, and I'm going to set this equal to, I'm going to use the keyword new, followed by date with a capital D. Okay, it's got to be a capital D, and some parentheses. So what do you notice here? Remember, if you have parentheses, this implies that you have a function call, right? So I'm calling a function. What is it exactly doing? Well, basically, the way this works is this is built into JavaScript, and essentially it allows us to create a new instance of what's called the date object, okay? So you have methods that are available to you on this. If I go ahead and console.log this date guy here, it's going to hold this new instance of the date object, and it's really just going to give me a really weird looking date. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal and run this guy, and you just get a weird looking date. Now, you have methods that are available on this. I could either put it up here or I can do it down here. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to go dot, and you see some of them are going to pop up. You can scroll through them if you want. I'm just going to go with get full year because we've used that already. Basically, this is going to give me 2021 because that is the current year, okay? But you can do other things like get hours. Let's go ahead and see that one. And this is going to be in military time. So for me right now, it's 9:55 p.m. Okay. It just takes the hour part. So it takes 9. It's going to add 12 to it because it's military time. So you're just going to get 21. Okay. So clear this and run this. You get 21. Okay. So remember you have the keyword new here. It's going to be important for later. And remember this is capitalized. Okay. So let's wipe this out and let's talk about making our own constructor functions. There's some that are built into JavaScript, but we can make our own. So basically up to this point, if we wanted to make an object, we had to kind of type everything out. So, right? So if I did something like const, let's say we wanted to look at a student, right? We're in a school and let's say we're building an application for them. Well, I can have some properties here. Let's say I had a first name and let's say this was Mary. Let's say there was a last name and let's say this was Adams. And then let's say something like the class level. And I should do this like this. So class level. Let's say she's a junior, okay? Junior, if I could spell that. And then let's do the current average. So how's she doing? Let's say she's doing excellent, so she has an A. Okay, so that's fine, but what if we had like thousands and thousands of students? Well, we wouldn't want to sit there and type this out each time, the first name, the last name. If all the students are going to have these same properties, we can let JavaScript do the heavy lifting for us and basically create all this stuff for us with us just passing in these values. Like I would pass in Mary, Adams, Junior, and A, and it would basically create the object for me, okay? So the way we can do that, or one way we can do that, we have newer ways now, but one way we can do this is with a constructor function, okay? So I'm going to type function, and I'm just going to type student, and this is going to be with a capital S. So remember when we had date, we have a capital D. With student, we're going to have a capital S. That lets everybody know that this is a constructor function, okay? So this is a convention. It doesn't break if you use a lowercase s, but it's just not the convention, okay? So you want to always follow that. I'm going to put some parentheses here. And basically what I want to do is, let's just leave this as it is for right now. I want to show you some stuff. So let's go ahead and take this and let me comment it out. So control and then / to comment that out. I'm just going to console.log this student guy and I'm going to call it. So what happens right now, remember, if a function doesn't return something, you get undefined, right? So it's going to give you undefined. So let's open this up, clear this, and let's run this and you get undefined. But let's say I put a new keyword here, okay? What would happen then? Well, what's going to happen is it's going to change the behavior, and we're going to get deeper into this later on, but instead of getting undefined, now you're going to get this name here, okay, which is student, followed by an empty object. So let's go ahead and clear this, and let's run this. So you see you get student followed by this empty object. So it's clear now that this new keyword is changing the behavior, okay, of how this function operates. So basically what the new keyword does is it's going to generate an empty object, okay, for the new instance of, in this case, it's going to be student. And then it's going to give us access to this empty object in the constructor function via the this keyword, okay? So because we don't know the name of this guy yet, because we haven't stored it anywhere, we've got to have a way to kind of reference things when we're setting up these properties so we can use the this keyword to do that. So in other words, let's say I'm going to pass some things in here. So let's say I do something like the first name, I'll just call it first. The last name, I'll call it last. The class level, I'll just call it level like this. And then the current average, let's just say average like this. Okay. So I'm going to use the this keyword. Again, this is pointing to the empty object that this guy's creating. So this dot, let's say first name is equal to let's go first. Okay. So let's pause for a minute and I'm just going to come down here. Let's get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. And basically I just want to show you what happens if we call the function. So I'm going to go something like, let's say const, and I misspelled that. So const student1 is equal to, I'm going to use the new keyword, okay, followed by student with a capital S, and I'm calling this function, okay? But I want to pass something in. I'm just going to pass in the first guy. Don't worry about these other guys. We'll get to that in a second. So I'm just going to start by passing in Mary, okay? So basically, if I console.log this student1 guy, so let's go ahead and do that. So console.log this student1 guy, I'm going to see that the first name property, okay, basically the value of that is going to be Mary. So if I pop this open and clear this and run this, you see that you set this object up, the first name is here and the value here is Mary, okay? So that's all that this keyword does, is it allows you to kind of set things up when you have this empty object, okay? So then when we come here, we have student one that's going to be set equal to that empty object. So then now I can reference it with student one. I could have also gone student one dot first name, okay? That's going to give me Mary as well. So let's clear this and run this, and you just get Mary, okay? So let's go ahead and get rid of this for right now, and let's come up here and let's put some more stuff in here. So I'm going to go ahead and go this dot last name is equal to last, okay? So it's taking the value here that you passed in, and then I'm going to go this dot LVL for level is equal to, actually I want to not do that. I want to do this dot class level, because this is the property name you're going to end up with. It's going to be class level is equal to LVL, which is what I passed in. And then this dot, I want to do current average is equal to, I'm going to go average like this. Okay. So this is the basics of this. So let me come down here and just put a comma. I'm going to pass in Adams. I'm going to put a comma. I'm going to pass in Junior. I'm going to put a comma. I'm going to pass in A. Okay. So we don't need this anymore. We can just get rid of it. So you can see that this is going to basically create that object for you. Again, JavaScript's going to do all the heavy lifting, so you can keep going through here and going, okay, now I have student 2, student 3. Instead of typing all the stuff each time, JavaScript is going to do that for you. It's going to create a property name of first name, and it's going to set the value equal to whatever you passed in for that, okay? So let's go ahead and console.log this student 1 guy, okay? And you're going to see that you have all these values set up for you. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. So see, you have your new instance of this student guy. So the first name, the value is Mary, the last name, the value is Adams, and then the class level is going to be Junior, and the current average is A. Okay, so now that we understand the basics, let's just play around with this a little bit. Or actually, before we do this, you'll notice that you have this kind of highlighting here. The reason that Visual Studio Code is doing this, if you click on this, you get a little light bulb, and it says convert function to an ES 2015 class. We have not talked about classes yet, and I'm not going to get to them just yet. This is the newer way to do this. If you click on this and convert it, it's going to change it up slightly. Okay, so you have this class keyword now, and now you have this constructor keyword. So we're going to cover this later on. If you pop this open and clear this and run this, it works the same for you for right now. Okay, so don't worry about this too much. We'll get to this later on. I'm just going to stick to this older method for right now. So I'm going to come down here and create a few more students. So I'm going to go const student 2, let's go new, and then student, and then I'm going to pass in, let's go ahead and say something like maybe Beth for the first name. Let's go something like Davis for the last name. Let's say she's a freshman. Did I spell it correctly? Freshman. And then let's say she's got a B right now. Okay, so she's doing all right. Let's go const student 3, the new keyword, and then I'm going to go student, and then let's say it's Clyde, and then let's say it's Jacobs for the last name. Let's say maybe he's about to get out of there, so he's a senior. Let's say he's just getting by, so he's got a C. Okay, so you can console.log all of these. You know what the result would be, so let me just copy this a few times. We'll go ahead and do 2, and then we'll go ahead and do 3. Again, it's just doing all the heavy lifting for you. It's going to come in here and basically give you an object where, in this particular case for student 2, the first name property, the value is going to be Beth. Then the last name is going to be Davis. Then the class level is going to be freshman, and then the current average is going to be B. So let's pop this open, clear this, and let's run this. And you get all of these guys. If you come back up here, you have your original one that you looked at. Then you have the Beth Davis, who's a freshman, has got a B. You got the Clyde Jacobs, who's a senior and has a C. Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about the fact that even though I've created all of these objects here from this constructor function, it still behaves as a normal object. I can overwrite things, I can add things. So let's say, for example, I come in here and I go student3 dot first name. It was Clyde, but let's say I set it to, I don't know, let's say I go maybe Jacob or something like that. Or it would be Jacobs. That's fine. We're just seeing what's going on. So let's pop this open and clear this and run this. And you see you get Jacobs. Okay, so I can update something, or I could also put a new property in. I could do something like the eye color, okay? And then let's say we're going to set this to, I don't know, maybe brown. So brown, pop this open and clear this and run this. And now you see that this guy right here, which is the student 3, the eye color set to brown. But if I go to student 2 or student 1, those guys don't have eye color involved. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And I want to talk a little bit about methods. And basically we saw that we can come into an object and we could put a function in there, okay, and that's called a method. So what I can do, maybe set up something like this dot get full name, okay, and all this is going to do is be a function, and this function is going to return. I'm going to use some backticks here, and I'm just going to say this dot first name, okay, and then again I'm going to do this dot last name, okay. So if I come down here, all of these guys, because they were all created from this, you have access to this. And I'll show you a different way to do this coming up. But for right now, we're just going to put it into the constructor function itself. Okay. So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to call all of these guys. I'm going to go get or dot get full name. Okay. With parentheses because we're calling a function. It doesn't take in any arguments. So we can go ahead and pop this open, clear this and run this. And I made a mistake somewhere. So let's see where that is. And the mistake is up here. So I put parentheses here, and that shouldn't be there. So this dot get full name is what you want. Without parentheses, you're not calling it there. So let's go ahead and pop this back open, clear this, and run this. And so you get Mary Adams, Beth Davis, and Clyde Jacobs. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy. Let's say we put another method in there, one that would allow us to get the current grade of a student. We're going to change this up. For right now, we've hard-coded things in, like we've given them a B, an A, or a C. But let's say instead of the average here, we took in an array of scores, okay? So I would change this dot current average. I'm just going to put this dot, let's say scores is equal to scores. Okay, so this is going to be an array. And let's make a little method down here. Basically, we're going to go this dot, let's say something like get my grade is equal to, let's do a function. And let's go ahead and come over here. And we remember how to find the sum, okay, of all the stuff in an array. We're going to have an array method for this. We just haven't gotten to it yet. So basically, you're going to start with kind of like a counter variable. So something like, let's say, let my sum. And every time through, when you loop through this guy, you're going to basically take the current value and add it onto the sum, okay? So I'm going to do something like let my sum be equal to 0. And then I'm going to set up a for loop. So for, we're going to go let I equal 0. I is less than, remember the array you're working with, in this case is going to be this dot scores. Okay, so that's going to be an array. So this dot scores, okay, and then every array has a length property, so I'm going to go dot length, okay, and then I'm going to go I plus plus. So basically, I want to take, when I'm iterating through this guy, I want to take this guy right here, which is the array. So I'm going to copy that. And then I'm just going to put I inside of the square brackets. So that's going to give me the current element. So I want to take this my sum, which is right now 0. The first way through would be this dot scores with the first position. Okay, so that value I want to add on to it. Okay, so I want to just basically say my sum plus equals this guy. Okay, so once I've gone through the whole loop, then I basically have the sum of all the scores. Now that doesn't give me the average. I need to divide by the number of scores. So let's just for right now return. I'm just going to go my sum divided by, I'm going to do this dot scores dot length, okay? And usually when you use something in multiple locations, people like to use a variable for that. I'm just going to keep this as it is, just a little bit easier to type. Another thing is you might be confused about why I didn't do something like this. If you let my sum like this, right now it's undefined. When you try to do math with something that's undefined, remember you get not a number, okay? So to stop that from happening, I'm starting it with 0, so I'm doing math with a number. Okay, so right now let's come down here and let's get rid of this right here and go ahead and change it. I'm going to do something like, I already forgot the name of the method, so let's come up here, get my grade. So get my grade, and let's go ahead and put in some arrays here. So let's change this from a static value of just A to, let's say, we're going to go 95, 99, 100, and 80, okay? And then for this person, let's go ahead and change this up. So I'm going to go maybe with 50. Maybe they didn't do so well in the first score. So 90, then 80, then 85. And it doesn't have to be the same length. Like these are all 4. I can do something with 5. So let's do one with 5. Let's do maybe like 100. Let's do 99. Let's do 90. Let's do 81. And then maybe let's do 80. Or actually, let's do 70. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop open the terminal, clear this, and let's run this. So we get 93.5, 76.25, and 88. So let's just note that real quick. So this was, let me pop that back open, 93.5, 93.5. This one was 76.25. So 76.25. And this one was 88. Okay, so let's use that information. Well, we're not going to use that hard-coded information, but basically, let's say you wanted to take this a little bit further and you wanted to use this method with this method to return a little string to them. So let's change this from a return to a variable. I'm just going to say const. We'll say my average is equal to this, okay? And then I can use this. I can just set up some if statements. I'll say if, I'll say something like my average is greater than or equal to, let's say 90. That means they got an A. So I'm going to return. I'll put a little string in here. And basically I would want to get their full name. So let's go ahead and say something like, I can do this up here actually. So const my string is equal to, I'm going to set up some backticks and I'll go get or this dot get full name. Okay. So that's going to give me their full name. I'll say currently has a grade or a letter grade of, okay. And that's where you're going to put in your A down there. Okay. So all I need to do here for each case is reference this my string. So I'm going to go $ curly braces, my string, and then followed by the letter grade. So in this case is A. Now I put an extra space here, so I don't need a space there, or you can put the space here and close this down, whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter. So then I'm going to go else if, let's say my average is greater than or equal to, let's say 80. Let's go ahead and return. I'm going to go my string, okay, with now a B. And you already know how this is going to go, right? So let's go ahead and say something like else if my average is greater than or equal to, let's go 70. That'll give me a C. So let's come down a little bit more. We'll go return. Again, I'm going to do this my string, okay, and then C. And then two more. I'm going to go else if my average is greater than or equal to, let's say 60. I'm going to return, let's say this my string with a D and one more. I just need else. So basically if you got below a 60, then you got an F. So I'm going to return this my string with an F. Okay, and I know this took a little while to kind of write, but it's important to do some of these to get some practice. So let's go through here. I forgot my period, so let's put a period or an exclamation point or whatever you want to put, it doesn't matter. And let's come down here and we call it now. So this person's going to get an A. This person is going to get a C. So this person will have a C, and then this person will have a B, okay? So let's go ahead and put a B for them. So I'll get Mary Adams. Let me see if I can read this again. So Mary Adams currently has a letter grade of A. This one will say Beth Davis currently has a letter grade of C. And this one will say Clyde Jacobs currently has a letter grade of B. So let's pop this open and clear this. And let's run this. And we get as expected, right? Mary Adams currently has a letter grade of A. Beth Davis currently has a letter grade of C. And Clyde Jacobs currently has a letter grade of B. Now, let's wipe this. And let me do one more example just to solidify the concept really quickly. Let's say we have a used car dealership and we have all these cars coming in. So I'm going to create one more of these guys. So I'm going to go function car. I'm going to go make. I'm going to go model. I'm going to go color. And I'm going to go price. And I'm just going to go this dot make is equal to make. I'm going to go this dot model is equal to model. I'm going to go this dot color is equal to color. And I'm going to go this dot price is equal to price. And let me put my semicolons in because I forgot in each case. So let's go and go here, 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 and here. And then let's come down here. And let's make one little method. So I'm going to go this dot description is equal to, this will be a function. And basically I'm just going to return a little string, and I'll say, misspelled that. So I'll say this dot color, and I'll say this dot make, and I'll say this dot model. And then let's go something like costs and then $2 because I want an actual dollar sign. We'll go this dot price. Okay. So nice and easy, nice and quick. Let's come down here and make maybe two of these guys. I'm going to go const car1. Let's set this to new and then car. Again, I've capitalized car. So it's a new instance of this guy. And basically I'm going to be passing in Honda for the make. And then let's go with Civic for the model. Let's go with maybe white for the color. Let's go with $20,000. And I'll show you how to add commas into things later on. We just haven't gotten that far yet. Okay, so let's come down here and copy this. Let's maybe do a car 2. Let's say this is a Ford Mustang maybe. So a Ford. And let's go with a Mustang, okay? And let's say this one is blue. And of course, this costs way more money. So let's say this is $50,000. Okay, maybe you have like a Cobra or something. I don't even know if they still make those, but let's assume they do. So let's go car 1 here, and I'm going to go dot description. So I'm going to call that function. And then let's go ahead and copy this and go for car 2, okay? So we should see in this case, white Honda Civic cost $20,000, okay? And the other one would basically say the blue Ford Mustang costs $50,000. So let's pop this open and clear this, and let's run this, and we get exactly as expected. The white Honda Civic cost $20,000, and then the blue Ford Mustang cost $50,000. All right, so it's time for another little coding challenge. We're going to be pretending that we're making a little app that gives a customer receipt for, let's say, like a restaurant business. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to set up a little constructor function that creates a new object with the first name and the last name of the customer, the subtotal, which is basically the amount before you have like a tax or a tip. So then we're going to get the tax rate and also the level of service they received. This could be good or excellent. Those are the only two choices. So once we've put all that stuff into our object, we want to set up some methods that give us the full name, the tip, and also the tax, okay? So if the person received good service, we want the tip percentage to be 18%. If the person received excellent service, it should be 25%. Now, lastly, we're going to set up a method that basically puts all this stuff together, and it calculates the total bill and returns a receipt with the customer's full name. Now, how you do this is up to you. Basically, what I'm going to do is have the customer's full name, and then I'll have their subtotal, then I'll have their tax, their tip, and then finally their total bill, okay, at the end. So I have some test data here. You can make as much test data as you want, but I have Mary Beth. Basically, this should be separated. So you have Mary and then Beth. So let's fix that real quick. So basically, this is the first name of the person. This is the last name. She spent $200 for the subtotal. She has 0.1 or 10% for the tax rate, and she received excellent service. Then you have Becky Anderson. So again, this should be Becky for the first name, and then Anderson for the last name. She spent $100. That's her subtotal. The tax rate there is 5%, and she received good service. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video, give this an honest try on your own, and then I'll be here in a second for the solution. All right, so hopefully that went well for you. If it didn't, I'm here for the solution. So basically, I'm going to set up a constructor function. So I'm going to go function, and basically, I'm going to use a capital letter to name this. So basically, the first letter here is going to be capital G. So I'm going to call this get bill like this. And basically, I want to pass in, we were told we want the first name, the last name, the subtotal, the tax rate, and the service level. So I want the first name, I want the last name, I want the subtotal, and then I want the tax rate, and then I want the service level, okay? So basically, we know how to set this first part up. Remember, when you call this guy with the new keyword, you're going to get this empty object, okay? And we have access to this object with the this keyword. So we can say something like this.firstName, okay? That's going to create a property in that object with a property name of first name, and the value is going to be first name that's passed in, okay? So then let's just go ahead and copy this and paste it a few times, and we're just going to modify this a bit. So we also have the last name, so let's change that here and also here. I'm just holding down Alt to select two things at once. So I'm going to call this last name here, and it's the same thing. So then let's go here, and let's go with subtotal. So subtotal, okay? And then we also want to do the tax rate. So let's do our tax rate, and then lastly we have our service, okay? So let's go here and here, and let's get rid of this, and then let's type in service. Okay, so that first part is set up. If you wanted to test it at this point, you could come in here, and let's say we use that information we had. So let's grab just one of these real quick, grab this, and I'm gonna come down here and just paste that in real fast. So I'm going to go, let's say const, and I'll say something like customer1 is equal to, you've got to use the new keyword when you call this, okay? And then you want to do get bill like this with parentheses, and I'm going to take this guy right here, and I'm going to pass it in. So I'm going to put this in here, okay? And basically, I'm just going to quickly console.log this customer1 guy, so console.log this customer1, so we can see what was set up. Okay, so let's pop this open and let's run this guy. And you get your object that's been created, right? So the first name is Mary, the last name is Beth, the subtotal is 200, the tax rate is 0.1 or basically 10%, and the service was excellent, okay? So let's close this real quick. And basically, let's come in here and do the next part, which basically tells us we want to set up methods that give the full name, the tip, and the tax. Okay, so let's start with the full name. It's pretty easy. So we're going to come down here. You can call this whatever you want. And I'm outside of the function now, so I got to come inside of here. So I'm going to go this dot get full name, okay, is equal to, you're going to do basically a function here, okay? And all this is going to do is return. I'm going to use some backticks here and go this, okay, so this dot first name. And then over here, $ curly braces, this dot last name, okay? You can check these as you go. I'm just going to, for the sake of keeping the video as short as possible, not check each one individually. We'll see it in the end, okay? So the next method was basically, if we come back up here, we wanted the tip and also the tax. So let's do the tax first because that's easier. So I'm just going to go this dot get tax, okay, is equal to function. And basically all you need to do, let's say the tax was 10%, you would multiply 10% as a decimal, that 0.1, okay, basically by the subtotal, and that would give you your tax. So I'm just going to return. I'm going to do basically this dot tax rate, okay, multiplied by this dot subtotal, okay, that's all we need to do. Now, in a lot of cases with JavaScript, I'll teach you this later on, you end up with these like really nasty decimals when you multiply with decimals. So in a lot of cases, you might just be comfortable with rounding. So for the scenarios I gave you, you won't have to round. It won't make a difference. But I'm just going to put this in here in case you want to do extra stuff and you don't want to end up with these long, nasty decimals. So you can do capital M for math, okay, and then dot round. And this is basically going to round it for you so you don't end up with that nonsense, okay? So let's come down here and now do the tip guy. So I'm going to go something like this dot get tip. Now in this particular case, it's not as straightforward because we're not given a tip percentage. We have to figure that out. And it's based on the fact that they might have gotten good service or they might have gotten excellent service. For good, the tip percentage should be 18%. And then for excellent, it should be 25%. And those are the only two scenarios. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to start with a variable. I'm just going to go const tip percentage. Okay, and we're going to use this in a moment. And I'm going to say this is equal to, basically I'm going to use my conditional operator and just ask if this dot service, okay, triple equals to, let's say good. Well, in this particular case, I want it to be 0.18, which is 18% as a decimal. Otherwise, I want it to be 0.25, which is 25% as a decimal, okay? So now I can use this tip percentage variable here, and I can just return basically this dot subtotal, okay, multiplied by this tip percentage, which I just calculated. Okay, now again, you can round this if you want. Once again, on the test data that I gave you, it's not going to make a difference. So I'm just going to go math.round, okay, like this, and that'll make it a little bit cleaner for you. Just because this is a simple example, we'll get to something a little bit better than this as we progress through the course. Okay, so lastly, we want to set up a method that calculates the total bill, basically, and returns a little receipt for the customer. So let's come down here and put this last guy in here. And I'm just going to go this dot, let's say get, let's go total bill, something like this. This is going to be a function here. And basically, I'm going to do this by using some backticks here. And I'll do just a bunch of new lines. And I'll say something like bill for, and then we'll do our inside of this guy. We can go this dot get full name. Okay, so we're going to use this method. So basically, this will give me the person's full name. And then I can basically start a new line here and do something like, let's say the subtotal. So we have this already. So I'm going to put $2 here because I'm referencing one, I need the $sign for an actual $sign and the other one for the $sign curly braces. So I'm going to go this dot subtotal. Okay, so that's something we have. And again, I'm just going to keep starting new lines here. And I'm going to do something like, let's say $sign, or actually let's put in the tax like this. Okay, so $sign, and then I'll put this dot, I need to get the tax. So get tax, so I'm going to use that method, and I put get full name for whatever reason. So let's go back and put get tax like this, okay? And then I'll put a new line, and I'll put the tip, and we'll go $sign. We're going to go this dot get the tip, okay, which we should have access to. And then I'll do one more new line here, and I'll do the total bill, okay, the total bill. Let me make sure I spell that correctly. So we'll go this dot, or actually I need $2 here. So $, and then basically your curly braces there. So I want this dot get tax. So that guy, I need plus this dot get tip. So this guy, and then plus this dot sub total. Now there's lots of ways you could have done this. You could have basically added a property into this object where it contains the tax and contains the tip. Maybe you could have done something where it contains the total bill already, and you could just reference that. There's lots of different ways to do this, but this will work just fine for us for right now. So let's come down here and let's go ahead and call this guy, and you can play around with this and go through each one. I'm just going to go dot, and I'm going to go get total bill. Okay, so we can see the whole thing. Make sure you use parentheses here because you are calling a function. So let's pop this open and clear this, and let's run this, and we get undefined. So let's come up here and see why, and this is because we didn't return this. So let's come up here, and we need to return this string. Remember, if you don't return something, you're going to end up with undefined. So let's pop this back open and clear this and run this, and you get the bill for Mary Beth. And let me put some thing there like with a colon or something. So let's pop this back open and run this. So we get the bill for Mary Beth, that's your customer's name. The subtotal is $200. Your tax is $20 because again, it was at 10%. So we basically multiplied 200 by 0.1, which gave us 20. So in this particular case, you didn't need to round anything because you got exactly 20. Now the tip for her, because it was excellent service, was 25%. So 25% of $200 is $50. And then basically your total bill came from adding $200, $20, and $50. So that gave you $270. Okay. So basically you can try this with the other one. So let's come down here and let's just copy this real quick. And let's paste this in. And let me come up here and grab this guy. So I need this test data here. So let's grab this real quick. And let's come down here and put this in here. And I'm going to change this to, let's say, customer 2. Okay. So now we have Becky Anderson. She spent $100. And so her tax rate's 5%, right? So she should have a $5 tax bill. And her service was good. So that means she's tipping 18%. So she should spend $18 on her tip. So you have 5 plus 18, which is 23. Okay. Plus 100. She's spending $123 total. So let me come down here and change this to customer 2. Let's pop this open and clear this, and let's run this. So we get our bill for Becky Anderson. The subtotal is $100. The tax is $5. The tip is $18, and the total bill is $123. Now you can try out other basically test data on your own. Just play around with the code and see what you can do. All right, so what I want to do here is talk briefly about the prototype property. This is something we're going to use with constructor functions. We're going to talk more deeply about this topic later on in the course. For right now, I just want to give you a basic overview. So we've already seen that we can create a constructor function, and basically from that constructor function, we can make new instances, okay, or new objects more easily. Okay, so let's say we had a gym and we wanted to make an object for each gym member, and that object is going to contain pretty much the same thing for each person. Okay, so rather than going through and copying the same thing over and over and over again, we can build a new object for each person from this constructor function. So I can do something like function, let's say gym, something like this. And I'm just going to put the first for the first name. I'm going to put the last for the last name. And I'm going to put status, which is just going to be whether they're current on their membership or they're behind. Okay, so really simple. So we already know how to set this up. We have the this keyword. Okay, so this dot first name. So the new object, when it gets created, basically this empty guy, I'm going to have a property called first name. And I'm going to set the value equal to first, which is what we're passing in right there. Okay. And then down here, I'm going to go this dot last name is equal to last, and I'm going to go this dot status is equal to status. Okay, so that's pretty simple and something you should know how to do already. If I wanted to make a new instance of this guy, again, I would call the function with the new keyword. So I would do something like const, let's say member, I'll just do mem for member 1. And I'll set this equal to use the new keyword here because again, that creates this empty object when it starts. It lets you use the this keyword. And then also it's going to implicitly return this guy so that it can be stored in this mem1. Okay. So the new keyword followed by gym, which is the name of our constructor function. Let's just pass in something like Jennifer. Let's do something like Roberts. So Roberts. And let's also do for the status, something like current. Okay. So let's just see this real quick in the console. So we're just going to log this mem1 guy. So let's go ahead and run this. and we get our new object, right? So we get the first name as Jennifer, the last name is Roberts, and the status is current. So that's as expected. Now, when you work with these guys, you know that you can create methods inside of the constructor function. So for example, I might want a method that gives me the person's full name. So let's go this dot full name, and let's set this equal to, it's just going to be a function, and basically all it's going to do is return a simple little string. So I'm going to go this dot first name, and then over here I'm going to go this dot last name. Okay, so that's all we're doing. So if I come down here and let's say I call this guy, so mem1 dot full name is what we want with parentheses because we're calling a function. We clear this and we run this, and you get Jennifer Roberts as expected. Now, let's put one more guy in here, and then I'm going to show you how to change this up. So I'm going to come down here and put another method. So I'm going to go this dot, let's call this show message. So this is just a message that people are going to receive maybe monthly or weekly or whatever it is. We're just going to return a little string. And actually I need an if statement here. So I want to do if, we're going to come up here and consider the person's status. So basically, are they current? I want to say, hi, basically you're current on your membership. If you're not current, I want to say, hi, hey, you're behind on your membership, just to remind people to pay, okay? So something like if, we'll say this dot status triple equals to, I'm just going to use current. Well, for this person, we really don't need to tell them to pay the bill. So I'm just going to return a simple little string saying hello. I'm going to use my function above, this dot full name. Okay, so not first name, full name. And then I'm going to use parentheses there to call it. So that would give me that value there. That's the full name. Okay, so hello, the full name there. And then we'll say maybe a comma, you are current on your membership, like this. Okay, and that's all we want to do. And then else, in this case, basically the status was not set to current. So we can just return, I'm going to go hello, and then we'll do the same thing here. So this dot full name, okay, with parentheses, you are behind on your membership, please pay soon, something like that, okay? And you could put emojis in there if you want. I'm just going to skip that for right now. Let's come down here and let's, instead of doing the full name, let's go show message. So show message like this. Let's pop this open and clear this, and let's run this. We get hello, Jennifer Roberts, you are current on your membership. If we change this to, let's say, behind, okay, and we clear this and run this now, we get hello, Jennifer Roberts, you are behind on your membership, please pay soon. Okay, and we can copy this real quick and make a few different people, okay? So let's say this is going to be 2, and let's say this person is maybe like Jacobs. So I said Jacobs, but let's do Jacob, and let's do something like maybe Davis, and let's say he's current. So he is current. And then let's say we do something like, I don't know, maybe Jessica. So Jessica, and let's say her last name is Brown. So Brown, and let's say she's current. So she is current right now. And then let's say we have somebody like, I don't know, let's do Bob Smith or something. So let's do Bob, and then let's do something like Smith. So Smith, and let's say he's behind as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this, and actually I need to rename these variables. So this needs to be 3, and this needs to be 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this real quick. So we'll copy this and paste it a few times, and come down here, and I'm just going to change this to 2, and change this to 3, and change this to 4. Okay, so we'll pop this open, clear this, and run this. So you get the thing that you expect, right? So hello, Jennifer Roberts, you're behind on your membership, please pay soon. For Jacob Davis and Jessica Brown, they're current, so you get that message. And then for Bob Smith, again, he's behind, so he gets that message. Okay, so let's close this, and let's think about a little bit of a better way to do this. Now, in each case, if I console.log, let me kind of multi-line selector this guy. So let's come through here. If I clear this, I want to show you these guys. You're going to see that these methods have been copied to each instance of these new objects, right? So in the case of mem1, mem2, mem3, mem4, okay, all these guys have this method copied into them, okay, which is quite inefficient. So if we open this up and clear this and run this, you'll see that in each case, you have this function copied here, and then again, and then again, and then again. And you might think, well, that's not a big deal, but let's say you had hundreds and hundreds of lines of code in each function, and you had hundreds or even thousands of functions. If you're writing a really detailed application, you might get this, okay? So in order to avoid this, we can use something called the prototype property. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to basically take this function name here, which is Jim, okay? So I'm going to go gem.prototype. It's going to highlight for you. And then dot, you're basically going to set the name. So let's say we want to do full name. So I'm basically going to copy this from right here, get rid of this. And then I'm going to come down here and then I can just put this in like this. Okay, so prototype, I should put a dot there. So gem.prototype.fullname equals, you have this function here. So basically what happens is now if we go through here and look at these guys, you're no longer going to have this full name on these objects. So let's pop this open and clear this and let's run this. You see you still have the show message, but you do not have the full name guy. Now, if I come in here and let's say we call that guy, you're still going to have access to it because it's on the prototype. Okay, so we're going to put dot, and then we're going to say full name, okay, with parentheses, and we're going to clear this and run this, and you see it works just fine. Okay, so let's also do this with our other guy. So I'm just going to get rid of this. I'm going to copy it, hit that, and bring this down here, and I have an extra bracket there that I need to get rid of. So again, you're just going to type the name of this guy. So gem.prototype, okay, dot, and then I'm going to paste this in. So I have dot, and you don't want the this. So you want dot show message, okay? And it's this function that we've already set up. So the reason it's lighting up on me is because I'm missing this bracket here to close things off. So right now this would work fine, right? If I went back through here and I go ahead and select all these guys, let's go through here and go the show message like this, pop this open and clear this and run this, you get the same thing as you got before. But again, if you go back and look at this guy, you're going to see that it's been cleared away from these objects. Okay, so it's not stored there. You can pop this open and clear this and run this. And you see now you just have the first name of Jennifer, the last name of Roberts, the status of behind, and you're not wasting all that memory copying the same method over and over and over again. Again, I know with these simple examples, it seems like what's the big deal? But if you had thousands and thousands of objects, let's say you had an actual gem membership and you had 200,000 members, right? And you had more than just these simple functions. Maybe you had to calculate a bunch of different stuff, okay? So you really want to keep that in mind when you're working with these things. It's also going to work differently when we talk about classes, okay? But we're going to save this for a discussion for later on. So for right now, let's just do one more example so we can kind of drive the point home. We're going to set up a constructor function that's going to give me an object that basically is descriptive for an item that I'm selling. Maybe I have a retail store or something and I have lots of items. So let's say I have something like function item. I'll do a description. So I'm just going to abbreviate that. I'll do a price and I'll do a tax. Okay, something like that. So let's just do this dot description. Description is equal to this description here. And I'll do this dot price is equal to the price. And I'll do this dot tax is equal to the tax, okay? So when I come down here, what I want is a little method, okay, that's going to give me maybe a little brief description of what's going on. So let's go item, okay, dot prototype, and I'm going to call this method, let's say calc bill. And again, I'm just making this up as I go along. You put anything you want in here. This is going to be a function, and basically what it's going to do is return a little string. So I'll do the price for, and then we're going to go this dot description. Okay, so let's say you were selling like a microphone or something. I would say the price for maybe the Shure microphone or the Blue Yeti microphone or whatever you want to put as the description is, we'll come in here and go this dot price. And actually, I probably need $2 there because I want an actual $sign. And then we can say something like the tax for this item is. Again, you run into issues if you don't round this. I'll just use some numbers that you don't need to round with. I'll talk about this later on in the course. Let's just go this dot price times this dot tax. Again, you could do math.round if you didn't want to end up with nasty decimals, but there's better ways to solve that problem, and I'll talk about that later on. And I'll put the total for this item with tax is, and then we'll just put the whole thing in there. So I need $2 Let's go ahead and do this dot price plus, or actually let's do times. We're going to do basically 1 plus this dot tax. Okay. So I'm going to wrap this in parentheses so that this is executed first. Remember that this dot tax, we're going to pass in as a decimal. So let's say it was 10%. You would do 1.1, okay, basically times the price, and that would give you your after-tax cost, okay? So let's put a period here. Again, we're just keeping this really, really simple. And I'm just going to come down here and make a few new ones. So let's say we go const item 1 is equal to, let's go new with item. So let's say we have a desk. let's say it's $400. Let's say the tax rate is 10%. Let's do one more item. So let's go item 2. This is new item. Let's go ahead and say maybe it's a microphone. Okay. Let's say it's $300. Let's say the tax rate is 0.05%. Okay. So we already know what to expect here. If we come back up, we'll say the price for, and this should probably say the desk. So the price for the desk is $400. And then the tax for this item is, if you take the price times the tax rate, so 400 times 0.1 is 40. So the price for this, or the tax for this item is $40. The total for this item with taxes, you're basically going to have 400 times, or 400 plus basically $40. That's going to be the result of this. So you're going to have $440, right? Because 1 plus 0.1 is going to give you 1.1, right? If you multiply that by 400, you're going to get 440, okay, for $440. For this one, it's basically going to do the same thing, only your tax is now going to be $15 and the total price would be $315. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to console.log this item1 dot. I'm going to call this method the description, okay? And then I think that was actually not it. It was calc bill. So let's come back up here and go over here and go calc bill like this. And then I'm going to copy this one time and do this for 2. Let's pop this guy back open, clear this, and let's run this. So we get the price for the desk is $400. The tax for this item is $40. The total for this item with tax is $440. And of course you get this kind of long, nasty decimal. You can avoid these things by using the math.round, but again, I'll talk about how to get rid of this later on in the course. So then the price for the microphone is $300. The tax for this item is $15. And the total for this item with tax is $315. All right, so what I want to do here really quickly is show you how to use the class syntax. This is probably something you're going to see if you're watching tutorials, and you might be wondering why I'm using the old function constructor method. The reason is because when you use this class syntax, it kind of hides what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm going to quickly show this to you. Again, we're going to revisit this later on in the course when we start talking about advanced JavaScript. So let's say we're going to make a little constructor function, okay, where it's going to create an object for a visitor that's going to an amusement park. So we're going to have the first name, the last name. We're going to have something called a fast pass. If you've ever gone to Disneyland, you know they sell these things, or I'm not sure if they're free or not, but basically it gives you an advanced reservation for a ride so you can skip. And then also we're going to do a meal pass where you can maybe go to a buffet or something and eat, okay? So let's do something like function. I'm going to call this park, okay, for amusement park. And then I'm just going to do first name. I'm going to do last name. I'm going to do fast pass. And I'm going to do meal pass like this, okay? So nothing new here. We're just going to go this dot first name is equal to the first name. We're going to go, and I didn't mean to put a comma there. So this dot, we're going to go last name is equal to the last name. We're going to go this dot fast pass is equal to the fast pass, okay? And this dot meal pass is equal to the meal pass, okay? So at this point, we already know how to set this up. We know that if we made methods inside of this guy, the problem is that when we make these new instances, we're going to end up copying that method to each instance. Okay, so we don't want to do that. So we end up using the prototype, right? So what we do is we say park.prototype, okay? And then we can put dot, and then you can put the name of this method. So let's say you wanted to do get full name like this, okay? And I'm going to set this equal to, we're going to use a function here. And basically I'm just going to return something simple. I'm going to use some backticks here so I can just go something like the first name, and then let's just do the last name. And I forgot the this. So you need the this keyword dot last name. And over here, this should be this dot first name. So this dot first name. Okay. So we also want some other methods here, something for the fast pass and something for the meal pass. So let's come down here and go something like park.prototype. Okay. And let's go ahead and name this something like can skip. So this is basically going to just tell somebody, hey, you bought the fast pass, so you can skip the line. Okay, so let's go ahead and just return a simple little string. I'm going to use some backticks here. And the first thing is I'm going to use this method from above. So I'm going to go this dot get full name, okay, with some parentheses here. And I'll say inside of this guy, I'm just going to ask if this dot fast pass, is that true or not, right? This is going to be a Boolean. So if it's true, I just want to say can skip the line. And then if it's false, then I just want to say can't skip the line, okay? And then we can just put a little period here to kind of finish that up. And then let's make one more based on if you can eat or not. So we'll say something like park.prototype, and we'll say can eat. This again will be a function. Let's go ahead and do this where we return a simple little string. And again, I'm just going to call this get full name guy, okay? And then I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to ask if this dot, in this case, can eat. If that was true, then I'll put can eat here. Otherwise, I'll just put can't eat here. And then basically I'll just put a period here to finish that up. Okay, so at this point, we already know how to set this up. There's nothing new, okay? I'm gonna call this a few times, and then I'm gonna convert it over to a class, okay? And I'll show you how it's different. I'll show you how things kind of get hidden in terms of what JavaScript's doing. So I wanted to show you this way so at least you got some insight into what JavaScript's doing behind the scenes. Okay, so let's come down here, and let's make a couple of these guys. I'm gonna go const, maybe Molly, okay? Maybe she visits the park. Remember, you need your new keyword, and then I'm gonna go park, okay? And then I'm going to pass in her first name, which is Molly. I'm going to pass in her last name. Let's say it's Peters. Let's say she did not get the fast pass and she did not get the meal pass, okay? Then let's come over here and go const. Let's go maybe Steven. Let's say another instance of this guy. So let's go ahead. I need to tighten this down here. So let's go ahead and say something like, let's say Steven. Let's say maybe Owens. And maybe he bought both. So let's say it's true and then true again, okay? Let's just do one more. So let's go const, maybe Betty. So Betty, so this is new park, okay? And I'll say this is Betty. Maybe this is going to be Stevens. And maybe she bought the first guy, which was, I think, if I come up here, the fast pass. So she's got the fast pass, but she doesn't have the fast pass, but she does have the meal pass. And let's do one more actually where we can mix this up again. So let's do const, let's do Jennifer, let's do new park, and we'll do Jennifer. And then let's do, and this shouldn't be capitalized over here. So let's make this lowercase j, and then let's come over here. So we'll go Jennifer, and then I don't know, let's say something like, we'll use green. How about that? And then we'll do, let's say true. So she got the fast pass, and then false, she didn't get the meal pass. Okay. So at this point, we know we can go through, we can console.log all these objects. We know what's going to be inside. That's nothing new. Let's just go ahead and go something like console.log. And I don't know how that happens. So console.log. And I'm just going to start with Molly. Let's just go get full name. We'll just go through these methods real quick. I'm going to copy this and paste it a few times so we can do this for Steven. So let's go Steven. Let's go Betty. So Betty. And then let's go Jennifer. Okay. So Jennifer. And let's pop open the terminal and let's run this guy. You get Molly Peters, Stephen Owens, Betty Stevens, and then Jennifer Green. Okay, so that's pretty easy. We're going to look at the other ones. So we had Ken Skip and we have Ken Eat. So let's replace them one at a time. So let's come over here and we'll just check those real quick. So I'm going to go and change this to Ken Skip. Okay, this basically tells you if you can skip the line or not. So basically Molly is not going to be able to. And we see that Stephen can, and we see that Jennifer can, right? So Betty won't be able to either. Let's pop this open and clear this and run this. So we get Molly Peters can't skip the line, Stephen Owens can skip the line, Betty Stevens can't skip the line, and Jennifer Green can skip the line. Let's look at the other one real quick, and then I'll show you how to convert this over. So we also have the can eat. So let's just change this last part here to the can eat. So right here, so can eat. Flip this open, clear this, and run this. And you get Molly Peters can eat here, Stephen Owens can eat here. So everyone can eat there. So that doesn't really make sense. So let's go up here and see what we did wrong. So up here we said this dot can eat, but really what we need is this dot meal pass. Okay, so that was wrong. So let's change this to meal pass right here. And now that should work. Okay, so let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. And we get Molly Peters can't eat here, Stephen Owens can, Betty Stevens can, and Jennifer Green can't. Okay, so we fixed that error. All right, so let's just really quickly go ahead and log these guys to the console. And we're going to see that they're just objects without any methods involved, right? So basically, we don't have the can eat, the can skip, or the get full name that are attached to them. So let's go ahead and clear this and run this. So you have the first name, the last name, the fast pass, and the meal pass in each one, but you don't see those methods, right? Because they're created on the prototype using that prototype property. All right, so let's go ahead and convert this over so you can cheat and use Visual Studio Code. So you just click this guy, this light bulb's going to come up and it's going to ask if you want to convert this over. So if you click this, it's going to take care of everything for you, okay? So you notice that now it says class and then you have park, okay? And then you have your constructor, so it's got the same things in here, but notice how this ends here, and then instead of having this basically where you type out the park and then dot prototype and then dot the name of the function, you just have the name of the function. You don't have the word function at all anywhere here. So you just have the name of the function with some parentheses and then basically what we were doing, okay? So this is converted over. Notice how this is outside of this part right here, okay? That's very crucial because if you put in here this dot get full name inside of these brackets here, again, you're gonna have the same problem where it's copied to each object as it gets created, okay? So you see these guys are here, okay? And if you come back down here and you pop this open and clear this and you run this, it's the same thing, okay? And you can come back and use the methods as we just did. Nothing is going to change for us. So we can go ahead and do something like dot, and we'll say can eat maybe. We'll go back to that one. So let's clear this and run this. Works the same. If you go back to like can skip, I think it was, can skip, clear this, run this, same thing, okay? So that's a little insight into using the classes. This is an ES6 feature. So basically this is something that's a little bit newer. I wanted to wait to show you this because essentially if you see things like this, you don't really get a little bit of work with the prototype and then you get a little bit confused when we talk about that later on. But we will do a deep dive into this later on in the course. All right, so let's wrap up this little section with a coding challenge here. I want you to create a class for bank customers called bank, okay? We're gonna set up a constructor method inside with the parameters customer and balance. So the idea is that the customer is just the customer name and the balance is the initial balance you have or your starting balance. We're gonna add in some methods for depositing money, withdrawing money, and getting an account statement. Then if the customer has a negative balance, when you have this account statement that you're getting, there should be a message that tells the customer the amount they need to deposit in order to get the account back to a zero balance, okay? Then I have some test data here for you. I'm gonna post all of this in the description for you so you don't have to worry about trying to copy it. So basically just pause the video, give this an honest try on your own, and I'll see you here for the solution. Okay, so hopefully you tried this. I know we only saw this syntax where we used the class keyword once, but basically it's generally speaking the same pretty much as working with a constructor function, okay? So instead of having the function keyword, you start with class, okay? And then you're gonna type bank here with a capital B, and then you have some basically curly braces here, okay? So what's inside of here is a constructor method now. So I'm gonna go constructor, okay? And then basically I'm gonna have my parameters here, so the customer and then the balance. And it's the same as before. We're basically going to use the this keyword so we can make some properties inside of this new object when it gets created. So we'll say something like this dot customer is equal to the customer, the guy that gets passed in. And let's do this dot balance is equal to the balance that gets passed in. So that sets up those two guys. We don't really need anything else. We need to make some methods. If we come back up here, it says add in methods for depositing money, withdrawing money, and then getting an account statement. Okay. Now you don't want to do this inside of the constructor because what's going to happen is every time you make a new instance, okay, it's going to get copied. So we talked about that before. We want to basically put this outside, and you saw that we could do this using the prototype property. But when you work with this class guy here, it does this for you behind the scenes. Okay. So all you need to do is come outside of the constructor. So outside of these brackets here, and I'm just going to type the name of my method. Okay. You don't need the function keyword or anything like that. So I'm just going to type, let's say deposit money like this. I'm going to put some parentheses here. In this particular case, I will need something that goes in. So I'm going to go amount. That's going to be my parameter there. So I'm going to pass that in. Okay. And I'm going to use that. I'm going to say this dot balance plus equals this amount that was deposited. Okay. So basically, let's say I had $500. That was my starting balance. If I deposit money with 300, I would expect I would get 500 plus 300 to give me a new balance of 800. Okay. Let's also do one for withdraw money. So withdraw money. Okay. Again, I'm going to have an amount here. And it's the same thing as above. I'm just going to use subtraction. So I'm going to do this dot balance. I'm going to do minus equals now, and then the amount. Okay, so that's just going to basically take it off of what I had. So if I started with 400 and let's say I withdrew 300, well, now I do 400 minus 300. That gives me a balance of 100. Okay, so the last thing I want to do is an account summary. So let's do account summary. And I don't need anything in there. So basically I'm just going to first check to see if the account balance is negative. So we said something like, if the account balance is negative, you should get a little message saying what you need to deposit. So let's say if, we'll say this dot balance is less than 0, that means it's negative. Then basically what I want to do is return a little string here. I'll say this dot customer name, or actually I would end up typing this twice. So let me do this outside of here. Let me come up here and let me go const. I'll say my string is equal to, so first let me just put some generic information that both of them are going to get. So I'll say this dot customer name. We'll say your account balance is, we'll put $2 and we'll put this dot balance. Okay. So that's for everybody. And basically these people who have a negative balance will get an additional part to this. So I'm just going to say my string plus equals, okay, and I'm going to put these backticks here. So let's go ahead and put this up here. And I missed my semicolon up here, so let me put that in there. And then let me come down here and we'll basically say something like, let's say a new line, and we'll say this dot customer, and we'll do something like please deposit. So how do you get the amount that you need to deposit? Well, think about the fact that, let's say you had something like negative $700 in there. JavaScript's going to hold that value as negative 700. So I just want the opposite of that. I just want to say, hey, you need to deposit 700. So one way you can do this is just multiply by -1. So I can just do -1 times this dot balance. Okay, so if you had like a negative $700, you would have -1 times negative 700, which would give you 700. So it would basically say your customer name, whatever it is, please deposit $700. And I probably want another $sign there to make that more efficient. Okay, so at this point, we're ready to return this my string guy here. And again, if the person's balance is positive or if it's 0, then you'll just get their customer name, your account balance is, whatever it is. If the account balance is negative, then it's going to add this part onto the string and you'll get all of it. Okay, so let's use our test data now. So let's start with this first guy right here. So we have Larry Jacobs and $500. So let's go something like const. Let's just call this customer 1, and we'll set this equal to, we're going to go new and then bank, and then I'm going to be passing in the Larry, and then what was his last name? I forgot. Let me come back up here. So let me just copy this so I don't forget. So I'm going to grab this and come down here so it's next to me. So we have Larry Jacobs, and then the initial amount is 500, and then we can console.log this to start just to look at it. So custom 1. So let's go ahead and pop this open. And you see you just get a customer of Larry Jacobs and a balance of 500. Okay, so that works for now. Let's go ahead and call, let me come down here, and I'm going to go cust1 dot. Our first thing was deposit money, and we want to deposit $1,200. So right now, we should have $1,700. So let's go ahead and go console.log. I'm going to go cust1, and I'm just going to go dot our balance. Okay, so we can look at that. It should say 1,700. Let's go ahead and clear this and run this. We have 1,700, so that works as expected. And then let's go ahead and come down here, and let's also do the withdrawal of 600. So cust1 dot withdraw money, and this is going to be 600. Okay, so basically we know 500 plus 1,200 is 1,700. If I take 600 off of that, that's 1,100. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. We get 1,100. Okay, so that's working as expected. So instead of saying dot balance, let's go ahead and call this, and I forgot what it was. So let's come up here, the account summary. So the account summary method, you need parentheses. So this should basically say that Larry Jacobs, if I come back up here and read this, your account balance is $1,100. Okay, so let's pop this open, clear this out, and run this. We get undefined, your account balance is $1,100. Okay, so let's see what we did wrong. So if we come up here, we're saying this dot customer name, and it's not customer name. If we come up here, it's this dot customer. Okay, so let's erase that. That's a mistake. So if we come back down here, this should work fine now. So let's pop this open, clear this, and run this. We get Larry Jacobs, your account balance is $1,100. Okay, so everything's working fine now. Let's get rid of this guy, okay? And let's get the other test data. So let's come up here and let's get this Beth Smith. So let's grab her and let's come down here, paste this in. So we can get rid of this part. I'm just gonna get rid of this and update it. So I'm just gonna say this is Beth Smith now. I'm going to change this to $1,900 for $1,900. And I'm going to change this for she deposits $2,400 and she withdraws $1,200. Okay. So you can check these individually. We already know they work, but basically you have $1,900 plus $2,400, which is going to give you $4,300 at this point. So when we deposit the money, the account balance will be $4,300. And then when we withdraw the money, you have $4,300 minus $1,200, which is going to be $3,100 or $3,100, however you want to say that. So basically we're going to get Beth Smith. If I come back up here, it's going to say Beth Smith, your account balance is $3,100. Okay. So let's pop this open, clear this and run this. We just get Beth Smith, your account balance is $3,100. Okay. That's all fine and dandy. Let's come up here and grab the last one here. And let's come down here and let's put this in here. And let's go ahead and paste this in. And so now I want to have this Brad Owens guy. Okay. So he's starting with $350 and then he deposits money. So he deposits $50. Okay. So we know at this point that he would have what, $400, and then he withdraws $550. So $550. So we know at this point that basically this is going to be a negative $150, right? So basically we should see, if this is all programmed correctly, because the balance is less than 0 now, we should get this additional string where it says this guy's name, which I think was Brad Owens, please deposit. Again, you would have -1 times this $150. So we'll say basically Brad Owens, please deposit $150. So that additional part will be on there. So let's pop this open, clear this and run this. And of course we have an error somewhere. So let's come up here and I used const up there. So I shouldn't have done that. So let's come up here. And let's use let, forgot about that. So let's pop this open, clear this and run this. And so we get Brad Owens, your account balance is -$150. And then Brad Owens, please deposit $150.